What's up, fight fans? We are back at it with another edition here at Round One Sports TV. I'm always your host, Edwin, and where do all fights start? Round one. Let me know that you can hear me loud and clear right now before I go any further. Make sure that I don't have any technical difficulties. Sometimes I have a problem when I reconnect my system. It goes down for some reason. Okay, we have that connected. That's good. So why isn't this showing? Interesting. All right. So, fight fans, we have an interesting show for you here today. We are going to be talking about that pro box fight card last night. Man, let me tell you guys, thank you, round one. I mean, frontline. I said round one. Thank you, round one. Huh? Thank you, frontline, for letting me know you hear me loud and clear out there, brother. So, let's get this started right here. What a great pro box fight card. And if you happen to catch it, uh, you know, um, it was, I think it was a long pro box fight card. They had a lot of fights on the card, but we're going to talk about all that. We're going to talk about a lot of the fights, interesting fights, great fights on this card, all that and more. So stick around. Let me know your opinion on who you thought was the best fight on this card last night. And if you have anything else you want to talk about, any upcoming fights, the T.O. Shakur situation, is that really going to happen? What do you think about that? And about a lot of these other fights that are being announced and upcoming. So we talk about all boxing stories. So tune in here, Round One Sports Talk. So let's get right into this episode. Seems like my thing is lagging. Frontline, is my mouth and audio correct, or is it lagging a bit? Let me know. Hey, hey, hey. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Huh? Huh? Hey. My nephew stepped out for a minute, round one. So I thought I'd take over the show right now. So you guys want to talk boxing? Let's talk some boxing. All right? Listen, I just got my hair done 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Okay? So, fight fans out there, do you love boxing as much as I do? Well, then let's talk some boxeo. Okay? Because we had a lot of boxeo last night. Okay? A lot of Latin boxeo was all over the place. Puerto Rico was in the building. Okay? Not all our fighters won, but we did amazing. Amazing. Okay? Because let me tell you right now, let me tell you, that kid, Juanita de Jesus Lopez, amazing fighter. Okay, he had some problems early on. This guy was like a Mexican jumping bean. He was jumping all over the place. He wouldn't stop moving. And Lopez was telling him, stay here still for a second so I can hit you with this left check hook. Okay, now, and you know how Coach Left Check Hook loves the check hook. You know, I'm saying, I give you a check hook. You know what I mean? Huh? So let me tell you, this guy would not stop moving. So De Jesus here, which there was two De Jesus fighters. Don't be confused. There were two. And the other De Jesus didn't fare too well against the Dominican foe. But even though Puerto Rico had a good night, Najee Lopez, you know, great fighter. Edgar Berlanga was in the building. I don't know what you feel about that, but he was in the building showing his respect and support for the fighters. Uh and my mustache is giving me a bit of problem here, right? But I must ask you guys a question. I must ask you a question. Do you feel like Moreno won that fight last night? Or do you think that the other guy won the fight? Let me know. I'm going to have to go fix my mustache here. Okay? But I will be right back. Get out of here. I had to kick my uncle out, bro. He came in here, he's trying to take over my show. I had to kick him out. You know what I mean? Get out of here, bro. You know what I mean? yo, let's talk about it. The Moreno fight, I think, was the best fight on the card as far as action packed. It had a lot in the fight. I don't know how the judges didn't award him the last 2 rounds. I felt like he was getting the cleaner, bigger shots in on the fight. Um, he suffered his first loss. I spoken to him and his father. I'm gonna try to get him to come on the show. Um, I'm gonna reach out to him earlier and later on today. Actually, I'm gonna try to reach out to him because I would really like to talk to him after this, like his experience on what he feels like. Does he feel like he lost the fight? Did he feel like he won the fight? I felt like that knockdown was the referee did an amazing job because here's here's what a lot of people and a lot of arguments already been starting to hear, right? That if you get hit with a punch and you're going down, and no matter what, it has to be awarded a knockdown. And in that sequence, I'm in agreement with that. But that's not what happened. That is not what happened. Go back and watch it. When he hit him, right? When Garcia hit him, bang, right? Garcia threw the jab first, right? And then it hit Moreno, and then Moreno went to swing the big hook. And then the floor being wet with their sweat and the big hook, the velocity took him. So he had already hit him with the jab. Then he threw the punch and he took himself and slipped. Now, had Moreno thrown the punch first and been slipping, and let's say he missed and he slipped, same sequence, but this time Garcia hits him with the jab on the way down. Bow! That's a knockdown. That is awarded a knockdown. But Garcia needed to hit him in the way going down, not before the shot. So greater refereeing, great officiating right there in that moment to call it live like that, to really like catch it right there in the moment. That was good. I mean, I guess the judges still felt that Garcia won the fight. I wouldn't have been mad either way. I thought Moreno did a lot. Good, great. I don't know. I don't know. You guys, I'm gonna have to go back and watch the fight because there were like in the beginning of the rounds. I did remember that I was taking care of some stuff, and I probably didn't watch every single round like I should have been, but I watched a large portion of the fight. If I wasn't paying attention for maybe 1 or 2 rounds, that's it. I thought he did enough to win the fight. I thought his punches were bigger, heavier. And listen, Garcia had that monster check hook, right? That shit was popping off, right? He was smacking Moreno with that check hook, that 1, 2, 3, and it was quick as fuck, bro. He was tearing Moreno's ass up with that, right? But Moreno was answering back. He would answer back, right? And I thought his intensity and the way he carried the fight at the end. Moreno didn't take off the foot. I saw Garcia tiring out a little. They were both tired, yes, equally rightfully so. They threw a lot of punches in the fight, but um I would like to see that fight again. I would like to see that fight again. Yeah, definitely. Because you know, or I would like to see both guys in the ring again. I wouldn't mind seeing both against other people, whatever. They don't have to run it back right now. But exciting fighters, both of them. Both of them. You know, hold up here. I think, to tell you the truth right now, the 175-pound weight division is starting to heat up. It's starting to heat up. It's starting to get a little crowded now. It's there's a lot of new guys entering and making their way in the division. You know, Calvin last night lost. Respectfully, he got stopped by David Morrell, right? In 4, right? So what did he do it last night in? 5? Was it 5? Hold on, let me get. Did he do it in 5? Yeah, right? Najee Lopez knocked him out in 5. I can't remember right now. I was just having a conversation about this. Yeah, I think it was 5. I'm pretty sure it was 5. He beat him in 5. So he beats him in 4. He beats him in 5. Um, Look, good win, good win. But I'm gonna pump my brakes on Najee Lopez. There's no rush. There's no rush to put him in against, Bereviv, guys like that. Uh I would actually like to see him fight David Morrell. Put him against David Morrell. Fighters like that. Who else is there? Josh, um, uh, Connor, Connor Wallace, um, Richard Rodriguez, Ben Whitaker, um, Ayman. Uh, he's got to fight some of the top echelon of the guys before he convinces me, just because of a win off of Calvin, that although Lopez looked incredible, his punches were straight to the point. His technique, his patience, his timing, everything has elevated. Yes, it did. That guy he fought last night, right? And Calvin, he's a crafty little fighter, smart guy. If you let a guy like that settle into a fight, he'll beat you. Calvin. Najee Lopez didn't let him settle in. He kept him off rhythm. That jab was relentless and it was heavy. It was heavy. You could see that he quickly made Calvin gun shy. Quickly. And Najee took control of the fight. He saw that he was the stronger fighter, the better, the quicker, and he didn't waste any time. If he saw an opportunity, he was going to take it. And boy, he did. Okay? I didn't I don't like I said, I'm not going to read too much into this victory. A great win. I'm not taking anything away from the win. You know what I'm saying? A great win. Fine. Yes. But does it say title fight? No. Let's just chill out. Let's just chill out. No. Nah. He looked strong. He looked good. He looked great. But can you do it again and again and again against better competition? Don't just go be a prisoner of the moment, see him do a great fight, and say, you know what? Title fight. You're going to get the kid hurt. You're going to get him hurt. You know, he's, I don't think, I would throw him in there with Demetrius Bivol or David the Monster Benavidez or Yard, the guys like that, shit like that, like a Yard and shit like that. I wouldn't be afraid. Najee Lopez looks like he's cutting enough weight. He looks like a very big man. You see his face, like his shoulder stature. He looks like if you just let him eat and develop into the guy that the size he's supposed to be, he looks like he would be a big dude. He'll be 200 plus, lean like that, bro. Like he'll be big as shit because he's big as shit right now at that weight. You see, I remember a time when I was working out where that my appearance was much larger than my weight. I've been like that the majority of my life, except now and where I'm at now in my life. But I've been like that the majority of my life. Bro, I look like I weighed I look like I weighed 240 and I really weigh 190, 200 at the most. I look like I weighed 240. Bro, my back was like this big. My chest was like here. My arms were 19 inches. My forearms, my forearms were like 17 and a half. They get crazy. My forearms were like one of the biggest things in my body at one point. They get crazy. This part right here, this shit, I used to walk around. This shit used to look ridiculous. I can't do it anymore. I'm not as big as I once was. But I know what that's like. I know that by working out, you can swell up, your size. And Najee Lopez is one of them dudes that he's fighting at 175, but he looks a lot bigger in person. When you look at him, like Jermaine Ortiz. When I met Jermaine Ortiz at a fair out here in New England. So I'm walking through the fair and everything. I see Jermaine Ortiz with the former champion. Shouts out to Jose Rivera, right? That's our champion. That's our champion, bro. Right? So he was walking with him, and I saw Jermaine Ortiz, and he has a tank top and shit. And I'm looking at Jermaine Ortiz, and I'm saying to myself, brother, don't you fight at 130 pounds at the time? Or I think it was like 135. No, he was fighting at 135. Yeah, that's right. He was fighting at 135 before he moved up. I'm like, bro, don't you fight at like 135? And this motherfucker, bro, I'm a fairly nice sized dude. He was just about as big as I am. The problem with me is I got a small man's complex, and I know this. I visualize myself little. I don't know why. Every time I used to get big in the gym, I would look at myself in the mirror and I wouldn't look big at all. And then they show me pictures like, yo, remember this day I took a picture of you? And I'm standing next to all my boys and shit. And these dudes is little as shit next to me. Like, I'm like enormous at them in these pictures. And I even see myself in the sparring when I was sparring against that young kid. And I'm looking at myself and I'm saying, damn, I'm a lot bigger than I think in my head. Because I don't know, I developed that fucking syndrome of bodybuilders. Somehow, somewhere I developed it and I don't know how to shake it. I just but I like it. I like thinking that I'm little because I still think I'm fast. I feel fast. Even though I'm bigger, I move exceptionally well for a guy my size. I've been told that my entire life. They're like, "Dan, you move great for like a guy your size." And yeah, so I think that Najee Lopez, he can move up divisions. I'm not ready to put him in with the top guys right now. Maybe one fight. Like I just said, can you copy and repeat? Can it look better? Just give me a little bit more confidence with the young man and let me see what happens, But there was another young man on the card, Juanmita de Jesus Lopez. And let me tell you guys right now, this young man had his work cut out for him. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, you guys know how I do. I watch my fights with no volume. I like to call my own fights, right? This is what I saw, okay? Because of the stigma that Turki Al-Sheikh has been putting in these fans' heads about these Tom and Jerry fights, the running. And we saw the Saul Canelo Alvarez fight with William Skull fight and how much evading he did. So when now you start to see that in the sport of boxing, we quickly attach that to what? Running. So I bet those commentators last night on that show, maybe perhaps they didn't, but I bet you they were making assumptions that guy was running against Juanmita. Whether they did it or not, like I said, I haven't heard it yet. I don't hear it with volume. I'm just making an educated guess. And I think I can make this assumption, right? Because I know where boxing, what it does. We start hearing these words like the GOAT, the best fighting the best, belts don't matter. He's and people attach that to every situation in boxing. Believe me, I know how boxing is. So the new one is the Tom and Jerry and the Shakur Stevenson and the this, that, and this guy running, William Skull and ba ba ba. That when you saw that fight last night, they probably attached that to that. And this is where there's a discrepancy in boxing. Because what I saw last night was that guy was a problem. That kind of style, and that's exactly what I call it, a style. If that guy is moving around, evading, moving, bobbing and weaving, and you can't hit him, the problem with his style, he didn't have a lot of offense. But when he did hit offense, he was connecting. Clash of heads with a guy that moves that common. Juanmita can take that. It's a little trophy. You know what I mean? Little trophy. And so as he goes through his career, what I like about Juanmita, he's learning a lot. He's been battle tested already. He's been dropped early in his career. He's persevered. He's been cut. Show no sign of worry. You know how some fighters get cut? They become gun shy. All of a sudden, their gloves like right here, glued. I can't let it get cut open. Oh my God, is that my blood? Right? My man, 18 years old, was like, you made me bleed. Now you bleed. Yo, went right at him. Right? So, hey, I listen. The kid, Juanmita, great fight. Great learning experience, right? You have to know how to deal with these kind of fighters. And you see, because when I was breaking down his style of fighting, I also want to implement this. That although he was making Juanmita miss, at one point in the fight, Juanmita turned him into a survivor. He had to get on his bike to survive, not just to evade, but to survive. And when Juanmita got him in trouble and he was actually running, it made his whole style look like he was running from the very beginning. And that's not so. His style was effective. The kid, the Puerto Rican kid, his style was effective, right? He was very elusive. That Winky Rice, Pernell Whitaker type guys. That the real elusive. You know what I'm saying? You can't hit these dudes. But these guys had offense. He's got to learn how to put an offense together behind his evading ability. But once Juanmita caught up to his ass, hit him with that shot. Well, the second one with the body shot was good. Once you saw there was a lot of time in the round, and now he was at that point he was running. That was running. That was a man in survival mode right there. But if you don't know how to identify the two, you're gonna mix that up with that's all he was doing in the entire fight. And someone can quickly sell that to you like that. No, the entire fight he was running. He didn't want to. No, bullshit, bro. Juanmita couldn't hit him. He couldn't hit him. He was tagging him, right here and there, because he was fucking difficult to hit. But shouts out to Juanmita, showing great boxing etiquette, poise. The way he cornered him in, he figured him out. Juanmita put his hands up like this, and he was like, whichever way you go, I got you. Whichever, he was like trapping him. He was like, hold up, like, And for a young 18-year-old kid to put all this together, it's impressive to watch. It truly is. Juanmita, man, sky's the limit for you, young man. I'm hoping to get you on the show. I know one of your trainers Well, one of the guys that gives you an eye, Rocky, he's not you're like your trainer like type thing like that, but he's part of the team a little bit, and they bring him in for just to sharpen Juanita's skills, and hopefully I can get him on the show too as well, because these are guys I want to start following their career. There's another young man that I've been meaning every time, and I apologize so much. Keith Cologne, he's going to be fighting in October. I advise you guys to, if you guys are in the area, look up tickets for this young man's fight. He's another Puerto Rican star upcoming, which I believe is going to be a Puerto Rican star, another next sensation, Keith Cologne. Okay. And real quick, let me go over here. I'm going to check out the date because I know it's in October. I know that it's in October, but I just want to make sure. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, no, his dad sent it to me. So it's on his dad's. I got to look all this up right now. Well, I got so many things open up here, kid. What's going on? Okay. What up to my man Hector, too? I be always, man, I'm so busy with everything in life right now. And I be so exhausted coming out of the gym that I don't have it in me to even just come up here and talk to you guys sometimes. Cause like I am in this gym getting my ass kicked, to tell you the truth. Right? It's very humbling, very humbling. But boy, I gotta tell you, it's coming back. It's coming back pretty fast. Uh, and it's understanding the little things. It's easy to sit here and call a fight and comfortably from your chair analyze what these guys are doing in split moment timing. When you're in the fire, sometimes you can't see things, and when you're watching from the stands, right? Uh, there was that saying that there was a movie, Colors. It was a gang movie made about L.A., the Bloods and the Crips. I don't know if you guys ever seen it, Colors. And I can remember there was a moment in the movie where the two cops, right? It was like the old cop and the young cop, right? And who was the actor again that was in it? He was like one of them Brad Pitt type dudes. He's real well famous in Hollywood. He had some good, like that River movie. I just forget his name. I'm not a movie actor kind of guy, and you know how I am with names anyway. I'll fuck your name up, right? So um so the moral to this all was he was telling him a story. He said there's two bulls on a hill, and the young bull tells the old bull, there's a bunch of cows down there. Let's run down the hill and fuck one of the cows. And the older, wiser bull said, if you run down and you get in the herd, you won't be able to see which one is running, what directions, whatever, because now you're in it. But if you stand up on the ridge with me and we look down and we walk down, we'll fuck them all instead of running down. And he's teaching the young dude, in life, sometimes it's easy to observe things from afar than rather being in the fire. And what these athletes do is while they're in the fire, they learn how to respond and well in the fire, not to panic. You know what I mean? So it's a bit easier to break down someone's strategy, their techniques, their flaws, their strengths, their weaknesses. Um, but to be in there, to be in the fire, oh, it's a whole different ball game. It really is. Um, it's incredible how educated one could be, and when they're in the moment, how many bad mistakes they make. You know, um, that's where the training comes in. That's what training comes in. That you train your knowledge into you and you make it a part of you. And now you're well versed on what you're talking about. You see? It's one thing to know what to do, but it's another thing to pull it off. There's been many coaches in history that can't fight the way they coach. If they can do what they were thinking in their head, they would have been a multiple division world champion. They just didn't have the skills to pull it off. But doesn't mean they didn't know what they were coaching about. Am I right? Not all coaches were better than their pupil. For instance, Floyd Mayweather. Was Roger Mayweather better than Floyd? No. Can David the Monster Benavidez, his father, beat him? Right? Ever in his life. Right? So, but does that mean that David the Monster... Can Reynoso beat Saul? Can he do anything that Saul can do in that ring? Eddie Reynoso? No. But can he coach? Yeah. You see? So, yes, some of us have the ability to break down fights. Some of us have a good eye on what we're watching. But not all of us have the skills to pull it off. When I'm going in the ring now, it's very humbling to also know that I can't do the things I once did. Might not be as fast as I once was. And I'm smart. I'm a smart fighter. The problem is, it's learning how to fight with this set of rules. That's the problem. The minute the gloves go on your hands, it's like, in my head, it's like, what the fuck? Like, damn it. Like, okay, right? I can't fake you up top, scoop you, slam you on your neck, and then stomp your face in the ground. I can't do that. I can't jam my elbow into your teeth. I can't grab you by the fucking back of your collar, your shirt, and ram my knee into your fucking nose and then ram it right into your gut. I can't do that. So I'm like, damn. I'm like, all right. You know, I stopped boxing a long time ago. Hernando, what's up, my man? How you doing, baby? Where you been at? Come on, baby. Where you been at, my man? George, what's up? Sean Penn. Yeah, it was Sean Penn. My man. Sean Penn in colors. Yeah, that was the one. Well, I'm not even reading chats. What's going on? Watch Keith support him as well. Keith, One Time Thurman? Is that what you're talking about? Mel Gibson? No, it wasn't Mel Gibson. It was Sean Penn. Sean Penn was the one that played in colors. Mel Gibson played in Lethal Weapon. All the Lethal Weapons type shit. Yeah, that was that one. Those are them like Hollywood white dudes that was like fucking powerhouses. Those are the ones. The Sean Penns, the Mel Gibsons, the fucking what's his name? Brad Pitts of the world. And the dude that did all the Mission Impossibles, the fucking what's his name? Tom Cruise type dude. Those were the white powerhouses at the time. Because Sean Penn did that movie with that river where they killed his daughter or some shit. Bro, that movie was insane, man. Bro, I was in my seat like yo, that performance by Sean Penn, that had to catapult him in a trajectory of, I don't know if it did. I don't follow no movie actor's career, but from what I saw, I never saw Tom Cruise do a performance like that. Like that? When he was crying, bro, man, I was in my seat like this. I was fighting shit back and shit, right? Yo, that Sean Penn, that was some shit. I don't know if he ever won anything for that. I never looked at that. I'm not like an Oscar guy type guy, but if you guys know about it, But yeah, those were those dudes, and he played in colors, and he was telling them the story and shit. Yeah, I remember that. I forget what it's called. It was River something. The movie with Sean Penn. I forget what it was. I'm fucking bad with names, bro. I'm be taking down nobody's name, bro. And I share that with you guys. I've shared this with you guys several times on my channel with me and names. Why I don't take down names. Well, now I do. Now I mean I'm trying to read you guys' name, man. I take you guys' name. I hold you guys' names highly regarded right now because I'm more of an approachable person today. More sociable, talk more, shit like that and shit. There was a point in my life I didn't want to know who the fuck you was or your name, nothing. I didn't want to be friends with nobody. I wasn't gonna know you long enough. I was on the move. Gone state to state. Just daddy was a rolling stone. That's you know what I mean? And settled down now. I'm a husband, father, and round one reporter, you know what I mean? And cover boxing. And my family got a gym out in North Philly. And and boxing's been a part of our family for a very long time. It's just something that and it's also something that I knew as a young child was inside of like me because when I look back as me as a kid in school, I couldn't stay still, right? I had terrible HDHD. And no matter how much my mom asked me to be good, and I told her every day I was going to be good, I had great intentions, man. But as soon as I get to school and I do my work and shit, like it wasn't that I couldn't do my work. I was like one of the first kids done. It was that I was doing it and I had nothing to do. So I started messing with the kids next to me. Soon, I'll throw a spitball here or something, and then somebody will throw something and I'll get mad. And I just did that to them. Now I'm getting up, smacking them with a book, pow, right? Stabbing kids with pencils. I got one in my chest right here. I got a lead of a pencil. I just couldn't stay still, man. I didn't know what it was. Uh, and I always wanted to like tell my mom, man, I'm a good kid, Man, listen, I was just, but when I try to like memorize names and shit and do this like reporting shit and everything, it's just like I I have all the great intentions to remember people's names and stuff, but I think trauma as a child took that away from me. The ability to believe in humans growing up in Newark, New Jersey was tough. Everybody was always trying to con you. They was always trying to sell you some bootleg glasses or bootleg sneakers. The gold was always fake. Um, the bud was even fake. I mean, everything was bootleg. Um, and the world didn't look like it offered me anything, but like I had to be as cunning or as dangerous as them. That's what I learned. That's it. So like when I was like I came up with this shit, like not learning people's name, don't take it as a disrespect, or if I fuck up your name, don't take it as a disrespect. Just know that I'm just trying to change my ways, on a lot of fucking bad habits America taught me. America made me like this. Where the fuck you think I grew up at? America. Where you think I learned all this shit? America. Who taught me this? America. And I remember my lessons. Oh, America has taught me some serious lessons. Some serious lessons, man. And yeah, fuck. Like, I was gonna talk about some other shit, but you gotta watch what you talk about sometimes. People take it the wrong way. But yeah, boxing guys. And when you used to ride the short yellow bus with the helmet, you fucking dead right. I used to be rocking with that helmet on like this, licking the glass. Driving up. My mom's like, hey, where you going? Like, Yo, I was the kid. I would give my mom the white piece of paper and would have all the fucking, like you would have to glue the the noodles on the paper and make your mom a picture. By time I got the picture to my mom's house, there was 3 noodles on the paper. I ate the rest of the noodles with the gum, with the glue. Was rocking on that yellow school bus. And believe me, if you said something to me on the bus, when we got off the bus, we was getting it popping. What you say? Yo, I couldn't stay still. Yo, I couldn't stay. Yo, man, I fought so much, man, growing up. I wanted to be good. I really did. I really, really fucking did, bro. I drove my mom crazy, bro. Fucking drove that poor lady, man. Ma, if you hear me, man, I'm sorry, man. You know I am. That lady used to stay in the window and wait for me and my brother to get home. She wouldn't go to sleep until we made it home. We come home all hours of the night. Bro, I'm trying to tell you, sometimes we come home with some other people's property, right? Sometimes we come home all scraped up and she be there to bandage us up. Yo, my mom was a gangster though, right? Because she came from the same world. Although she wanted the best for her children, I know she did. She came from the same world. It was probably hard for her, a single mom raising 2 boys like me and my brother. We were off the hook, me and my brother. Oh man, I remember we robbed the gas station, right? So I get the gas station and I got all the money, right? And me and my brother, we coming up the street. So we did, I don't know, I think we did like 4 or 5 fucking crimes that day, right? We broke into a car, we got the gas station, we got fucking the bicycle store. It all happened in the same day. I remember. We had a shitload of shit. I remember when we got to the house. And we didn't rob the gas station like at gunpoint or no shit like that. Nah, it was a freak accident. Hey, just in case you're wondering, let me explain. Like we weren't like no serious criminal thugs, right? No, 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 no. What happened was the guy was working on a car in the fucking, he was like underneath the car. And I walked into the gas station to buy like a soda, and the register was there by itself. Bro, I pressed the button, the register opened. What do you want me to do? Let me get that. Let me get all that. Bro, he didn't even see me. I ran out. I'm running down the street. My brother's like, I'm like, yo, look. He's like, no way. I'm like, yeah. Yo, we was gone, right? So that's how we got it. It's not like we robbed the guys like, we like, hey, hold up. Now we didn't do no shit like that. It was on some fluke shit. So and then we get the bike and we got this, we were kids. And I remember like counting everything in the room. We had like all the shit on the bed, everything we had that day. And I had like the money in. My mom comes in, boom, like fucking Miami Vice. 5-0. What the fuck y'all doing in here? Poof. Oh my God. Where the hell did you guys get this? And she's reaching down, grabbing like her share of the money. Oh, wait, you guys can't be doing this. Right. So I'm like, yo, Ma. Oh shit, my camera went down. I don't know. I think it overheated or something. Oh, now it gave me the backup camera. That's fucked up. I'm like, Ma, what are you doing? She's like, oh, you guys put me through this. My heart can't take this no more. You know what I mean? Like, yo, we looking at her like she just came in and got us. She just came in the room and got us. We just robbed that shit. How you gonna get us, woman? right. But my mom, she had to do what she could with us. We were hard-headed kids, bro. We were raised in the inner city, man. We just had to do what we had to do to survive sometimes. It was a damn shame sometimes, bro. We used to actually legitimately rob the milk trucks outside because we didn't have no milks. We used to rob the hostess truck, the bread, the wonder. The guy would go in to deliver the bread, and we run in the back, grab loaves of bread and shit. We did all kinds of shit like that to eat, everything. Coming up was pretty tough. And these kind of like situations in neighborhoods in America is what molded me into the person I once was. And if it wasn't for the fact that I did have a moment of clarity where that there was something that happened to me in my life that stopped me in my tracks, that completely stopped me in my tracks. It made me it made me value my life, I can say. I for the first time in a long time, I really valued my life. And I guess that was changed me as a person. It made, it changes me today because I don't think I would have stopped anything. There was just no way. It's too lucrative. And when they say crime don't pay, bullshit. Yo, that shit pays pretty good. Yo, but at what cost? At what cost? And I'm not willing to pay that bill. Not today. I can't get taken away from Nala. Oh hell no. I can't. So, you know, um, I used to be like, I didn't care if I sacrificed the queen on the chessboard. I would manage. Now it's like protect the queen at all time. You know what I mean? Like, shit like that. Because you know, you gotta love yourself. I realize that in this world. If you don't love yourself and you're not down for yourself, you gotta be selfish with yourself. If you can't lock down shit for yourself, how the fuck you gonna help anybody else? Manage that. And then the people that are around you would either do one or two things. You can either bring them into your circle, they can become part of your workforce, and y'all could be stronger as a family, or you can have them hold down the home front and you can the workload. It could go down either way, but I would advise that way rather than the other way, right? These prison systems ain't getting any better. Woohoo! What's up, Koki? Edwin, Matias versus Dalton looking like January 10th in New York. Rumors are two that Shakur's on the undercard with Teofimo Lopez. Do you guys think that fight is really going to happen? I don't I don't know about this Tio situation, right? Just like I don't know about the situation with my goddamn fucking HD camera that just blacked out on me. What the fuck is wrong with this thing, man? Oh shit, it's mad hot. It's mad hot today. It probably turned off because it was hot. I just touched it. Yeah, so now it's got like the laptop camera on. But anyway, to answer your question, um, yeah, it's better for the Subriel Matias fight to happen in New York City rather than Puerto Rico, like Fresh Production wanted it to happen. You see, Fresh Production bought the purse bid for the Subriel Matias Dalton Smith fight, right? Now, what I think, well, yeah, it makes sense to put the Shakur fight on the Teofimo Lopez and Shakur on that because to tell you the truth, when's the last time Shakur Stevenson headlined one of his fights? He's like the co-main event fighter of the fucking decade. Shakur Stevenson. Now, Teal has headlined a few of his fights. He's dropped down, okay? But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's why I was thinking right now, quickly jumped inside of my head. I was like, do you guys think that Tio and Shakur is going to be a fucking co-main? And then I was like, yeah, I do think it. And now I stopped in my tracks right there. And I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Shakur. Yeah. Yeah. So, um, as far as the main event goes, Subriel Matias versus Dalton Smith, I don't give a fuck where you put these guys at. Dalton Smith is in for a bad night against Subriel. I think Subriel Matias is going to stop him. And it's going to be a tough fight for Dalton Smith. I don't think he's ever been in a ring with a fighter as such as likes as a Subriel Matias like that. Doubt it. That kind of pressure. A lot of fighters talk about it, like if they're ready for it, right? But until they get in the ring with Subriel Matias, they realize quickly they're not ready for that. They're not. He's just a different kind of animal. That's why he's called the boogeyman. I got Subriel Matias in that fight, but as it makes dollars and cents, it makes dollars and cents to put that fight in New York City. But now what you want to do is kind of surround that fight with a couple top Puerto Rican fighters up and coming to also give them notoriety. If Subriel Matias can put, because you saw Xander Zion in the ring with Juanita Lopez, and it's showing the unity, but both fighters were Puerto Rican, in fact, in that fight with Juanita. So, it's just we have a Puerto Rican champion in Subriel Matias right now. So, definitely, I would try to stack that card with some good upcoming Puerto Rican prospects and things like that of that sort in there. Keith Colon is fighting in October. I want to get you guys the date on it. I thought it was October 18th, but don't quote me on that. That's right. That's what I was doing. I was supposed to go on and look for, just in case if you guys are interested or getting tickets, you could actually look him up. That's Keith Colon. And it's important to support our young upcoming fighters. And it's great. It's great because you can actually say, I was there from the beginning. I saw all your fights, and there's a lot of these fighters. I've seen all their fights and I'm watching them come up. Not all of them pan out. Not all of them pan out. Okay. H2O, my man. You got to do something, right? Lucas bodied you. Get over it. Jesus. Not all of them pan out. Okay. Is Keyshawn Davis going to turn this around? I think he can. I haven't given up on Keyshawn Davis. I think Keyshawn Davis is a great fighter. He's good anyway. He was good enough to be a world champion, damn it. Good enough for me. He's just got to turn it around. Right now, he's getting a bit of the cold shoulder from Top Rank. He did this to himself. What can we do? Right? Okay. So, with all that being said, Abdullah Mason is now going to be competing against Sam Notes for his title. Let me tell you guys right now, Sam Notes is talking. He's talking like he gonna walk out with that belt right now. He said he don't give two shit the hype train that is Abdullah Mason. Sam Notes said he don't care. He said, let me tell you something. We the same. Ain't none of us ever been a world champion. Ain't none of us, And as a matter of fact, didn't he get dropped twice? Abdullah Mason? Sam Notes is talking. And he's saying, yo, I don't care how remarkable a talent Abdullah Mason is. He ain't beating me. I'm like, all right. Young Abdullah Mason now. I think what we're gonna see is a very well prepared Abdullah Mason. Is what we're about to witness. I think it's gonna come down to who wants it the most, who wants it more in this situation, in this fight. I think Sam Notes is a pretty decent fighter in his own right. I really do. I think he has a good combinations. I understand that those combinations look good to a guy that's standing or on the ropes right in front of you. So you can shine on guys like that. I don't think that ever going to be Abdullah Mason. Abdullah Mason likes to take control at the center of the ring. He likes to utilize his legs. He likes to fight long, rangy, and he's not scared to mix it up on the inside. He's got great speed, good power, Abdullah Mason. And, you can't make rookie type mistakes, green mistakes on him. As you can see, when that guy tried to, I think it was a Mexican guy, he tried to throw a weak jab over Abdullah. Abdullah timed him and knocked him out. Quick, he made a read like that. He said he's going to throw that stupid jab, and he did, bop, knocked him out. So Abdullah shows that he's well-versed in boxing, well-versed. And he's not afraid to mix it up. Now, when he got caught with that what was it, a right check hook? Because the homeboy was lefty, wasn't he? Or was it a left? He got hit with the left. Yeah, he got hit with the left because he was coming off. Yeah, he got hit with a left check hook, right? But that's that guy's power shot because I think he was a lefty, right? So when Abdullah, but the bottom line is when Abdullah got hurt, he got hit in the fight. One, it was a punch he didn't see. So when you're getting off the ground, you're a bit confused of how you got there in the first place. If you cannot identify what you got hit with, you don't know what to look out for, right? Okay. So he's out there again, mixing it up and does the same mistake and gets clipped again in the fight. But remember, he dropped the guy. Now, interesting enough, if you go back and you watch that fight, hold up. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second, guys. I want to show you guys something. I got to give you the other guy's name just in case so that you guys can look him up. Because if you guys want to look up the fight, I can give you better information on who he fought, what the fight was about, et cetera, et cetera. So let me just get a second right here. I'm gonna look up the young man right here. I gotta get him because I gotta be honest. I want you guys to go back and look at this situation, what happened with Abdullah Mason, that you could see what I'm talking about. Okay, Abdullah Mason is 19 fights. He has 17 ways by knockout. He's undefeated. He's 21 years old. Okay, currently in the world in his weight division at 135 pounds, there are 2,603 registered fighters today. He is currently ranked number 6 in the world. As American fighters in that division, there are 295 registered American fighters. He's number 5 at 135, ranked at, worldwide. Okay. So that's Abdullah Mason. He has a 74-inch arm reach like that. Okay. So let's go down. I want to check him out. Who was it? Was it Vasquez? Johan Vasquez? That's exactly who it is. Johan Vasquez is the one that dropped him, Abdullah Mason. Now, when he dropped him, the difference between Abdullah going down and him going down, I want you to, this is why I bring it all up. When he goes down, he twists his knee. His knee, you could see him when Abdullah hit him. He hit him so hard that he couldn't even support his fall. That means that he was lifeless at some point in the fall. He had no control. Like Abdullah hit him, boom, and Abdullah knocked the life out of him. When he was falling, he woke up. Maybe when he hit the ground, I don't know at what point he woke up, because you can go out with your eyes open. Just because your eyes are open doesn't mean you're all there. You could be like, bing, and get knocked out with your eyes open. I've seen that 100 times. You ever see a guy get knocked out with his eyes open? Like that? Doesn't mean you're like this? He's not there, is he? So your eyes doesn't tell the truth. At some point, he went out, and he tweaked his knee. And then when he got up, you could see it. His knee was like this, and then Abdullah took over. He not, but he hit fucking Abdullah again with excuse me, with the shot, the same shot, because that's what I was talking about. Abdullah didn't know what he got hit with. He didn't know what he got with. He hits him again with the same punch. Boom. But that one he saw it. He got hit with, oh shit. Okay. And Abdullah got up and whooped his ass and stopped him. But the reason why I bring up that situation, that's what Sam notes is one of his best weapons, is the check hook, the left check hook. Sam notes has a great left check hook downstairs to the body, and he has one upstairs to the top. He's good with it, but didn't notice the people he's landing on it, and the fighters he was fighting against weren't movers, weren't really good movers. So But I know Sam Notes is in the gym right now, fucking training, doing everything possible. So I expect to be a really good fight. Um, may the best man win. I got Abdullah in the fight, of course. I'm going with the American, of course. What's up, Mikey B? Floss versus Tiger Johnson. Woohoo! I was talking to Tiger in the Top Rank gym in Las Vegas. At the opening of my credits, you see I'm talking to Tiger. I'm like, yo, Tiger, say something to the camera. And Moreno was there in the gym the day I was talking to Moreno, the one that lost to Garcia on Top Rank. Pro Box just last night. So I was talking to Tiger Johnson. He's a lot taller in real life than I thought. For one, Tiger Johnson is like 5'10". He's like 5'10", roughly around there. He was like that much taller than me. He's a slender dude. He hits pretty hard. He was hitting the mitts. He was in the gym. I was hearing him. He was like, pow, 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 pow. I was like, yeah, and that's going to be a real interesting fight, man. Damn, the fact that they're fighting each other. I like both fighters, man. I like Tiger Johnson, man. I've been watching him throughout his career. Man, I that's a tough one right there. That's a pretty tough one because I'm gonna go with the Puerto Rican. Come on, guys, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's that bias shit, right? Right? Shit. I don't know. Tiger, you can't say it's a new division for him no more because he's already acclimated to the division. He's there. So now it was knocked down in the what? Hold up. Warfare? Inoue was knocked down in the first round and stayed down. He was more hurt than. Okay, you're comparing them. Okay. Well, not necessarily more hurt or more aware of the situation and what you needed to do if that ever was to occur to you. You see, when you talk about situations and people compare one person going down to the next, that is something you do not have information on. No one does. When the hell ever in a boxing gym has a coach said to you, today we're going to practice the knockdown rule? You're going to get punched in the face. You're going down. And when you go down, I want you to do this, 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 and this. Go. Beep. When do you practice getting knocked down? In a gym? Never. Right? So what are you told to do if you ever get knocked down? And the way you learn these things is by watching film and watching other people get knocked down. And you hear your coach, your teammates, colleagues, they all say, what you should have did? Naoya Inoue did the right thing. When he got knocked down, he went down, he took a knee, and he looked up. What did they say? Don't stand up too fast. If you stand up too fast, the room's going to start to spin. Okay? And what you got to do, if you're hurt, clinch them one time. Get your bearings back, your wits about yourself. Know what to do what's the next step to do? Abdullah Mason, you know what he did? He gets knocked down and he starts engaging with the dude. Luckily, he didn't get caught again right away. Well, he did. He did in the same round, okay? And that was his inexperience. To know, you see, Naoya Inoue might have been less hurt than Abdullah Mason, but he played it off the way he needed to. Whether he was hurt more or less, he did what he needed to. Stood down, got up slowly, get your wits about yourself, proceed in the fight. Abdullah Mason's a young eagle. He goes down. What's he think of? Oh, shit. The whole world just saw me go down. Let me get back up. I'm up. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I'm ready. That's being young. That's being young. That's not what to do when you get knocked down. And maybe Abdullah wasn't as hurt. Maybe he sprung up because he really wasn't. Flash knockdown. Boom. Oh shit. But what happens when you confuse a flash knockdown with a power knockdown? And Abdullah jumps up thinking he could do the same thing he did last time when he got knocked down the first time. I did it then. It worked then. Let me jump up now. His head's going to start spinning. He's going to start wobbling. And he's going to start looking at the ref like, don't you stop this fight. Don't you stop this fight, ref. I'm good. Who the hell is... Oh, shit. Oh, this is the girl's family coming to get her. Okay, I know. I see somebody pulling my driveway. I'm like, what the fuck? My daughter got her friend over the house. And it's Saturday, so they're downstairs, and my wife is doing girl stuff with them and gluing stuff, and they're all sewing things, and let them do their thing. All right. So anyway, but that's, you know what I'm saying, guys. Mason KO in 6. I think Mason flattens no. Yeah, yeah. You know, the reason why I'm reporting boxing right now, right? I'm covering it. So throughout the years of me being on this YouTube channel and stuff, I learned my mistakes. I learned why I say things. Well, I've said some crazy things before. I've said some great things. You know, it's all learning curves, and it's all boxing, right? Okay. But the reason why I know I'm picking Abdullah in this fight, because I've seen him more in America on Top Rank. I know very little about Sam Notes. I'm not on that side of the world. But on that side of the world, they don't know nothing about Abdullah Mason. They know Sam Notes. They don't know who the fuck Abdullah is. Abdullah who? Abdullah Smura. I don't care. Sam Notes. You know what I mean? That's that side of the world. That's why I think Abdullah's going to flatline him, because of the fact that that's what I see. I see our young talent right before our eyes. And I got to admit, that's exactly what he is. Young, talented Abdullah Mason. Right? I don't know nothing about this damn Sam No dude, and where the hell did he come from? But when you look him up, you realize he might not be a bum. You quickly realize that when you see his highlights. And Abdullah doesn't have any big name that yells out, oh shit, wait a minute. Sam Notes ain't never fought nobody on the likes of this guy that Abdullah Mason has fought. No, he doesn't have that. But neither guy has that on each. Well, Sam Notes guys might be just a little bit better, to tell you the truth. Yeah. It's arguable. It's argumentative. You know what I mean? But both young fighters are given an opportunity. And let me tell you guys something right now. There are fighters right now, 30 plus fights, have never gotten an opportunity at a world title. Nowadays in fighting, you got to fight 15, 20 fights undefeated just to be talked about getting a world title. There's so many people in boxing. One loss can cost you 2 years easy in your career, a setback. Nowadays in boxing, you got to stay almost flawless just to get your first world title fight. And I can't tell you how many times guy has stayed undefeated and been promised fight eliminator after fight eliminator, world title eliminator after world title eliminator, until they finally lose and never get that title fight. It's hard. And the fact that these two men right now are getting a shot at a title early in their career like this, it's great. It's great. It's great. And Top Rank is definitely looking for their next big star They could have had two big stars with Keyshawn Davis and Abdullah Mason because they own both of them, right? And they saw one star go down. What did Top Rank do? Put the other one right up there, baby. Next in line, you know? And I always tell you guys this, right? It's funny. The boxer comes into boxing, they win the world title, and they think the world title's theirs. That they are the IBF world champion of the world. That they own the belt. Sometimes boxing got to remind them who's the real boss. Bro, you champions come and go. That belt stays right here. We are the organization. We make this world stage. We provide you the world stage. And remember, you're at your job. This is what you do for a living. Okay? It says professional boxer. So act accordingly. And some of these boxers win these belts and they try to tell the organization what to do. Usyk, I ain't fighting him. I'm fighting Tyson Fury. Strip. Saul Canelo Alvarez. I'm not fighting him. I'm fighting him. Strip. You're not the champion. We give you the permission and the ability to compete for what? Our belt. Our organization belt. And you can do what? Represent us. That's what's really going on here. Okay? So sometimes in the boxing world, we got to put things in its perspective and what's valued and what should not be valued. And these belts, let me tell you something right now. I don't care. My screen, I got to put my other camera up, but I don't care what any boxer ever tells you. I don't care what Floyd Mayweather is saying. I don't care what Andrew Ward is saying. You got to look at who's saying what you're being told. And sometimes when you're being fed a lie, it's good to check the source. Floyd Mayweather came out not too long ago and told you belts don't matter. Andrew Ward came out and told you belts don't matter. Well said from two men that won a whole bunch of belts in their career. You were undisputed, weren't you, Andrew Ward? You mean that means you fought until you had all four belts. And when you hit your pinnacle, then you retired. You have the audacity to tell the next wave of kids belts don't matter. Why would you do that? Oh, that way they don't go after belts so they don't beat your records, so that your name lives forever in the history books. Because as soon as you put the stigma that the best award in your sport, all of a sudden, it's meaningless. It doesn't matter, right? So, and then Floyd Mayweather comes out and he says the very thing, right? Floyd Mayweather comes out and he goes, "Oh, belts don't matter." Really? From a guy that fought the most world champions? Didn't you fight like 23 world champions and you take pride in that? How many belts do you have? 5 weight divisions throughout so many belts, right? So how could a man with that many? Oh, I get it. You don't want the Tank Davises of the world, the Camille Moultons, to start getting belts in multiple divisions or fighting multiple world champions, because eventually they have the potential of beating you and taking you out of the record books and putting their name above yours. Very smart from a man that doesn't want you to compete for belts. Sometimes we gotta pay attention on who's telling us this. How the fuck are you gonna advertise belts don't mean shit when you're the guy that won like the most belts in all of boxing? That's all you did. Look at this. Belt. He's probably got one on. He does. Belt. Like in your pictures, Mayweather. This is all you got. Belts don't matter. Really? Fuck out of here. Lying motherfucker. He's lying. He just don't want these kids to take him out the When you're on top like that, when you walk into a room, everybody looks at you as Floyd Mayweather. You got the best records in all of boxing. So why would you want people? He's like, I want Tank Davis to get bigger than me, to break record gates, to make the most pay-per-views. I want Tank Davis to surpass me on money. You said all of that, but yet surpass you on legacy. You want him to pass you on gates, pay-per-views, everything that has to do with not having your name cemented in the Hall of Fame and legacy, as have your name live on forever. Your name is not going to go down in the history books for selling the biggest gate. You're going to have to look that up on Wikipedia, right? Who's the fuck is? Yo, remember that guy that sold the most gate in the highest pay-per-view? Yeah, him. No. I'm going to remember, yo, who the fuck won the most belts? Oh, him. Who has the most weight divisions? Him. Who did? That's the guy I'm going to remember. Who fought this guy for all 4 belts? Him. Who went up and him? I'm not going to remember the guy. Oh shit, remember that guy? He sold like so many tickets? Yeah. What was his name? Exactly. Exactly. And Tank and a lot of these guys fell for it and their career went right by them. Now, how does Tank feel about that? I wonder if Tank ever felt silly. I wonder if Tank's ever figured this out. That Floyd Mayweather set him up. Floyd Mayweather had him going after the wrong thing. That all that money he made, just like Saul Canelo Alvarez. Don't you understand that if you would have fought those fights and got those belts, you would have made yourself a king? On one night, all the money you thought you would have left behind, you would have got it all back. How much money did they pay Saul Canelo Alvarez to fight Terrence Crawford? 100 and what million? Can you say what? One night. And what gave Saul Canelo Alvarez that payday? All those belts. You mean to tell me that Saul Canelo Alvarez, beltless right now, beltless, can walk into the division 168 right now? And I don't know. Let's see. Who's there? He's probably number 1 everywhere. Saul. You know he ain't dropping down in ranking, right? Saul Canelo, number one. These dirty mofos. Oh, but the IBF don't be playing, huh? The IBF say, get the fuck out of here. Holy shit balls. The IBF doesn't even have him ranked. Saul Canelo Alvarez. WBC, expected. He's still number 1. WBO, he's still number 1. If he was to fight Hamza Shari right now, you think Turkey's going to give him $150 million to fight Hamza Shari? You think that, and that's the next number 1 guy. You think that Saul Canelo Alvarez can get anywhere near $100 million just to fight Hamza right now with no belts? What gave him that payday? Those belts. Proving that you're the best. Proving you're king. That's what those belts say. That's what all these belts say. They speak louder than words. Remember when Victor Ortiz tried to take a shot at newly crowned Xander Zayas, right? Zayas? And what did Xander say to him? Bro, I'm a world champion. You're not. Shut up. And that was the end of that conversation. That was the end of that shit. Virgil Ortiz couldn't say nothing. He took his little WBC interim title and went scurrying away. Like a wounded little dog. Don't talk if you live in a glass house. Don't. Trying to call Xander a bullshit champion. I am champion. Watch your mouth. And when you address me as champion, not interim. Go that way, Virgil. Yo, son them real quick. But belts don't matter? What you mean belts don't matter? that means that you're the best. That means that you're the best. You're at the top of the food chain. That's what that says. They do. They do matter like a mofo. Don't let these dudes lie to you. I like both fighters too. Damn. Yeah. I have to go with Flies. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I mean, yeah, it's the Puerto Rican in us, right? Yeah, right? But I gotta admit, Tiger Johnson is tough. That kid he's pretty tough. He's pretty tough, and this is gonna be a good fight for both of them. I think this will be the beginning of a great rivalry. I think whoever wins or loses in this fight, both men got the potential either going on to become world champion and maybe reliving this fight later. And maybe one guy could be a champion, another guy can be a champion, and boom, we could be seeing something materialized. And the storyline would, well, we seen the first fight, X, Y, and Z happen in the first one. Let's see what happens tonight. She fights like this. These are those tough fights, like Juanita Lopez, De Jesus, when he fought that other dude in Puerto Rico. Those two guys, they had like one guy had like 2 professional fights. Juanita had like 3. But make no mistake, that fight's going to be relived. I have a feeling that fight right there is going to be relived when both of these guys are further along in their career. Those were those kind of special kind of fights that you got early, that you got some of the best prospects and lower guys compete to become contenders. And they fight their way out. Like Juanita right now is fighting his way out of Puerto Rico right now, it seems like. Just like Naoya Inoue fought his way out of Japan. Just like Saul fought his way out of Mexico. You had to beat the top of your kind first to establish dominance, to prove I'm the best. And now you embark and try to conquer land. You know what I'm saying? Let me go get that belt in UK. Let me go get that belt out there in Japan. Let me go get that belt out here. Let me get that, you know what I'm saying? And then it proves to the world what kind of champion you are. Now, that's in a good world. Not all the time it works like this, because not everybody wants to take the fight. Not everybody wants to fight Oscar Collazo. As you can see, they dragging their feet, because Oscar Collazo would have had all those belts if it was up to him. And I believe that. I look in that guy's eyes. He's not full of shit. I've been lied to a lot in my life, and I'm sort of a bullshit master at times myself, right? But I can tell a bullshit master, right? And that's not one. That's not one. You could see the sorrow and the depression and the fucking pain that comes with boxing in his eyes. You can tell he wants these fights. He wants to unify all 4 belts. You can see he wants to be the first Puerto Rican to ever do it. I can see his passion. What's stopping him? Them other dudes. They don't want to fight him. Why? Because they want to remain champion. That's why. Because if you put those other champions in with my boy, Puerto Rico's going to get that. And I pray that we get that. I pray that we get our first. Before I die, that's something I want to see. I've already seen Puerto Rico get a champion in every weight division, all the weight divisions. But what I've never seen is an undisputed Puerto Rican world champion. That I've never seen. Miguel Cotto couldn't do it. Trinidad didn't do it. None of them did it. I mean, in a 3-belt, from the 3-belt to the 4-belt era at least. The 2-belt, 1-belt era shit, nah. It's just only 1 belt. You can't count that, right? So in a 4-belt era right now, where we're at today, it's never happened, but I got some strong, you know how they say possibles in spade? How many you got? Right? If we were playing spades right now, right? I got 1, right? Which I believe is going to be undisputed, right? And Oscar Collazo. So my hand would read, I got 1 book, right? And 9 possibles. I I got 9 possibles. They can all potentially be a book. Right? If you know how to play spades, you know what I'm talking about, right? Because Xander could pull it off, 160, maybe. You know, you beat one guy, Janabek, he has 1 belt, maybe 3. You get one, knock him out. There you go. Maybe he gets all 4 belts, then potentially fighting him on one night. There you go. However we get it. You know what I mean? Then you got a lot of good. Listen, Juanita, he's in a tough division. He's just he's in a he's in a tough division. Keith Cologne's in a tough division. They're in really the odds for them to do it is going to be tough. But I've always seen in boxing where things kind of like sometimes fall in place for you. You never know, guys. You know, this guy gets 2 belts and he's supposed to be fighting X, Y, and Z, and he gets injured. All of a sudden, you get a phone call, fucking 30 days notice. Hey, can you make the fight? You're damn right I can. And you knock him out, and all of a sudden, you got 2 belts out of nowhere. Like, you know what I mean? Like, boxing can move fast and it can move slow. Sometimes right place, right time. You know, you get the phone call before the other guy and you say yes. Sometimes it's the win in the word or the sacrifice. Sometimes you may get the phone call, but you don't like the dollar amount. And you believe you're worth more. But sometimes in a boxer's career, there has to be give and take and sacrifice. And if I'm getting a phone call for a world title, but I'm not getting paid what I feel I'm worth, well, then I'm not in it on this fight for the money. No, I'm in this fight for the world title. Because if I win that world title, my money will come after. My money will come in a unification, other fights. I'll get my money and what I left on the table for the fight. So, you know, it's sacrifice. It's sacrifice and knowing when to do this. I mean, once upon a time, I really criticized Shakur Stevenson for not fighting Devin Haney for all 4 of those belts. It was said by Devin Haney's father, Bill Haney, and Shakur Stevenson in an interview himself that he had denied the offers. That one of them was like 25% of the purse and the next offer was slightly above that. But he didn't have no belts in this equation. Devin Haney had all 4 belts. And regardless if you felt like you were getting your fair share in that situation, bro, I would have fought you in a Walmart parking lot for all 4 of those belts. Did you say all 4 belts? Yeah, that's all I needed to hear. That's legacy. That's everything. That's everything I ever dreamed. Listen, like wrapped up in one night. It is fucking, and I say this all the time, it is hard enough to win 1 belt. Just 1 belt in the sport of boxing. Just 1. It's hard enough to win 1 belt. Never mind 4. The minute you win those 4, guess where you're going? Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. You're going to Hall of Fame for all 4 of those belts. If Errol Spence Jr. is going to Hall of Fame for 3 belts and he never got 4, according to most people, is Errol Spence Jr. going to the Hall of Fame? I'll wait. How many people feel that he should go to the Hall of Fame? Errol Spence Jr. And people would fucking argue with me tooth and nail that Errol Spence Jr. is definitely going to the Hall of Fame for 3 belts in 1 division. So if he can go to the Hall of Fame for 3 belts in 1 division, what would 4 belts do for you? You're going to the Hall of Fame. So look, man, belts do a lot for you. You know, they solidify you as the fighter that you claim to be. It proves your body of work. It speaks about where you've gotten among your peers at your job, right? You know, it's like that one guy at the Bubbler. I'm the best worker here. And you look up on the board of Employee of the Month, every fucking month for the past 12 months, and it's just pictures of you. You. But he's claiming to be the best. Bro, my picture's up there 11 times out of 12 times a month, and Susie got it last month because I was sick. All right? You are not the best worker here. You're just by the bubbler, crying, telling everybody a damn story about how much you do, but you know what you need to be is getting your ass to work. And then you get your picture on the board. But your picture's not on the board because you're not the best. And you could claim to be the best boxer in the world, but you're not. Why? Because you don't got the belts. Keyshawn Davis said, why would I fight for that belt? I'm going to have to pay 3% more. Bro, I have never heard a champion talk like that. They got that kid brainwashed. That's crazy. You're talking like that while having a belt, while you know you're losing your belt at the scale, and this whole fiasco is about to take. No wonder you said that. No wonder you said you don't want to pay for more, because you're about to lose your belt on the scale, not even in the ring, which speaks to your lack of discipline to your sport. The worstest thing as a champion to lose your belt, the worstest things you do not want on your boxing record is to be stripped for a world title in any form, like Saul did, like Demetrius Bivol. You don't want that on your record, your boxing record. Why? Because when you're stripped as a champion, it means that at somewhere, some point, the organization felt you weren't living up to your championship obligations to the division. That's what that says. In order for them to strip you, because you could sue them, you could take the organization to court. They're fucking racist against me, biased. You could do shit like that, right? But the organization has to prove its case on why the guidelines, they stripped you of their belt, and they felt like you were no longer going to represent the organization, right? Okay. So you don't want the word stripped tied to your boxing record. Some people looked at that like it was a plus for Saul. Oh, he's two-time 168 undisputed champion. That's not a plus. That is not a plus. That means that you failed to live up to your obligations, and they took your belt away from you, and they felt this other guy was a better champion. So you went back and corrected your mistake. Just because you went back and corrected your mistake and put things back status quo doesn't make that, two-time. For that, a boxer would just go in there and deliberately lose his belts 4 or 5 times and just keep winning them back just to pad up the stat. I'm 5-time division champion, undisputed. Bro, no. What stops you from doing that is the fact that boxing reminds you, they tap you on the shoulder and go, yo, that's not a plus. That's actually a asterisk, an X on your record, Saul. And yours, Demetrius, and any boxer to ever get stripped. You don't want that. That's bad. So these are the type of things you don't want your name attached to. There's certain types of champion situations and ways that you can lose your belt. Being one of them on the scale, that's embarrassing. You mean to tell me you're the champion of the world and you're not a professional? So the champion missed weight. We would think that the challenger, or maybe a lower rank that doesn't got his shit together, you're the world champion. Bro, boxing has no patience. You miss weight, stripped, and you can still fight the fight, win the fight, and walk out that night with no belt. Don't disrespect boxing, boxing says. Be a professional. Act like a world champion. Make weight. When Gervonta Davis lost his belt on the scale, that's not a positive. Bro, that is a negative. At 130 pounds, he went on to win another belt. But you notice they don't talk about that belt. You do notice that, right? You know what I'm saying? It's because it brings up the negative part of the belt. You would have to bring that up with it. So yeah, there are a lot of things that you do not want to be associated with. It's not good. It's not. A lot of people like, so, oh yeah, 168 twice. He unified the belts twice. And I'm looking at these people like, you guys act like that's a good thing. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Me, I'm the kind of nutbag fight fan I am. I like stats. I like statistics. I like the truth. The truth. And I'm going to go back in the record books and go, hey, he was stripped, right? Oh, did not meet obligations as a champion? Huh? Did not meet the obligation. It means that they thought that you were less than a champion and that guy was a better. Shit. Yeah, man. That's why when they talked to Usyk, they gave Usyk the sword. You know what I'm saying? And boxing will do that for you. They know your time is up. You're in a corner. So either way, you're gonna lose this belt. So do you want to get stripped and you want to go down in the record books as being stripped? Or do you want to vacate the belt? Here's the sword. You know what I'm saying? Do it yourself. So Usyk sat there. You know what I'm saying? Ah, took out his guts himself and gave the belt to Demetrius Daniel Dubois. He gave the belt to him because they asked him. Either way, he was going to lose the belt. Usyk. He was in a situation he couldn't get out of. To tell you the truth, he screwed himself. Sometimes before you sign these contracts and shit, you should check with the organizations to see what they're doing with their belt before you make future plans. Because when he signed that rematch clause with Tyson Fury, although him as an athlete, he locked in on a rematch clause with Tyson Fury, not the organizations, the belts. The belts told him, yo, that's great that you got a rematch clause for all this money. That's awesome for you. But you're at work. We have a time schedule, the IBF, and you need to defend this belt. So when he said, if I leave, then Tyson Fury will sue me. And he was right. He would get sued by Tyson Fury if he went and fought Daniel Dubois for that IBF. So he was stuck. The organization, the IBF, had him on the phone and was like, "What are you gonna do? Like, we're gonna take our belt from you." And Usyk's like, "Yo, but you guys knew I was," and they're like, "No, that's your personal thing with him. That's your own personal thing. That has nothing to do with us." And they gave him the sword, and he said, "Nah, I'm not going down as being stripped. I'll just vacate the belt." And it's a better way of going down than being stripped. Being stripped is horrible, but vacating the belt is a little bit more honorable death than being stripped. What's up, frontline?
What's happening?
What's going on, my compadre? How you
Ain't
doing?
shit. Shout out to the
You,
chat.
yo, you watched these fights last night? Huh?
Yeah, man.
They were good, huh? I like them. I like the fights last
Yeah,
night.
that Moreno versus Garcia fight, that was a banger.
That was
Um
probably the best, most exciting fight on the
it
card.
it was exciting because if you rewatch that fight,
Mm-hmm.
Moreno had the first 5, 6 rounds, or maybe the first 5 rounds.
Yep.
Then Garcia started turning it around.
Right.
And I still think Moreno pulled it off.
I think he did.
But you got to give it to Garcia though for turning it around.
Ah, Garcia started picking up Moreno's timing. He was really connecting with that check hook, that fast 1-2, uh, uh, 1-2-4 combination and shit. He was putting his hands together, but I felt that Moreno was responding, right back to him. Like
Yeah, he was. He was.
Garcia would hit him with a good, good, pa 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 pa, and good. But the next Moreno would do something, and then
Yeah, the
sometimes Garcia would
sequence.
get, yeah, and Moreno would go up one or two sequences like pa 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 pa, and then Moreno would come up and do. And then I thought at the closing part, I thought Moreno fought very strong, very strong. I like the refereeing. I talked about it on this, that the referee made a good call even when they went back and showed it. Uh,
So so
yeah, that wasn't a knockdown.
I would say when I watched it for the first time,
Mhm.
I thought it was a knockdown.
Mm.
But then when I rewatched it, yes, he got hit. Then he threw a punch and lost balance after. It's not like he fell during the punch. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Right, 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 right.
yeah. Hey, just gotta address Infinite Warfare. I don't know if he's trolling. He tried to be funny. I mean, he got me laughing, but he's trying to say that Tank
Oh,
is
Infinite
the.
Warfare, I've been seeing. Is the what? What'd he say?
No, he's saying that Tank is the face of boxing.
No, 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 no. Infinite Warfare. I don't know if you've been under a rock or anything like that, but I was actually at the press conference in New York City when he was asked this very same question. Tank Davis, Jay Paul, I would like both of you to make your claim for being the face of boxing. And Tank Davis, out of his own words, out of his own mouth, said, "Brother, I am not the face of boxing. I'm just a man that boxes." Okay. The problem that a lot of fight fans have with Tank Davis, they put their expectations on Tank Davis's career. When Tank Davis, the entire time, has been telling you since day one, he's been telling you what? Belts don't matter. I'm not fighting for legacy. I am a prize fighter. I fight for money. He fights for biggest gates, pay per view. And who started him on this was Mayweather. Mayweather, it was a big key part in Tank Davis's success. When he got big, what sold out Tank Davis's fights in the beginning was the fact that Mayweather was in attendance. Mayweather called out his friends to a Tank Davis fight. All those movie actors, athletes, everybody, the who's who, they weren't there for Tank. They didn't even know who Tank was. They were there because of Floyd Mayweather to buy a ticket to get a glimpse at the legend. That's what sold Tank Davis's fights. Now, after that, Tank did the rest. Tank did the rest. Tank brought the pain, brought the knockouts. Tank did what he was supposed to do. Yes, correct. Okay? But, but Tank Davis is not the face of boxing. He never has been. He's been the cash cow of PBC and Floyd Mayweather. He's been their cash cow, that version of a cash cow for them. But accomplishments wise, I don't want to burst your bubble or any Tank Davis fans, but I got a little exercise you can do. Why don't you go to BoxRec or go to anywhere on Wikipedia and look up Tank Davis's record? In actuality, Tank Davis is a 2 division world champion. He has 2 belts. That's it. That's all he's ever had. That's all he's ever get credit for in the real boxing world. In the in the make believe boxing world, he's a 3 division world champion because he beat Mario Barria at 140 from some Milky Mouse belt that had no. Because at the time he beat Mario Barrio, wasn't Josh Taylor have all 4 belts? So how does Mario Barrio have a belt? That means that belt don't mean shit. Just because you have a piece of a world champion, you're not a world champion until you have full status. You could be any regular, interim, Pacific champion, North Korean champion. I don't give a fuck. Unless it says super champion, then you don't have full status. And if you only have a piece of a world championship, what are you? You're not a champion.
Look, he's saying now, round one. Come on, bro. Floyd passed Tank the torch. We know that. But here's an argument I can say. He's doing the same thing with Kermel Moton.
Yeah, but he's ruining Camille Moton too, Floyd.
Right.
I hate the fact that a young talented fighter like that, because listen, Floyd Mayweather has all the intentions in the world to make a great fighter. He just doesn't have the time. See, Floyd is out there enjoying his money, his women, his lifestyles. His heart is in boxing. He just doesn't have the time to really manage these kids, and that's what sucks. See, Floyd Mayweather is not a real boxing promoter. He's just a fighter. You know what I mean? And Floyd is not book savvy. He's not, his intelligence, his genius doesn't doesn't lie in books, numbers. That's not where Floyd's genius is. Floyd's genius lies in the ring. He's well smart. He's a fucking genius in a boxing ring, you know, but he couldn't manage fucking Africa, Richard Hitchison, fucking all these young fighters that have already left his stable. Floyd Mayweather has lost a lot of great fighters, and he found a lot of good talent. He had Tank, he got Camille, he had a lot, bro. And I mean a good stable of fighter. Floyd's life is like this.
Edwin, let me ask you a unbiased question.
Yeah.
Who's more of a cash cow based on numbers? Tank or Ryan?
Ryan who?
Garcia.
Oh, Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia, of course.
Thank you.
Oh, Ryan Garcia is way better. Tank needed Garcia to get money like that. What are you talking about?
Thank you.
Without Ryan Garcia, Tank doesn't make none of that shit. He doesn't break the Barkley gate. He doesn't do none of that shit. He needs
Infinite. Welcome to boxing class 101.
Fuck out of here. Tank Davis. Yo, you guys ever notice that in Tank Davis fights, when he broke that Barclays Center, they were letting the numbers for Tank Davis, the gate number. You could go on the internet. They'll give you what he made, what he grossed. Yo, they were so proud of Tank Davis. Have you noticed of late they haven't been releasing the numbers for any of the Gervonta Tank Davis fights?
Because he ain't making the numbers.
No,
Ryan Garcia.
No.
Ryan Garcia. Look, he's saying, why Ryan begging for another payday then? Ryan's not begging for another payday. Ryan is begging for his get back because everybody keeps saying that he quit. He got hit with a body shot. He kneeled and he stopped.
Different. Ryan Garcia doesn't need Tank Davis when Ryan Garcia for a payday. When Ryan Garcia made double his last fight than Tank made on his last fight. So let's just leave it like that.
And not to mention, Ryan had a hard time. Naldo just said it. Ryan had a hard time making weight because of the rehydration clause against Tank.
Yeah. And the rehydration and the fucking weight clause. But check this out. right? So Ryan, like you said, Funline, he's not begging Tank for a fucking fight for a payday.
All. He wants his get back.
He wants his get back. That's different. He wants to get it back in blood.
These damn casuals.
That's way different. But you know, and remember, casual, that you're sitting here. Not one of us have said anything bad about Tank Davis. Just remember that before you get
I have.
better, right? Tank Davis does not suck as a fighter.
Yes, he does. You want to know why?
Wait. I'm saying it. He's a very skilled fighter. He's a very talented fighter in my eyes. I'm a critical person. I can criticize Tank Davis, right? And I can point out things that he's not done and done. Doesn't mean I don't like Tank Davis. I think he's very good for the sport of boxing. He's very exciting to watch. Very powerful. He just hasn't fought the level of opposition I would have liked him to fight, but that's my fault as a fan. That's my fault because I've been talking this whole time to say this. We have not been listening to Tank Davis, the fans. We do not listen to this dude. We put all our expectations on his career. We expect him to fight champions. We expect him to unify. When Tank's telling you, I didn't say that. When they offered him the fight against George Camboza, before Devin Haney got the fight, you know what Tank told him? He told George Camboza, you want to fight me? Vacate all 3 of the belts and I'll fight you. That's what he told him. Vacate all 3 of the belts. Tank's been telling you for years, I'm not fighting for belts. I'm not fighting for that. I'm fighting for that money, the bag. Tank said, I've been fighting not because I love boxing, but I wanted to get out of my situation. I didn't want to be poor no more. I didn't want to be in the house alone while my mom was out all hours of the night. I didn't want to be outside while gunshots were going off and my friends were being killed. I wanted out of my situation at any means necessary. Tank Davis. And he's not about to please you. You know? So once you learn what Tank Davis is as a fighter, he's a prize fighter. And once you understand him, you know, you just like for instance, right? I was in New York City and I was watching the Jake Paul thing. Now, I'm disgusted by this fight, first of all, right? But I actually, while I was in New York City, I saw the fight for what it was. For what it was. And I keep judging Jake Paul as a boxer. And in this situation, I'm judging Tank Davis as a current world champion. And then what I had to do was back up. And I had to judge the situation for what it was. Wait a minute, this is not a boxing match. You are not playing by the professional boxing rules, thereby makes it an exhibition. Thereby, I cannot hold you to boxing standards. How could I judge you for boxing standards just because you're wearing the same equipment? Just because you got the same equipment on doesn't mean you're doing the same thing at the same level. So what do we have here? We don't have a boxing match. We have a fight. A fight.
See, here's what I don't like about Tank. Yes, I give it to him. He's got skills. He's got real good ring IQ. What I don't like is if you look at his resume, every fight he's had, especially the bigger fights, he's got these clauses that he puts into the contracts. That's one, which it's okay. It's part of the business. But the second thing is that he either brings up or brings down the fighters from a different weight class.
Okay.
Prime example, I think, my opinion, I think he's a natural 130-ish.
Of course.
He might be able to even make 126.
That's
He's
what he
he's
is.
that small.
That's what he is. That's what he's always been. And the reason why he puts weight clause on all these guys, some people might see it as a negative on Tank Davis, but I actually see it as a positive because he's tired of all these big guys coming down trying to cut a lot of weight to fight him. For that one time, Keith Thurman would have pulled it off when he wanted to fight Tank Davis. Because you can allow this guy to cut down 30 fucking pounds and then blow up 25 pounds the night of the fight just to come in and try to bully a much smaller guy. Now, Tank Davis, naturally, he's a small dude. What Tank Davis, where he's actually maxed out, almost maxed out at 135. 140 be pushing it, right? You saw him how fat he was. So he's just a little guy fighting in a much bigger division. For me, he's a natural 130 pounder, 126. That's where Tank should be at. But there wasn't no big names down there. And you'll get out of the glamour division if you go at 126. The glamour division starts at 130. So he entered 135 because the Four Horsemen was there and it was developed. So he had the stigma and the buzz that at one time he would potentially clash and fight these guys, but it never happened. So he had the right recipe to fool you to pay to see his fights because he is an electrifying fighter. But Tank Davis is thinking about the end game. Okay, there are a lot of fighters that believe by this warrior code to go in there and punch your brains out with the best of the best. But in 20 years from now, when we go see that fighter, it doesn't seem like it paid off. He's stuttering, shaking, can barely keep his thoughts together. And that's the price you pay for this brutal sport. Now, Tank Davis can take comfort in, I think when he ends his career, he's gonna have some wits about himself because he barely got into any real good fights.
Nope.
Okay, so he's gotten all this fucking money, and he didn't have to fight the best fighting the best. And you're about to retire with the bag, bro. I can't call you stupid. Okay, you pulled it off. People can't do that shit. Because Tank went for like 10 years fighting nobody. It's unprecedented how he kept getting away with it. He kept getting away with it. Every single fight after fight. Oh, it was just an unfortunate event. We couldn't get that fight, but we got this one. And all of a sudden, you bring up fucking Lamont Roach into the equation. None of us asked for this Lamont Roach fight. And now all of a sudden you got Lamont Roach on the wings, left to dry, because now you shitted on him for a Jake Paul fight when you shouldn't have did this to Lamont Roach. We never asked for this. And now Lamont Roach wants to sue Tank Davis because this is just messy, Tank. This is messy. What are you doing fighting a guy at 130? You're the 135-pound champion. This is just a messy situation, and it's all due. And who has fault to this? Tank Davis. This is all his fault. This is all his doing. We didn't ask for any of this shit. I don't want to see the Lamont Roach rematch neither. Listen, I never wanted to see the first one. Now, but if you ask Lamont Roach, he deserves the rematch.
Yes. Hey, when did you get your hair done, Edwin?
Huh? 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Okay? And listen, look, Lamont Roach fought him well. And I believe, rightfully so, he deserves a rematch. Morally, he deserves a rematch.
Yeah, he does.
I think he won the fight, bro. Okay? But he didn't belong here. He never belonged in this equation. He's not even in this fucking weight division, bro. You brought him into this, Tank. None of us knew anything with Lamont. We knew who he was as a fighter. Yeah, I'm not gonna say I didn't know him. Yeah, I did. Because he beat Hector Lewis. But that Tank made blind and shit. But anyway, the other 130-pound champion, Tank brought up. That's the second one. So, we didn't want the Hector Luis Garcia one, but I understood it. I understood Hector Luis Garcia was a warm-up fight to the Ryan Garcia fight. Remember that. They were supposed to both take tune-ups. Ryan opted out of his tune-up, and Tank followed through with his. So we accepted it for that because it happened on that time. But what about now? You know, when you had the Lomas, when you had the Shakurs, when you had everybody in the division, you opted to fight Lamont Roach. And then after you fight Lamont Roach and you give that kind of performance, then you opt out to fucking turn your back on Lamont? After you had him already starting a training camp, you guys were going to sign to the rematch. Tank Davis gets arrested for his girlfriend. That violates because he got a court case. So he had to avoid the contract, which voids the contract. No sooner that he voids the contract, I'm fighting Jake Paul. Come on, bro.
Come on, sauce right there.
Come on, man. Right? So I'm just like,
I think he's afraid Roach exposed him once, Roach will expose him again. Now, mind you, all this happens because Roach was Tank's sparring partner. Yeah, so they know each other, and it's the same thing with Jermaine Ortiz and Lomachenko.
Right. I don't think that he's afraid of exposing more than I'm afraid that Tank doesn't want to accept the challenge.
Look at Mick. Mick says, you see someone has been editing his Wikipedia to try and make Tank's titles super titles.
Yeah, probably so. Probably these dirty motherfuckers. Boxing's a dirty sport. It really is. It's a dirty sport. And it's the only sport where you can say something and the boxing world won't blink an eye. You could say outlandish claims in boxing and you really don't have to back it up. You know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous. Tank Davis, 3-division world champion, walking in the ring. Yo, you know how many years they announced Tank Davis as the world champion with that Mickey Mouse belt around his waist? Devin Haney had all 4 belts at the time. How the hell are you the world champion? How? And then before Devin Haney had 4, George Camboza had 3, and before he had 3, Tio had him. So at what point was Gervonta Davis a 135-pound champion? I'll tell you when. The night he fought Frank the Ghost Martin. That's the truth. When Devin Haney vacated the belt, they wanted to upgrade Tank Davis, and Tank Davis couldn't accept it because he said he didn't want to be an email champion because he criticized Devin Haney for that. So Tank Davis opted. He said to the WBA, I'll be the champion, but after I fight Frank the Ghost Martin. So if I beat him, then I get the status as a champion because I actually fought someone.
Well, here's a
But
fun fact from Mick. He says, even funnier, they've got him defending the 135 belt in one fight and winning the super featherweight belt in the same fight versus Leo Santa Cruz.
what? Jesus Christ, are they lying for that man? Just to try to keep him up. Wow. Did you guys see how they took Terrence Crawford's age out of Box Rec? All the way until he was fighting Saul Canelo Alvarez, they removed his age. Why?
They didn't want Canelo to get his ass whooped from an older
No,
person.
gambling odds for Vegas. Because when people go to check up the odds and the age and everything, that comes into play. So they didn't want to sell it like he was so much older than Saul. They wanted you to avoid all that. Just look at the names. Saul, Terrence Crawford. Ooh. Bet. Spend your money. Boo.
Hey,
No?
can I bring you back to your thoughts on that Flaz versus Johnson fight?
Yeah, what's up?
How do you see it?
Like I said, I like both fighters, man. I like Tiger, man. I like Tiger. I like Flaz. I'm gonna have to take Flaz because just my heritage, bro. I can't go against the grain, baby. But I Tiger. May the best man win. Whichever man does pull it off. I hope the best for either guy. I have the winner in the fight. Let's just leave it like that.
Yeah, I got Flaz in that fight.
Okay. Here goes front line. This is what he's gonna say. I got flaws in the why. I got flaws in the fight, and let me tell you why. Okay, now front line.
No. I'm not gonna tell you why. I'm just so both fighters. I think Tiger looks much better at 47. Much better.
Yeah.
But Flaz, I don't know, bro. I think Flaz is just his skill level has improved so much since his loss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think to be honest with you, Tiger has the skills to outbox Flaz for not to outbox, but to box him for 12 for 10 to 12 rounds, whatever that fight's scheduled for. We got to see how Tiger takes a punch, how he reacts to a Flaz punch, and I'm starting to see a trend here that a lot of top rank fighters are starting to go on to pro box.
You seen that?
Question is it going to be a temporary thing or
It's a temporary thing. It's just that they're keeping their fighters active. Top Rank is pimping out their fighters right now, trying to get a deal with a streaming service, just like they pimped out Naoya Inoue to Facebook. And this perception, like Ness on the Boxing Voice, is coming out and telling the world that Naoya Inoue doesn't sell in America, and if he was a big seller, don't you think one of these bigger streaming platforms would have been offered him something to stream his fight on? And that can't be further from the truth. What's really going on, and if you want to know the truth, come here to Round One Sports Talk. I'll educate you. Okay, that's a no-brainer. Top Rank went around looking for the Zone, and if you didn't know this, the Zone did show the Naoya Inoue fight in the UK over there, but they weren't given permission to show it in America. This is why, right? Because when Bob Arum went to these places, they know the fighter that is Naoya Inoue. He sold out that Tokyo Arena with 55,000 people. He's a superstar, rock star out there in Japan. And he's slowly becoming a global superstar. So when Top Rank went over there and told him, yo, can you stream it? They said, yeah, if he signed for a 3-fight deal. 3 fights. And Bob Arum was like, no, I only need it for 1 fight. And they said, well, no. You think we're going to help you out, Bob Arum, and allow to show your fighter for 1 night using our platform, but you're not going to allow him to fight his next fight on our platform? And you're not going to bring us money? So you just want us to help you out, Bob, for the sake of helping you out with one of your biggest stars, Naoya Inoue. So I'm pretty sure every major American streaming service was not going to bend over to help out Bob Arum and Naoya Inoue for 1 night. They wanted a deal. They want you to commit to them because they're committing to you. What are you doing for me? So when Ness comes on and says, Naoya Inoue ain't no big star in America because blah, 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 because all he's done is spew and throw up, right? About how Naoya Inoue ain't getting signed to these big streaming. Brother, it's a business. So you know what? Bob Arum went to Facebook, and Facebook said we would be honored to stream his fight. And they did for 1 night. Because Facebook didn't lock him in through a 3-fight deal like the rest of these streaming platform services. That respectfully so, business is business. I'm not here to help you out, Bob Arum, and you're a Japanese fighter. But if you commit to us, we'll stream them. And that's how that goes. That's called business etiquette 101. Right? Without spewing out lies on the Japanese dude. Because he's one of the hottest things coming up in all of boxing. He's probably the most skilled boxer we have today. I didn't say he was the toughest. I didn't say he could beat everybody's ass. Because I don't think he could beat up Usyk, right? Because at a certain point, you know, your skills ain't gonna, you're just too small. But I do admit, and I do agree, that he's probably the most skilled boxer I've seen in this generation, is that Japanese dude. He doesn't, out of all the skilled boxers I watch currently in today's era, the Saul Canelo Alvarez, the Terence Crawfords, the Usyks, the Jamel Charlos, the Errol Spence Juniors, you name it. Every time I see those guys fight, I got to admit, every one of them except Terence Crawford fights the same exact way. The next guy. Saul fights everybody the same exact way. Usyk fights everybody the same exact way. Errol Spence fights everybody the same exact way. They all fight their fight except Terence. Terence and Naoya Inoue, I've never seen a Naoya Inoue fight where he fought exactly the same. Never. He keeps switching it up. He keeps adding new wrinkles. He does different shit. He'll fight you in your fighting style. He'll move. He'll stay there. Everything. He's always evolving as a fighter. And that's what I really like about him, because it's hard to devise game plans to fight a guy like that. You might as well not watch none of his film, because you're going to be as confused as fuck. Because when you study film, if you was to study Saul Canelo Alvarez, you could come up with a game plan to beat him. Look at Terence Crawford, what he just did. Prime example. When you study Usyk fights the exact same way every single fight. He's patient behind the jab, works off the jab, quack. He's quick for heavyweight, moves upstairs, downstairs, and he shoots the right over the top. He's the same thing. Errol Spence Jr., same way. You name countless of boxers. You got film on them. You can study them. Not the great ones, though. You don't know if Terence Crawford's going to come out righty, lefty. You don't know if he's going to come out distant. You might as well not even watch tape on him, because you're going to be as confused as... Same thing. That's the same problem you got with Naoya Inoue. Same fucking problem. It's just tough to lock those guys down. Teofimo Lopez fights the same way. Shakur, the same way. They all do. Whatever they were good at, they just get better at what they were good at. That's basically it. It's basically it, bro. But the
Yo,
elite,
how did we get to talking about your long lost son?
my long lost son, Anelia Inoue, right here. Listen,
How did we get to your long lost son off
why?
of a Nicholas Flage versus Tiger Johnson?
Because listen, it all leads. The roads all lead to greatness. When you're talking about boxing, when I'm talking about basketball, I don't judge basketball by the fucking janitor. I don't say, hey, the janitor on the Chicago Bulls was nice as hell. No, I say Michael Jordan. So when you're talking about a sport, it usually leads you to the greatest in the sport. That's what conversations, because when you're comparing like some of the best, you always use the best to prove your logic. You know, if I was in Floyd's era, I would be using Floyd. If I'm in Naoya Inoue's era, I would use Naoya Inoue. That's why I think sometimes I end up to him, because my mind goes right to the best, to the elite fighters right away.
Hey, I don't think you did a live after the fight, but that would it be fair to say that Goyaso's the Filipino Slayer?
Oh no, no, he's definitely. I already talked about Koyasu on this show. I already talked about him earlier in the show, and I said it. I said that Koyasu has the potential of being the first undisputed
And
Puerto
undisputed,
Rican
yep.
champion, and but in a good world, these guys don't want. They just don't want to fight him
Well,
because I
supposedly
think
Jerusalem's in negotiations for
yes, so
January
wasn't
with
Puma.
him.
Yeah, yeah, man. Listen, you know what?
The the only one I see giving Collazo difficulty is Tadurano. I think that'll be a tough fight for Collazo.
I always thought it would be a tough fight, but why isn't the fight being made? And it's not because of Koyasu. Because
Well,
I can honestly say that he wants to fight him.
right, but the first go round, according to a statement that Collazo made on a Spanish channel, is that Team Jerusalem was asking for way more money than what the fight was even worth.
They were
And
pricing themselves out for a reason.
correct. So that's why the fight didn't happen, but they were in negotiations. But this time around, they are in negotiations, and it's supposed to be happening sometime mid June, mid January, somewhere around there. And then they're hoping to get the undisputed if he beats Jerusalem. They're planning on going for undisputed sometime in June-ish, probably towards like Puerto Rican Day parade type deal. Those are the plans for Collazo, according to him. What you thought about Xander Zayas up on the ring with Juanita at a pro
Res-
box event?
Respect, brother. Showing other Puerto Rican fighters unity and showing that we can support our fighters. You know what I'm saying? Uzi fought the same against. Look. Check this out, guys. Okay, before you go down this Usyk little debate, let me reveal the curtain. You know, like in The Wizard of Oz, is like, don't look behind the curtain. Don't pay. And he's like turning the wheels and shit, right? Okay, so I'm about to take the curtain and reveal it. Before you start to go on this conversation of Usyk being the greatest heavyweight in the world, I just want to, reveal something to you. How is he the greatest heavyweight in the world? In his last 6 fights, he fought 3 people. His last 6 fights, he fought 3 people. Although he fought those 3 people twice, he fought Tyson Fury twice, AJ twice, Daniel Dubois twice. You're just a repeated fighter. You got 6 fights, but you only fought 3 names. And with 3 names, you're the best heavyweight in the world? Go pack that bullshit up and sell that shit somewhere else. Because on this block, you're not getting away with that. You're not the best for fighting 3 people. You fought one guy with 3 belts, and you fought another guy with 1 belt.
And not to mention, in my opinion, Dubois won that first fight.
Okay, with that body shot. Not to
Yep.
also mention, that your claim to fame with Usyk is, let's just break down reality, people. The truth. You fought a Tyson Fury that's coming off getting knocked down in the fight against Francis Ngannou that was making his professional debut. You beat that Tyson Fury. You didn't beat the Tyson Fury that went on the 3-belt run that beat Deontay Wilder. Not that version of him. You beat the version of Tyson Fury that got off his couch on his 3rd comeback tour. He retired already 3 times out of boxing and almost got his ass handed to him by a guy that was making his debut. You beat that version. Okay, then let's talk about the version of AJ you beat, Usyk. You didn't beat the undisputed, the undefeated, the undefeated unified AJ. No, you beat the AJ that got knocked out by a 5'10" Mexican dude eating a Snickers bar. That's who you beat. And by the way, you didn't knock out AJ. You went 12 rounds with him. You went 24 rounds with AJ. Dubois brutally knocked him out. So you couldn't do that to AJ. So you went against the guy that's already been defeated. That's the version of the AJ you fought. The guy that's been knocked out. Okay? And then the version of the Dubois you fought was a pretty good version of him. But he was scared of you. It looked like he was scared of you, right? He's a young fighter. Dubois looked like he turned his career around, and then he shot an egg. And then reports say the night before that, everybody had him up, drinking wine and everything the night before the fight, Dubois. The young man shit the bed. But in actuality, all you fought, 3 guys. That's it. You ain't got 19 world title defenses. All right? You ain't fight Ken Norton Jr., George Foreman, Joe Frazier. You didn't fight all the fucking legends, Muhammad Ali, like real. You guys are so caught up in the moment, and the heavyweight division is so thirsty for a new great heavyweight champion. It's been hurting so long that they got to fight each other 10 times because there's nobody else. Shit, the Saudi prince there, fucking Turki Al-Sheikh, was about to wake up that old champion. What's his name? The one that AJ beat? The Klitschko brothers. He was about to get him up because heavyweight boxing is so much in the garbage. It's so much in the garbage that the next heavyweight guy we're thinking is who? Torres? Torres.
Hey, Mick wants to know. He's saying that's nonsense. Round 1. Who should he have fought then?
Who Usyk? There's nobody there. That's what I'm talking about. Nonsense. Name me someone in the heavyweight division that's worthy. Parker?
Well, to play
Zan?
devil's advocate.
Huh?
To
Who?
play devil's advocate, I would say if there's nobody to fight, they have to stay active.
Yeah,
They
no.
have to fight, so they're gonna fight whoever's available.
Right. That's all he got. Who's ever
So it's
available.
not his fault.
Okay,
He can't fight nobody because
you
there's
know who's
nobody to
available?
fight.
You know who's available? 3 guys. That's who's available. Because apparently, that's all you fight. 6 fights. 6 fights, 3 guys.
He said, "Be real, round 1. Ali didn't fight a war, while Usyk did."
Ali didn't fight a war. He didn't fight George Foreman. That people actually thought he was going to be killed. Usyk never went into a fight that the people were actually thinking he was going to be killed in the fight. People were crying at Ali's feet. Ali, please don't take this fight. George Foreman's going to kill you. Did you see how he picked up the guy that beat you, George Frazier, with a punch? He lifted him off his feet. Ken Norton broke your jaw, Ali. Broke your jaw, Ken Norton. And he knocked out Ken Norton in like 15 seconds. George Foreman. George Foreman was a fucking monster of a man. Knocking everybody cold the fuck out. Everybody Ali ever got in the ring with, he knocked out. And not only that, he was old. He was old. I mean, Ali wasn't even a fraction of the man he once was. He gets off his couch, off of retirement. and comes in, and you say he wasn't in a war? What?
Hey, Robert wants you to name one heavyweight or cruiserweight that beats Usyk right now.
One heavyweight or one cruiserweight that beats Usyk right now? I think Josh Parker would actually give Usyk a run for his money right now, the way he's looking. I think that also there's also bigger punchers that got stopped. Martin Bakoli would be real dangerous for an Uzi type fighter. I think Uzi will beat him. I think Uzi will beat Martin, but you can't sleep on Martin Bakoli. Parker Zhang is another big Chinese puncher. I don't think he got better skill than Usyk. No, because Usyk is faster at heavyweight because he came from cruiserweight. Now, Nick Lopez, right? Najee Lopez. You give him a little bit of time and you put him in cruiserweight. I think he'll make a good run there.
Najee's a light heavyweight. Yeah,
I
we're
know.
talking about him going up 2 weight classes.
But we'll give him some time. That's where I think he'll end up in.
Hey, so Meg wanted to correct you. He said, "Nah, Ali went to jail for not going to war, while Alexander went onto the front." So he was talking about a different type of war.
Yeah,
He's talking about the war like Ukraine with Russia. Ali never went to war. He went to jail because he didn't want to go to war.
Okay, and then Usyk never went to war neither. So what are you talking about?
He was in the front lines against Russia.
Who said that?
That's what Mick Doonan said.
Oh my God, Mick
and
Doonan.
then Rob said stop the cap about I guess the people you chose.
Oh, okay. No. Stop the cap on that bullshit that he served on the front line in some fucking war. Please listen. Wait. Hold up. Look. Yeah. Wait. I wanted to use this. Yeah. Did you hear that right there?
Those are the breaks.
Look right here. Shut the fuck up. He was on the front line in a war. Next thing you're going to tell me Lomachenko is there. No, when boxers and musicians and them, they're there for moral support. They go there to talk to the soldiers. The toughest thing Usyk ever had in his hand was a microphone. Don't feed me that bullshit. He had some rifle. He was on the front line sniping freaking Russian soldiers. I don't buy that for a fucking second. You can't even feed me that bullshit. That will never, ever happen. He was never in danger, Usyk. He was 30, 40, 50 miles away from the nearest danger in a tent giving the fighter, the warriors a speech. Just like Lomachenko did. Just because they took pictures of you to try to dress you up like you're in the army, you're a boxer. What the fuck you know about a rifle and a bullet right through your forehead? You think they dumb? You think Usyk, Uzbekistan, whatever, where Uzyk's from? Where's it from? What do you call that?
Ukraine.
Ukraine. You think Ukraine is that dumb? They're gonna really take Usyk and put him on the front line and potentially get him killed for their country. You think that's how that works? With no military experience, he just hopped out of the ring Wednesday. They put a gun in his hand Friday, and he became a killer overnight. You believe that? Wake up! Wake up! There's no thing, and bro, it just doesn't make sense. There's no way in the world you're gonna take that man or Ali and put him on the. You got to give him at least basic training. He's got to do at least 6 months, a year of basic training, at least. Then from there, then you could put him on something. But he's never even got that.
Nah, it's different when you're talking about American military. These are look at Israel right now. Israel gave
bro. It don't matter. I don't give a fuck who you are. All right.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Edwin. Hold on. Let me ask you this. All jokes aside, if another country was to come invade America right now, and the American government, well, let me rephrase that because we got guns out here, but in your neck of the woods, guns are not allowed. You're telling me if your government came up to you and knocked door by door, giving you rifles to defend the homeland, bro, they're not gonna put you through training.
Here's the problem.
You're gonna defend the homeland by any means necessary.
Okay. Here's the problem to your scenario. First of all, when they went knocking on the doors, Usyk wasn't in the town. He was out here.
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
so he was never knocked. They were never
And Loma
knocking on
too.
Usyk's door, right? Okay, now check it out. The difference between the people that they have no experience, that they knocked on your door and they take your first son and they leave you one son if you have 3 sons, and they're that type of shit. They still give those guys some kind of training before they put the gun in their hand because they're liable to shooting themselves. Okay, so you got to still train them a little bit, and then you throw them out there. Whether it's a week training, 2 weeks training, they give it to them, right? The difference between that kid and Usyk is a powering figure.
He's a public figure for Ukraine.
Right. You can use him. He's more valuable to boost up the morale of the soldiers than just to put a helmet on them and a rifle and send them in the first wave. You're going to lose him. He's going to get killed. He's going to get killed. For what? What benefit did you get out of that guy? What benefit did you get out of Lomachenko?
Hey, Cook, he wants you to drop the link in the chat.
You know what I'm saying? There's no way in the world Lomachenko was out there killing Russians. It's bullshit.
Nah, I think
bro.
I think
guys,
they were.
No way, fucking way. You guys believe that shit?
I think they went out. I don't think they were in the front lines either. I don't believe that.
No,
Just like the two heavyweight brothers.
They never shot a rifle. Usyk ain't never killed no one.
Hey, what's the two brothers that from Ukraine, the Klitschnikov or something like that?
Klitschko's?
The Klitschko's or Klitschnikovs or whatever.
Yeah. What about them?
They were actually out there on the front lines.
Okay.
They're retired. Those guys, yes.
Yeah. I'm not saying that every guy has it. There's been special forces guys that fought in the UFC. There's been guys that have fought in Mexican military. They were like a captain in a military. You could believe, sure, he's a killer. He's actually taken lives and came into a sport for a combat sport. Yeah, there's men like that. And in a combat sport with rules, those kind of men don't fare well. Not all the time.
No, I do agree with you that I don't think they went out there for the front lines. I think they went out there for the moral support.
Moral support, 100%. Get Usyk there and get him back.
But you got to understand, those countries like that, where they come from, they're proud of their country. So yes, they're gonna fight back if they're getting invaded.
Okay, now let me finish my thought.
Go ahead.
Let me finish my thought. This was it. When they were walking around knocking on door for door, just like you said, Usyk wasn't there, which brings me to my next point. He voluntarily turned around and went over there, which speaks to he already knew his position when he was going over there. You understand? It's not like the country said, all hands on deck. All the citizens that are here right now, no matter what, you need to put a gun in your hand.
No, they did.
Okay, but wait. Stop. You need to put a gun in your hand. You need to represent the country. The people that weren't there, they were already in America. Where they were from could not extradite them out of America they don't got that kind of power. Usyk and Lomachenko were already here. Loma was in California. There's no way on God's green earth that fucking Russian dudes, Usyk and Loma, come back home. We need your guns here. That never happened. They were already in America. They volunteered to go over there and speak to boost up the morale of the soldiers. They don't need his gun or those 2 guns. You guys are established millionaire fighters. That country doesn't even have the money to export either of you guys right now. Every dollar they need is in that war.
Yeah, I can't sit here and say for certain, but what they did, if they fought front lines or they didn't fight front line or whatever, but Robert says they went out and fought because they wanted to, not because they had to. And then Mick corrected me, it's Klitschko. He was the mayor of Kyiv.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't believe not Usyk, not Loma fought for no country. I think that the best they could do is to just show their face. If the soldiers see Usyk or Loma, that's their champions. I would, if I was a Russian at the time, I would freak out too. I'd be like, "Oh shit, fucking Loma, and this dude ain't talking for us." You know what I'm saying? I would too. It would boost up my morale.
Well, it
You
makes
feel
sense
me?
because that's like when over there in Saudi Arabia or Afghanistan or wherever they was at, the American soldiers, 50 Cent went out there to perform for them.
Yeah. No, we do it all the time with our
Yes,
soldiers.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, Doja Cat went out there. Fucking a whole bunch of guys have gone out and perform at our military bases to boost. We do that all the time in America, all the
So,
time.
round on, come on.
What's up, brother?
That's not true, man. Like he went from he went in 2022, flew to Poland,
Hmm.
drove to Kiev, and joined the Territorial Army. The
Who
TA.
did?
Usyk,
Who?
Alexander Usyk,
He
in
Who's
did.
it?
2020. Yes. He defended his titles, and right after the fight, he flew to Poland and had to drive from Poland to Kiev. He went and joined the Territorial Army. That's a fact. But like you're talking about Usyk. He never really fought anybody, and like that's what's there. Round one,
No, no, no. I didn't say he didn't fight anybody. I said he fought three people. Hey, he fought somebody. He fought three people.
probably the three best people in the last 10 years. No,
Hmm? What?
probably the three best people in the last 10 years.
Arguably, possibly, yes. Yes.
Possibly the last 15 years.
Yes. Yes. That's what we have. Tyson Fury, AJ, and Dubois is pretty good. I'm not gonna say, but AJ and Tyson Fury, yeah, I gotta give you two for that. They were
So,
holding the crown from that, and then they beat the man that beat the man. You know what I
so
mean?
I didn't really think that AJ and Fury are top world class heavyweights, elite, shall we say? I
Right.
would I would say that like somebody like Povetkin was a much better fighter than them.
Yeah, but he
Povetkin
hasn't fought
before.
Povetkin.
Oh, they didn't. They avoided Povetkin until like he was
Uh,
40.
mm-hmm.
But Fury never fought him. Fury's only fought two world champions.
Yeah.
That's it. At least Joshua kind of went on a way to fight champions, but
Mm-hmm.
that's all it's there. It's a poor division, but he
Right.
went defended his belts on their backyards, won the belts. Be good to remember he is a small heavyweight
Mm-hmm.
compared to the guys. The guys were
Oh, well, Usyk, you see, I got a problem with that.
so if you
Because
look at
Usyk's
him,
not a small man.
he's 6'3".
He's big. He's a big motherfucker, bro. It's just that these guys are the heavyweights of today's era is like 6'9",
If you
six
look
eight,
at
like the
if you
freaking Tyson Fury. The heavyweights are just getting bigger. But in actuality, when you meet Usyk, I didn't think he was a small dude. I'm like, man, listen, this is a big dude, man.
see if you look at him for when he fights, when he fights Marius Bredis and look at him there to
Right,
then fighting Derek Chisora
right,
and then looking for there to fight Fury, like he's not a big heavyweight. He is not a
right,
big heavyweight. He looks like a
right.
middleweight when he fights Bredis.
And you want to know something about the heavyweight division? Like me and you were discussing right now about how good actually is Usyk and being measured in the era of boxing that he's in, and we can only judge you because of that. And I don't mean to like act like I'm putting Usyk down because I'm pointing out these things. It's not his fault. He doesn't have his equal. You know, like his nemesis, or no one's been able to do that because to explain, just to give you a picture of how the last 15 years of the heavyweight division has been in the skill level, just answer me this one question. Uh, Dante Wilder was the heavyweight champion for how long? He had over 40 professional fights and 40 something knockouts. And Dante
Yes.
Wilder, with one right hand, was able to do all that in an era where all it took was one right hand. You didn't need a jab, footwork, nothing. That's how weak the heavyweight division is.
Also, has never beat a world champion.
Huh?
So Wilder's never beat a world champion.
Listen, let me ask you a question. Does Dante Wilder become heavyweight champion in Ali's era?
No, he's probably the worst heavyweight. Sorry, he's probably the worst heavyweight champion technically ever. apart, apart from probably Charles Martin, because he was a champion for a bit. But like Deontay Wilder's never beat a heavyweight champion.
Or Buster Douglas?
Well. See, or Hasim Rahman.
Right. Hashim Rahman.
So
Yeah. I mean, but he defended it at least. And look how it speaks to how weak the heavyweight division is, that a man like Dante Wilder was able to get away with it being a one-trick pony for that long. He was actually a one-trick pony. And he went on a remarkable run. But when you look at his record, it's like his list of fighters is a bunch of owls. Who the hell are these guys? And it's just no one there. So the heavyweight division has really been struggling. And then fighters like Anthony Joshua made it interesting out in the UK. But we never got that fight with Dante Wilder and Anthony Joshua. We never did get it, did we? So, and then, the Klitschko's fell to Joshua. Joshua took over from there, and then he fell victim to a 5'10" Mexican, right? And Andy the Destroyer Ruiz that came out of left field that I didn't even know who the hell this guy was. And he was the one that knocks out AJ. So, and then it's like, what the fuck is this, right? So you're starting to look at it, and then I really respect Anthony the Destroyer Ruiz, because once I started to see him for a fight, he's actually fast for a heavyweight, and he got smart hands. He's pretty decent fighter. He's just a little small. Now that's a small heavyweight right there, and the Destroyer Ruiz. But and then, yeah.
So what I'd say about Joshua is his marketability. Probably
Marketability, yes, appeal, yes.
Far. But Eddie Hearn also taking a risk as well. So when Charles Martin won that the vacant belt, I don't know who even beat. I can't even remember. Eddie Hearn paid like $3 million or something to get the fight for Joshua, but then he kind of then was more marketable that way. But when you looked at Andy Ruiz, like Joshua was always chinny, like moving back straight lines, chin in the air, and it was only a matter of time. But the Andy Ruiz one, remember he was a late replacement for that fight as well. Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, he had like 5 weeks to train for the fight.
What's up, Cookie? How you doing?
I was trying to get on. Sorry, guys. I had issues. My bad, Nick.
Yep.
I don't think it was even as long as that, because it was Jarrell Miller failed the drugs test, didn't he?
He failed it not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Yeah, so,
Jarrell Miller. That is crazy.
But Andy Ruiz caught him in. But then you've also seen, like, when Joshua was caught with punches, it was chinny. But as you say, there isn't great heavyweights there. Like, they're on about Moses Atama. Good, decent, but
I like him.
The one to really watch is a guy called Leo Atang.
Yeah.
He is about the same age as Atama, but Atama always like avoided him as such, so they've never fought.
Really? Okay.
He's about 3-0. He's just went pro. But Leo Tang,
but he only has 3 fights.
But he's the one. He is the one to watch.
All right. Well, I've been on Atama right now. I like him as a fighter. I can't say that this guy. I don't know nothing about this guy you're talking about too much, other than he has 3 fights, and like, I've never heard anything about Atama avoiding him. But if I had to guess, Atama's leading the way for potential heavyweights right now in my category. I love what I think. You know what I mean?
Round 1. Do you hear about Crawford getting arrested?
What are you talking about? Give me the news. Come on.
Well,
what's going on?
He had the parade in Nebraska. It was a big parade, and I don't know the backstory, but I know he was pulled over. I just saw the video like 5 minutes ago. He was pulled over, and the cops had him at gunpoint. They had the gun on him, so he said he doesn't have a gun because whatever was in the video, the officer who was approaching him said, he had suspected he had a gun. And so they pulled Crawford out, and he got booked in the I'm not sure what county jail, but this happened last night. and
What?
the video itself just got posted about like 2 hours ago
In Nebraska.
in Nebraska. Yeah, you know where he had the parade, right? He had the parade to celebrate, like, I think, no, not the parade, but his birthday. You know, like it was his
Right.
birthday and shit.
Right.
So he spent the night in county jail, but I don't know for what, because you know he was in the whip with family.
And
Yeah,
it
so-
goes to show you, right? It's like, yeah, this is Nebraska's son. Woo! Arrest him. Yo,
That's true
like,
though. That's true, because
what
you know,
the fuck? Like,
out of all
man.
days, is your birthday. You just beat Canelo and you get arrested in your home state. To me, that's like you know,
Hey.
Nets and them. They're gonna be talking about that all week on the
Damn.
Haney Voice. But
Mhm, mhm.
It's funny because when he got
On the
at
Haney
that
voice.
parade, he got the key to the city, and he said, "This is the second key to the city. What did he open?" No, the meme's got to be
Right.
opens the jail cell. Yeah,
Opens a jail cell, right? The keys. They gave him the keys to the city. Yeah. It didn't open them handcuffs. Damn it, this ain't the key.
man, that sucks.
Yo,
man.
that's
Like,
sad,
the
bro.
last
That's
place you want to
fucking
be
sad.
for your birthday. You know, you want to spend time with your family.
And
the
it's
last
always
thing you
that
wanna do.
one fucking cop that wants to go
Could have
above.
been, they saying that it was a Canelo fan.
Probably a Canelo cop fan. Probably was a Mexican cop. You're going to jail, buddy. Oh, you're going down. Guess what we found in your car? Cocaine.
Oh man, whenever you see the video, man, I know Frontline probably got it too, but
I gotta see it. I gotta see it.
Yeah, I got the alert on it. I haven't seen the video yet or actual footage on what happened, what transpired.
it's sad.
But they did say he was leaving the parade,
Yeah. Okay.
and it happened after the parade. That's the only information I got.
Damn, he didn't even make it home after the parade. He just like he didn't even let this motherfucker take a shit. He could even go home, just relax with his family. You know, fucking damn. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on in Nebraska, but you know, that's the United States. You know, you get arrested.
Right.
You get arrested, man.
Right. But what I was saying about that war shit is that it doesn't make sense to take your most famous and popular people that can really boost the morale of the country and put him on the front line and take the potential risk of him being killed. Now, I also understand fighters and crazy men, right? Like us. We're crazy, right? We're the type of guys that if our city was to go in a war, just because we were just formal fighters, we just got fight in us, we're probably going to grab a rifle and head out to the front line because
No
by
pun intended.
nature, you're a warrior. There's different levels to being a warrior. Like today, we don't have to be in the Coliseums being chased by a lion, but make no mistake, we're still fighting on world stages, just sanctioned rules, and we want to manage our fighter a longer period to be able to see him longer rather than being eaten by a lion on his debut.
Yeah, but Edwin, it's different when you're fighting for a title belt than fighting for your country.
No, it's not.
It's 100% different.
There's not 1% difference in my mind.
100% different.
There's no difference. Well, in my mind, there's not 1% difference. That you can't even convince me.
You're
Fighting for a
talking
title-
about you're talking about a fighter's state of mind. Like
Right.
in your mind, you're saying that there's no difference between a title fight
Nope.
or a frontline fight for your
Nope.
country.
Nope.
There's no difference.
No, not one difference. There's not
But-
even 10% in it in my head.
But there is. Here's why.
There's none.
So
Okay,
let me ask you
before
this:
you go into your story-
what's more important to you? What's more important to you?
Neither.
A world title? Hold on. A
Both.
world title
Both.
or an Olympic
I'm
gold
sorry,
medal for your
Frontline.
country.
I gotta stop you. That's not how fighters think. At least that's not how I think. As a fighter, I don't think about what's more important. I just think about the fight. You tell me there's a fight and you point me in that direction, that's all I gotta know. I'm a fighter. I don't think about what's more important. I just think about the actual fight. I love to fight for the cause. Now, if you're saying they're invading my city, then I know the reason. I'm gonna go fight. I already know the reason. If you say for a world title, I already know a reason for a world title. But neither of them become more important. Both are dangerous. Both I know the risk, and both I'm going into. So it's just the fight for me. There's different levels to a fight. Yeah. I'm not saying I'm crazy. I'm going to go into every fight. No. But if we're talking about two particular situations, fighting for my country or world title fight, both, sign me up for both. I'm not going to shy away from neither.
So you
Because
saying
I'm a
OC the
fighter.
boss is in trouble right now?
I'm a fighter in my head. All you needed to do was say, hey, there's a fight over here and we want you to be a part of it. So you're going to give me permission to punch this guy in the face. Sign me up.
So November 8th, OC the boss is in big trouble.
Listen, the November 8th, right? If you want to get a hold of my hands, email address OBZ the boss's face, because that's where they're going to be. They're going to be care of his face, right? Because if you want to get a hold of my hands, make no mistake, November 8th, they're going to be attached to his face. You know what I'm saying? And that's my job. You know, win, lose, or draw, whatever, he has the experience. I don't give a fuck, right? That's how I think as a fighter. Did you just say I can fight? Yeah, who? Heh, all right, let's go. That's how of a fighter I am, a warrior I am in my. I don't think like that. I don't think about it as being, levels to the argument, or you had to smack my mom in order to get me aggressive. That's no. I'll go 0 to 100 over probably practically over nothing.
Well, so the argument that was in the chat about this whole, Ukraine war and the fighters going to war, the argument was that Usyk or Loma, they actually went to the front. Whether they fought or not, that doesn't matter. They went to the front lines, apparently. What they're saying is, hold on, apparently, allegedly, let's just go with allegedly, but Muhammad Ali preferred to go to jail than to fight.
Right.
That's the argument they're saying in the chat.
Right. Okay. Muhammad Ali's era was trained that the white man made his ancestors slave, and that was a white slave war, and that wasn't his war. So in that time, they were making the black man and the white man, they were in conflict. So to have the black man go serve your war, they were like, no, Uncle Tom, we ain't doing that. Right? So that's where that conflict lied. So you can't compare the two when they're not disrespecting Usyk or Lomachenko, and they didn't treat them like slaves, and they didn't have their ancestors in prison for 400 years, and then expected you to go fight for them.
Who brought up the conversation in the chat? I missed it.
Right?
Me. But
so as far as making a comparison,
you've got to think it like this. Round one, that 30 years ago, Russia was Ukraine. Ukraine was not a country, so that they were Russia was the enslavers, and Ukraine
actually,
was
you're
enslaved.
right.
So they're defending what they have taken back, their independence, their country, their pride, everything, and they feared.
That's called get back.
Again.
That's called get back. That would be like asking Muhammad Ali as a brother to join the Brother Revolution Army to go fight the white man. That would be totally different. Man, I'm getting my get back. Like right? But that's not what you asked. But that's what you gave Usyk and Loma. Oh, why don't we go fight against the guys that had us a tyranny, had us enslaved, had us under their thumb? Here's a rifle. You get some chance for get back. That's not the opportunity they were giving him. They were telling Ali, get into a war, and we're going to fly you halfway across the world and drop you off there with some guys you don't have no problem with, no beef with. This is not your war. Two different situations.
So you're saying that it's fine for Ali to no go to war,
right?
But you heard that against Usyk, and then say, "Oh, it doesn't make sense for Usyk to go to war."
No. It makes sense for Usyk all to go to war. Now, as soon as you said that freedom fighter shit, I just pretended for a second. I just sat here and said, let me let him explain it, because I actually saw that. I saw him dressed up in the suit, Usyk. I saw him take the pictures. I know all about it. I'm not going to help you. If you want to talk about your guy, you help your own guy, right? I know all about that. So the fact that sometimes rich people that are warriors got a little bit of money, little popularity, and can take me out with a crew that knows what they're doing to get a couple kills. Maybe I don't doubt that. Maybe I don't doubt that. In the heat of the night, 6, 7 of us go out there, and we got one asset that's with us that's not really a good warrior, but we're gonna try to get him a kill. Usually we cut around here, we go here, we do our thing. We'll get one guy or two guys coming this way, you know? And for people to go out and, want to experience gunfire and war, to all the people that think that's slick, they obviously never been in a gunfight. The minute you get in a gunfight and you watch your friend get shot in the face and you got to carry him 2 or 3 blocks and you see how not romantic this shit really is, and you see the once them bullets start coming, you can't take them back. You see the horror and the realness of war or violence. Trust me when I tell you, all that little anger that you have built up inside of you, like, man, I'll blast somebody, they come through this door, brother. It's much different than that. It really is.
He spoke about that though, round one, yeah. He spoke about seeing these things. No, right on the front line, but 900 meters away. He still lives in Ukraine. He still trains in Ukraine. They're still getting bombed. The city's still getting bombed, and he's still there. But
yeah, it depends where you are. Like Elvis. Remember when Elvis was on the front line, and Elvis all of a sudden became an FBI agent or whatever? Elvis Presley. And they had Elvis.
You're not that old, round on.
Listen, they had. I know that, but they had but I got YouTube, and they had Elvis in the military. Come on, man! You think Elvis ever shot somebody?
Robert's talking crazy in the chat, man. Honestly, everything he's writing, I think he's trying to stir the pot. I just
Joe Frazier picked up a rifle and fought for the country, and he was.
He's saying that
Joe Frazier.
He's saying that Joe Frazier is more black than Muhammad Ali. I didn't know it was a contest.
I didn't know they were in a contest. No,
nah, I didn't understand that. But
no. As far as Joe Frazier and Ali, guys, let's just be honest. We all have a part in this world. We all have a role. Okay. Unfortunately, some of us get in a position where that we didn't ask for any of this. I didn't ask to become an athlete and then become a role model, or somebody put a microphone in front of my face and me say one sentence that's going to help the world. Sometimes some of these athletes are putting some in these situations they really didn't ask to be in. Okay. And as far as goes for Ali, Usyk and all them, they just had different places, gentlemen. Ali's place was more of a microphone speaker type guy and a boxer in the ring. Frazier may have been more of a hands-on type guy. He might have been that way. But in different eras, in different times, I believe we just had all our own positions in life. We just had to notice the way. Sometimes, see, Ali was much more than boxing. He was also a figure that a lot of people looked for inspiration and for words of wisdom and things like that. And he inspired people at a very bad time in the world's history. It was just a real different time. But in some parts of the world, black men were not treated that way. There are black men in this world that do not understand what other black guys are talking about, like Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne came out and said, I have never, and I repeat, never been treated otherwise in my entire music career. Every place I go, hotel, white people, they show me much respect and love. I don't know what these other black guys are talking about. And Lil Wayne said that himself. Some people are treated better than others. Maybe Joe Frazier had a better experience with the government, with the world than Ali did. But Ali wasn't shown that kind. So everybody
I think he was like a celebrity at 14. Remember, he was doing those music videos with what was it, Master P?
Yeah, Lil Wayne. Yeah.
He had that.
Big Birdman.
Yeah, Master P, all of them. So he had that like celebrity life as a kid. Like a lot of these Hollywood kids, they don't know that struggle. They don't know like what it's like to be, okay, oh, you in the store right now, you better hurry up and leave. getting those kind of looks, like people think you're
Right.
gonna rob something, like
right.
having that as a kid into an adult, that's like a real thing. But with Robert,
You're
I just
right.
think I think he missed the point that you made, that
Mhm.
Muhammad Ali was not fighting a war for his people until
Right.
how it was in U.S.
Yeah.
history. It's pretty simple to understand, but I
Right.
think he's missing that point because
Yeah.
you made the best point in my opinion. Muhammad Ali didn't have to go to war because he was standing on something. And
Yeah, he
he
was
didn't know
standing
the
on business.
microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, the microphone you mentioned that he used, he used it as a weapon.
It was a different weapon. That's
Yeah,
it.
it's not a gun, but
Not a gun.
all his clips are on YouTube now, so I feel like that microphone led to
Oh,
endless clips. People watch Muhammad Ali clips
you
all
will
day.
never forget who he is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hey, I
You know what
got
I'm
this
saying?
report pulled up for Bud. You want me to read it?
yeah.
Sure.
So it's from the Omaha Times, I guess it's called. Omaha police confirmed that Terrence Bud Crawford was pulled over and cited for reckless driving early Sunday morning. Omaha celebrated Crawford's boxing championship with a parade on Saturday. A police statement said officers noticed a car driving recklessly at about 1:30 in the morning near 12th Street and Capitol Ave in downtown Omaha. While speaking with the driver, later identified as Crawford, a statement said an officer noticed a gun on the driver's side floorboard, then
Ah.
ordered occupants out at gunpoint. A member of Crawford's security team also had a firearm, police said. Officers confirmed all 4 people in the car are legally permitted to carry firearms.
Oh, great.
Omaha Mayor John Ewing Jr.
Motherfucker.
requested an internal affairs investigation, he told KETV. Police Chief Todd Schmatter authorized the internal affairs investigation. Police said the mayor's full statement is below. Police said a supervisor and lieutenant responded to the scene after a request from Crawford. Video supported to be from the stop has been posted to social media. KETV Newswatch 7 has unable to view the video to confirm that it is from a traffic stop. The investigation is ongoing. Response from Omaha Mayor John Ewing Jr.'s full statement. I learned Omaha police pulled over Terrence Bud Crawford on a traffic stop downtown early this morning. After learning of this, I spoke personally to Bud Crawford. I acknowledged the seriousness of what occurred and how trust between law enforcement and our community is important and shows the need to be continuously vigilant about building relationships. Omaha Police Chief Todd Schmader has pledged an internal investigation, which I support and want to be full and thorough. We will gather all the facts and transparent with the public about our findings. Understand that my heart dropped in learning of this end to an otherwise wonderful day and evening celebrating our city's world boxing champion. We have a great parade and great event at Heartland of America Park. The evening birthday party at Steelhouse, which I and members of my team attended, was a showing of joy and pride. Omaha needs to remember this important day as a good one while we seek answers to how it ended. Meanwhile, we must ensure that every resident, no matter who they are, feels safe and respected in Omaha. So,
Wow.
Too late to say that now.
Yeah, right? Wow,
Damn.
they had a party for you. The mayor was at your party and they arrest you at night.
well, you gotta
Who the hell
understand.
did not who's
reckless-
not on page here? Who didn't know that he was Terrence Crawford? Like, what the fuck is I don't know.
Well, I guess in the law enforcement side, they're saying that he was recklessly driving. He was reckless driving. It's his parade. He was probably having fun, showing out, showing off.
Yeah.
Get it?
And once they found out that all the guys and the occupants in the car are licensed to carry and they couldn't charge none of them with the guns, they went along and arrested him for reckless driving.
No,
Yeah,
they
that's
cited
wild.
him. They cited him. They didn't arrest him. They just gave him a ticket.
Oh, they cited him.
They cited him. That's all they
So,
did.
so he didn't spend the night in jail.
No.
Okay, because I'm under the impression that he spent the night in jail.
Why,
Someone said.
yo, we need to flag Punch Drunk because Punch Drunk posted a video about 2 hours ago. He has like a picture of
Punch Punch Drunk banned me because I was on his live after Canelo lost, and I told him I thought you were gonna shut your channel down after Canelo lost, and they blocked me from his channel.
Yeah,
uh,
he got that moderator, Shy21 is some fake. It's a dude on a girl's account pretending to be Puerto Rican, and he's like, "Punch, I'm Puerto Rican, but don't listen to the other Puerto Ricans. They're crazy. Listen to me." So she like, I mean, he is a guy on a girl's account, but Punch, if you know, he banned me a while ago, but you know the shit with Punch, right? Anytime something bad happens to a black boxer, he's quick to jump on it and publicize it as like, yo, this is breaking news. Because he's been trying to find shit on Bud for a long time. And if you go to his page, my bad, Edwin, I don't need to promote this
go ahead,
fucking,
go ahead, keep going.
you know, but if you go, man, he has a picture of Bud behind bars. So when I saw the video, I didn't click on it, but I saw the thumbnail and it had Bud behind bars. He posted this like 2 hours ago. So people
Yeah.
should flag that shit because like I thought like, damn, like this guy was, you know, locked up. And
Right.
this motherfucker keeps doing that shit, man. And you know,
It's
Clickbait.
clickbait, Goki. It's clickbait. That's all it is.
he has a history of lying to people too. He lied about being in the car accident to get his subscribers to donate money for his recovery. So he got caught in like that big lie 4 years ago, but he still has a
Recovery.
channel, you know. And you know, people like that, like people that scam people, that scam their subscribers, they lie to people about like, yo, I was in a car accident. Like, I don't fuck with people like that. So yeah, it's a good thing that he banned you, bro, because you know, a smart dude like Frontline, you know, Punch Drunk don't deserve somebody to have, you know, quality
Yeah.
people. in the
Nah,
channel.
what he
So,
wants is the yes sirs, no sirs type
Right.
of. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
fucking Low and those guys.
He's a weird cat, him, isn't he? Punch Drunk.
Yeah.
Really
Uh,
weird.
He's a fucking clown, man.
No, I just think that those kind of guys are real clickbait view kind of guy. They just say outlandish stuff to get the people always arguing against them. To it's just like that ad for the for video game. They show
Yeah.
you how to connect the lines or something, and they show the stupidest way how to fail and say, "Can you do better?" Just for you to be like, "Of course I can do better." Look, you did it. I mean, that's kind of like Punch Drunk. He'll say stupid, outrageous things just for you to click and comment. And no matter if the comment's good or not, I don't think the algorithm sorts that out. It just
Yo.
says, "Up, another comment, another comment,
Thanks
another comment."
Frontline for giving us that report too, man. You really broke
Yeah.
it down.
Yeah, you broke it down. Yeah, absolutely. You heard the report and read it off here. Here at Round One Sports
Round
Talk.
One Sports Talk. That's it.
That's
We
it.
come
You know
with
what I'm saying?
facts. We don't come with
Facts.
allegations and
Nope.
speculations or none of that shit.
None of that shit. We allow the fans.
Hey,
to
by
talk.
the way, who's that? Who's the MD? Is that
That's Nick. You know, I linked the I'm in a Discord, Nick. You know Marco boxing
Yeah,
Round One?
yeah.
So
Right.
Marco has a Discord that Mick is a cool guy from Scotland, knows a lot about boxing. He goes on the Boxing Voice a lot to annoy Ness. It's
Yeah,
quite funny.
I'm always on there when he's on there. I gotta translate. Nes be looking at me. I'll be like, I understand his accent.
Yeah, you know, you're from Massachusetts, of course. You got to know accents pretty good.
Yeah.
No, but I linked the live to Mick and everybody. I wanted them to because you guys always host a good live and shit.
Yeah.
Especially with the open panels. So I had Mick is cool as fuck too because he got a lot of facts. It's pretty funny.
Cheers, man. Nah, I enjoy it. I like winding people up, but like, no, like Punch Drunk. Punch Drunk will like try and wind people up, but he's that stupid. He believes it.
Yeah.
Like he actually believes all his shit that he says. I just like to
annoy people sometimes, or just play devil's advocate sometimes. I like
Listen,
doing that.
Punch Drunk is notorious for stroking Tio, right?
Oh yeah.
So anything that Tio does, it's the best thing since sliced bread.
Oh man, listen.
And if you go against it, it's like he gets a kick out of that because it creates the quote unquote controversy that he's looking for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
he
for
comes on
real
my channel.
weirdo.
He fucking
Who's
loves
who?
Tio. Who's that other guy? He comes on my channel. He loves Tio. What's his name?
Low Nose Boxing.
Yeah.
Low Nose Boxing.
That
Fucking
motherfucker don't know
loves
shit
Tio.
about boxing.
I'll tell you, Tio got the most perfect eyebrows. He loves Tio's dance.
Oh my god.
He loves Tio's
Listen.
ring attire, like everything, bro. There's nothing wrong with Tio to these guys. Tio's perfect.
Listen, I don't.
Siga fumando.
Yo, look, I know all the teosexuals. Like I know them by name. I got like a list. Mick knows too. Like we got HLD, we got Low, we got Punch, we got there's some Fight Fury films. He's always in the comment section for Tio.
Stock cases.
I got a list of teosexuals, man, because last 3 years on YouTube, that's been my rivals, like teosexuals and Haney sexuals.
Wow.
I'd be like Frontline knows. I'd be going in the comment section. Like,
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
He said the Haney voice.
yeah,
The Haney voice.
that's banned me when I called Bill. I called out Bill Haney for capping when Bill Haney went on the box for saying that Matias, he got this promoter that's him and his promoter. I called them out, bro, because I was there live that same day that Bill Haney was capping after the Regis Prograis fight. Bill Haney was like, "Yeah, Matias, this
We call it Peter Khan.
Yeah, Peter Khan. Like, who the fuck?
Yeah.
Come on, man. You got
Peter Khan is Zayas'
Right.
promoter or
Bill
manager.
Haney thinks like every Puerto Rican is in the same group, in the same stable.
Right.
It's like, yo, fucking Matias and Zayas barely know each other. Oh man, I hate the boxing boys, bro. I swear.
Hey, so let me ask you all this, since I got knowledgeable people on the panel now. What do you think if Flaz pulls it off with Johnson? Do you think possible Polanco fight next, or what do you guys think?
Oh, I want Barrios so bad. I know Polanco is
I
there.
like Barrios, but Polanco's dangerous.
I just want Barrios to get out the division, man. He had that Pacquiao win, which I felt like
He's been holding on to that WBC, not really fighting no
I'm
one.
tired of him, man. Like I love the Aztec wear. I love the Aztec entrance he does. I love the homage to paying to the indigenous culture. I love that. But as a fighter, bro, I want him just to get out, bro. I just don't want to see him at 147 anymore.
You think he got damaged against Tank Davis after he suffered his first loss? Think that did something to him? Yeah, I think so too.
Real cautious, hesitant. He's not a
I think it did something to him.
He's like, I'm going to be a boxer, but I'm not going to have a great jab. I'm just kind of, distance you. I'm not going to make it a crazy fight.
Yeah.
I want Flaz to get up. I want him to get a belt because, Flaz is what, 27, 28?
And he suffered a loss already, so he can't.
He suffered two losses.
More losses.
Two losses,
and he became a completely different fighter now from those.
No, but he's on a 4-fight winning streak since his last loss.
Yeah. And if you saw that loss or the fights before the loss, he was like more Matias, like very flat-footed. But now he's flowing. He added new dimensions to the game. So if he beats Tiger Johnson, Tiger Johnson is really good, even though he didn't look perfect against Boca Chica. Boca Chica was like roughing him up a bit. I think Tiger Johnson is a guy who would improve from a fight like that. He'll add some sharpen the tools a bit, kind of level up. And I think he's going to give Flaz the best fight, even though Flaz lost before. I think he's going to give Flaz a lot of looks.
Tiger Johnson's still undefeated, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's game. You mentioned it too, right? You was in the gym.
I was in the gym with him. Yeah, I sized him up real quick. Us fighters, when we walk in, we see another fight. That's the first thing we do. We size each other up.
Damn, Edwin, you're like 195 though. You're gonna be
But Edwin's not telling you is he looks up to Tiger.
Shut up.
Edwin's not telling you.
Shut up. I look up because he's taller. That's it.
Yeah, you look up to him.
That's about it. But you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn. I was like, Tiger, you're taller than real life than I thought. I thought he was a little bit shorter. He's like 5'10", some shit like that. My son is 6 feet tall. My son is like between 6 feet and just under 6'1", my son. So I see him every day. So I know what that looks like. And Tiger wasn't exactly the height of my son, but he was enough taller than me. You can see it in the video when I asked him to point in the camera and me and Tiger Johnson in the beginning of my video. He's in the clip.
Can we get Flaz here interview? Can we do Flaz? Like you and Flaz interview, and then we have Frontline.
Yeah. Look. I gotta lock in back. I gotta lock in back with my show, and I gotta start like making more connects because I got connects. I haven't been really utilizing them because I haven't felt like I had the energy to juggle everything. Yeah. I'm training my regular family life. I got a daughter I got to take care of, and then giving the commitment to this show, and then staying in tune with the where and the when of boxing. I got to actually watch these fights. I can't just sit here and pretend like Mario or fucking Marcos or any of these other guys that try to pretend like they saw the fight and you could quickly figure them out. And then they look stupid as hell. I don't like looking like that. So I got to do my due diligence and I got to stay up on all these things. So, but you know, after my fight, I figured that I was gonna really come back, but I'm not gonna wait until after my fight. I gotta stay with my channel because I see how you guys miss me. You guys need me because you guys can't go on these other shows because
I
they full
try
of
to look,
shit.
bro.
Right?
I
So
try to look for your live. I'll be clicking the live button 10 times. Like, why he's not popping up?
yeah, like so I have to make sure that I still stay committed to my channel. And I have some of these guys' numbers. Like I'm sitting there watching the Moreno fight saying, you got his dad's phone number in your phone right now. You can physically call him and talk to him. And I was like, you know, that's what I'm about to do. And I have him come on the show. And maybe if I can see if I can get, you know, some of the guys like, you know, Nicholas Flaz or Lopez and some of these guys, you know, I already got Keith Cologne coming on. I also have connections with Juan Mamita Lopez.
There you go.
One of his trainers, Rocky, is my trainer.
Oh shit.
So it's like I talk to him about Juanita every day. So I got opportunity. I got these things. I just don't have the time because once I get him on the show, you know what I got to do? I got to go back, do my due diligence, look up his amateur career, look up his pro career, look up all this stuff, learn about the guy I'm talking about, know the ins and outs, just in case a conversation goes this way, that way. I want to be prepared. I don't want to look stupid, right? And then I got to do my due diligence to my host, my guest. I'm the host. I got to do my due diligence as a host, I believe, for my guests. I don't think that I should just invite people on just because I can and then just ask them any mediocre questions. I've done that before. It didn't work out too good for me. So I noticed when I was more prepared and I actually did my due diligence that things worked out better for me. So like I just chose to do that right now to like kind of put things on the back burner to give myself an opportunity to train more in the gym. But now that I'm balancing things, I'm learning how to balance it. I think I can fit these things in my schedule now because now I'm learning how to do it.
Yeah, for November 8th, right?
Yep.
The rounds are 2-minute rounds, right?
Yep.
Okay, for 2 minutes, right? I just want to see how you feel about it, right?
Yep.
In the first round, how many punches for volume, right? How many total punches? I know, you know, as fighters, we don't count, you know, because when you're in the ring, you're doing your combos, you're doing your flurries. We don't count, but if you had to get out the ring and look at a potential CompuBox of, you know, Edwin against this, you know, motherfucker that's gonna lose, right?
Right.
What volume do you predict for the first round for yourself?
Well, it's not a volume of punches more than a sequence of three
12 punches.
No. What I have to do is
that's my Notre Dame's prediction. 12 punches.
No, there is no number. There's no number amount. There's three sections of a fight, right? To get to the 2 minutes. There's going to be a point in time, a time clock in my head that's going to get me from this point to this point. From this point and this point, I'm here. And then from this point to this point ends the round. What I have to do is make sure I get from point A to point B. That's it. Now I feel that I can fill in the gap. I feel I can fill in the gap with my volume of punches and my strategy.
Hey, don't give too much because you know OC air hustling.
I don't care if he air hustles anything. I can tell him my entire game plan. I can tell him while I'm standing in front of him, I'm gonna throw this hand right here. He ain't stopping shit.
I feel like
he ain't stopping shit.
He may have a CYP result. I feel like he may gas out. So the reason why I asked for the volume punches is because I feel like if you throw a couple body shots here and there, he's not gonna be happy to be in there with you. He's gonna be very, you know, uncomfortable, and I think you can make it very uncomfortable with him in those rounds too. And especially if he makes it to round 3, I think that's where you'll capitalize because like now you got a feeling of his breathing, of his rhythm, you know, where his arms are, where his head is, his body is. You're gonna have all these targets on him. So
there's a lot of factors that are coming into a fight. A lot of factors now.
But I don't think he'll have it though. I think he's gonna gas out, man.
Okay, check it out. There's a potential that I gas out. Right, I can gas out. He can gas out. Both of us, right? The other thing is that there's a lot of factors in the fight. The reason why I say if you're fighting comfortable and you're comfortable in a fight, and you're having fun, you don't get tired for some reason. But if you're fighting on the back foot and this guy's putting his body weight on you and he drains your energy, all of a sudden the fight changes for you. If you get a certain moment in the fight, let's say I hit him with a good shot, he staggers. Let's say I allow the crowd to gas me up. They're like, round one, hit him. And I start throwing punches. I gas myself out. And all of a sudden, I didn't notice in the sequence, I wasn't hitting him. I needed to stop. There are a lot of things that can come into the fight, even nerves. Listen, I dare you, stand in your living room right now and don't throw a single punch. Just imagine a person in front of you, be clenched up and go like this. Just go like this with your fist. For 30 seconds, you're going to cast yourself out. Anxiety in your thoughts, you can get yourself tired. In a fight, that's why I say fighting is much more than just the common person thinks. Okay? You have to have your shit together while shit is happening in front of you. And you got to be able to be calm under pressure. That's the key. If you can change your mind from the ability to say, okay, you're trying to guess what the person's doing. I'm going to go like, I'm going to throw a punch, then I'm going to dip to the side. You're doing it wrong. That's the worst thing I believe to do. If you're fighting the guy and you're saying, I'm going to hit this way, I'm waiting for him to throw the right because I'm going to block with this hand. Then he throws this hand and you still block with the right and you kind of get tripped up because you're trying to predict what he's doing. Rather than if you say to yourself, let nature take its course and just allow yourself to flow, take whatever he gives you. You know what I'm saying? And these are things that you learn as you fight. Where I'm at right now, I used to know how to fight. Trust me. Where I'm at now in my life, I knew how to fight, but I'm not in shape. I'm not trained. And that's where the training comes in to remind you the when and the where, the how, the why you did this, the why you did that, the how to be more fluent when you fight because it comes through sparring. Because you're jittery when you haven't sparred in a while. And the guy goes like that and you're like jittery. It shows you haven't been mixing it up. So what happens with more sparring, you become comfortable and fluid in the situation, you know, and under high pressure situations, you don't tense up. That's how you don't get tired. And then if OC the Boss fights me, let's say we're in the third round, there's a potential he can get a second wind or I can get a second wind. You ever hear a fighter getting a second wind in the fight? He actually fights better in the third round than he did in the first round. You know what I mean? So, because now he's warming up. Now he's pop, 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 pop. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of ways I see this fight. And I talk shit in this fight, but I respect OC the Boss as my opponent. I want to thank him for taking a fight like this and giving an old dog like myself an opportunity and an old dog like himself an opportunity.
What's his experience as a fighter?
He's got a lot more experience on me. Everything's on his fight. He's got 15 fights to my 0 in 30 years. The last time I fought was 30 years ago. He fought last August. This August that passed. He fought like a couple months ago.
Then?
Huh?
Did you see his fight? Did you see his fight in August?
Yes,
Have you seen
I saw it. Yes.
Was he fighting a guy? Did he fight a guy called Yancey? Can I know if I'm remembering?
Yancey?
I don't know, but I can look it up and put it up so we can all watch it together.
If it was against Yancey, you can pull up. Yancey was probably the best fighter on that card that day that I saw. If it was against him.
I don't think it was against Yancey. I don't think that was the name. I think it was a key or some shit like that. Or some. Hold on. We will.
Maybe you're right, but Yancey was the best fighter on that card. I know.
Yo, Edwin. Speaking of training, how's the weight cut going?
The weight cut is funny, bro. Fucking funny, man. Check it out, right? 1 week I could be down 4 to 3 pounds, and I could take it down, and then in like 2 days I take it back on. Then like I've been like not eating to try to like get my stomach down and everything and shit like that too. And I'm trying like to but and then it seems like it's carbs or water weight. Like it goes and then comes back. Like my body at this age is not like when I'm younger. So I'm like rediscovering what the fuck I can do at this age than when I was fucking 25. You know, it's
Are you
just
weighing yourself? Are you weighing yourself at the same time every day, or
n-
approximately?
nah.
I
Oh no. I
see
different times of
that's
the day.
that's probably why.
Really?
Because if you weigh yourself in the morning, you're going to be much lighter in the morning
Right,
first thing than you are at night. Yeah,
right,
because you'll retain all the water. You'll lose so much in your sleep, but if you're weighing yourself at different times of the day, then it's no. You're going to have different readings as such. It'll never be consistent. So if you weigh
right,
yourself first thing in the morning, then you're going to know exactly where you are every morning. Do you know what I mean? If you're
right.
really losing, or if you're gaining, but
I see what you're
you'll
saying.
you'll lose so much. Like maybe lose a pound, £2 in your sleep overnight
Mm-hmm.
if you get up and weigh yourself first thing. But if you weigh yourself at say 8 o'clock at night, you've got all that food still to digest, the water
Right.
retention still there. So that's maybe what's throwing you off a wee bit.
Wow. I was watching this while you were talking. I was also watching a little bit of a Javante Davis and Jake Paul here, and Javante Davis getting ready for this Jake Paul fight. And I just had to ask you guys, like, this weight cut disparity. You talked about one guy. Remember that guy, Big Baby there that missed the drug thing against
Yeah,
AJ? Okay. Well, he fought against Daniel Dubois, and on the night that they fought, and I understand these are heavyweights. The night that they fought, there was 98 pounds between the two fighters. It was a 98-pound, almost 100-pound difference between the fighters. Now, the difference between heavyweight fighters and the guys that are in the lower divisions, that the lower division guys cut weight. So they're always constantly taking all the water out of their body, and they're going through this process where that we don't know, this could be healthy for everyone, on your kidney, on your liver, on your brain, on everything of you cutting weight. But I said all of this to say this, all of that to say this. Javante Davis ain't gonna be cutting weight here. He won't. He's not cutting weight. So will the 40 pounds come into a factor? And are we calling the 40 pounds a problem here, but it's okay for Daniel Dubois and Big Baby to fight at 98-pound difference? And
it's
it
going to
didn't
be
mean
sixty
anything.
pounds plus, isn't it?
Huh?
It's going to be £60 plus.
On who's? On Tank Davis and Jake Paul?
Jake Paul will put on 20, close to £20 between weigh-in and the next day.
I don't
If
know. I
he,
don't know
he was
where.
235 when he faced Tyson.
Okay, so the weight limit is 195.
Correct, but that's in the morning. That's
Right.
not on the day, so he's got
Jesus
close to
Christ.
36 hours to weigh in to fighting.
You're right. I wonder if
It'll be
Devontae
massive.
put something in that he can only gain up to 10 more pounds. He has to put something in that, because if you let Jake Paul replenish to 220, 230, that's going to be a 60-pound weight difference.
Oh, totally. Like Jake Paul was £200 versus Chavez at the weigh-in, and it
Yeah,
was 235 against Tyson. So like him going to 195 he'll be cutting, so he'll be
yeah,
putting back on. Like I think the lowest he's ever fought it's about 186, but that was about 5 years ago. So
right.
the
And
the weight
how much
disparity is
weight do you
huge.
think? How much weight do you think Javante Davis, the maximum, and still be able to move? We saw him in the ring against Mario Barrio. That fight was scheduled at 140. So he did replenish after the 140 and put on a couple pounds after that, but no more than I think he came in the fight 148, maybe 152 the most. I would have to look that up. I would like to see that. But and remarkably, Tank Davis moved still very, very well for coming in that fight against Mario Barrio. He still had a great first step. He still had a good burst of energy. So but that's the only information I got on Gervonta Tank Davis as far as his weight. The highest he's ever fought weight in was the Mario Barrio fight. Take it for what you want from there. Mario Barrio fight was scheduled at 140. What did he come on fight night? Here it is right here. Mario Barrio came into that fight 26-0. He stopped him in the 11th round. And let's see here. Let's see the bout. Let me see if he'll give me the weight. On fight night. Okay. Scorecards revealed. Leonard B. Okay. Scorecards had Tank Davis winning the fight until he got stopped. He was 24 and he was 25. No, well, it doesn't give me a weight, but yeah, that's all I have. That's the highest he could fight. I still don't think that Tank Davis is going to be able to beat Jake Paul. At a certain point, you could be all the skilled you want, but I don't think that a fucking Jet Li is going to beat Francis Ngannou in a fight.
I agree.
I-
So, see if you, the way I was trying to explain it to people, Jake Paul fought Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.,
Mm-hmm.
who is past it, but he was fighting him at £200.
Mm-hmm.
If you put Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. versus Jake Paul, versus Tank Davis at £200, who's going to, like, you couldn't
Yeah,
bet,
you're
you
correct.
couldn't,
Yeah, I see
you
where you're
couldn't
going with
say
that.
you couldn't say Tank would beat him, but people are
Right.
saying, oh, it's a skill level. He'll be able to break it down for a skill level. But as if Julio Cesar Chavez doesn't have a skill level as such, boxing wise. I know he's not committed and all the kind of things, but like
Right.
it's a huge amount of weight. Like,
Mm-hmm.
where does I don't know how it's possible for Tank to knock him out, because that's the only way he really wins.
Look, if we think about what we just saw with Jake Paul and Julio Cesar Chavez, besides Jake Paul snitching on him and getting him extradited, right? Right? That was crazy there. Fucking they extradited him after the fight. It was crazy. But anyway, real talk, boxing match, Jake Paul, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. I gotta admit that Jake Paul was in trouble against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., but he did take his punch. And that is a professional former world champion. You could say what you want about his past, right? But Julio Cesar Chavez, I think he could have beat Jake Paul had he started earlier, fighting like that earlier. He just waited too long to step on the gas because he had Jake Paul in all kinds of trouble. But I said all of that to say this, that I don't think that Tank Davis punches as hard as Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., that size of a man,
No,
versus
I agree.
130-pound fighter. So if Jake Paul can take those punches like that, look, had Jake Paul weighed 140, 150 with Tank Davis's height, that's his ass. He loses that fight. When you put them,
Totally.
you put them, evenly matched on an even playing field, same height, whatever, he loses 10 out of 10. But in this situation, I'm trying to tell all the boxing fans that would at least listen. I don't really think that in this situation, Tank Davis's ability. I mean, look, accumulation of punches round by round. Yeah, possibly. Tank has that ability, but is it me or is it that I'm starting to see that Tank Davis is scared to get hit now? Like he's afraid when you hear him talk about being a meme. It kind of looks like he was running from Rolly for a long time until he caught him with that shot. Like he was interacting with Lamont Roach and shit like that, but for some reason, like even if I go back and I look at that Ryan Garcia fight, Tank Davis, after the fight, goes on and reveals to the people that he knew that he had a rib injury, Ryan Garcia. So he was getting hit by Ryan Garcia, and he had to go to the very spot where he knew he was wounded at. You couldn't be the gladiator and say, you know what? I know about your injury. I'm not going to beat you that way. So you can't say, you know what I'm saying? I had to step on your stub toe or whatever, you know. Because if you think about it, Tank, by you admitting, oh, what, you think I didn't know about your rib injury? What side it was? It was the third vertebrae rib up from the equator. Like, he knew everything. And that's how you had to end the fight, because when you punched him in the face and knocked Ryan down, he got back up from your punch, Tank. That must have freaked you out. Ryan Garcia threw a punch, you ducked underneath it, and you punched Ryan Garcia with everything you had. And that kid got up. He went. And then he said, oh shit, in order to I gotta go hit him in the rib. I gotta go hit Ryan Garcia in the spot that I know. Before I punched him in the jaw, I already knew your rib was, but at that time, I didn't want to play you dirty. But now that I punch you in the face, now I realize you're not going out. Now I had to go to the one thing that, you know, that you were hurt on. So it made me think. That makes me think, because I've been in situations. I knew the guy's hand was broken, right? Okay, I can go to your left. And that's obvious. You could know a guy, you know, he doesn't fight to his right. Boom, you go this way. You know, a guy had a broken foot, didn't want to take the fight. You kick him in the foot, right? But honor, real guys, real warriors, they'll see your foot's fucked up. They won't attack your foot. All right, let's do it this way. Come on, you know? And then dudes that don't give a fuck, you know, like they don't got no honor in their fight, first thing they're going to do is attack your foot. They don't care. It's not my fault you got a broken foot. You know what I mean?
I think in that fight there was a bit of more honour kind of thing on it, more pride, because it was Tank really, before that, Tank not really had a fight that defines his career.
Right.
It really has got like old Gamboa, like no prime Gamboa, old Gamboa, Leo Santa Cruz, his last couple of fights, and then he's got Ryan Garcia, and that's really it.
And Ryan Garcia got a better record than Tank.
It's like
he got no world titles. He got no world titles. Ryan Garcia got no world titles, but he fought better people than Tank, because Ryan Garcia got on his record. He's got Devin Haney and he's got Tank Davis on his record.
Oh, yes.
Tank Davis can't say that. He ain't got himself and another top fighter. No, you got to give me two top fighters than Tank, and a fighter that is as quality as you. So who's your Tank on your record, Tank? Because according to Ryan, he's got the Tank Davis on his record. He's got the Tank Devin Haney on his record. That's, at least I could say that for Ryan Garcia. At least Ryan Garcia is trying to fight the top guys. He might have lost to Tank and got the overturn on Devin type shit because of a technicality, however you want to see it, because funny situation. Show me one paper or one shred of proof of evidence that Ryan Garcia was convicted for being positive, testing positive. Just one. Show me, and not a news article that someone wrote. I'm not going for that. Show me one.
Ryan Garcia, right? I know a lot about drug testing and VADA and they kind of things. So Austin Fields have been getting overturned in the court of arbitration of sport. So that's like if your son goes against you in sport, you can go there. Now they're overturning Austin Fields because people can pass it on by touching hands, kissing,
right,
sweat in a gym, all these kind of things. But that wasn't Ryan Garcia's defence. Ryan Garcia said it was in a product that he had taken a supplement of some such. So to me, and they never found it in the supplement, only his tub, I believe. But he went with the kind of he accepted a ban, but through ingestion rather than deliberate. But for me, I went with the wrong kind of defence by saying it was in a supplement rather than going the way the other people have went and said, I didn't take that. I haven't taken that deliberately, or I've not taken it, and this is how it's been passed on. But
Yeah.
so he can't really overturn that as such again. But
Okay. Here, let me help you out with this, right? Let me help you out with this. When Ryan Garcia, I looked up his initial what he got suspended for, the year ban suspended. It's online, you can look it up. They share all the findings, how he was found guilty and what he was found guilty for, and under what guidelines, because it's important. Because as of right now, Ryan Garcia is the first boxer in boxing history to be banned by a rule that has been in place since the doping agency's been involved in boxing, which means that the rules in the doping agency state that once you sign for a professional boxing match, you must be submitted to susceptible for doping, right? Okay. For every substance that you take, if you take this, if you want to know that it's not on our ban chart, send us a sample or the bottle of the supplement you're taking. We're going to test it for free, and we're going to tell you if it's okay for you to take this. So before the boxing match, while you enter your training camp, you're supposed to submit a list of all the supplements you and your team are taking for the entire training camp. That's law. Okay? There's never been a boxer in history to ever be found guilty by that rule.
so
Ryan
with that,
Garcia is the first in
so with
boxing
that,
history.
no, I
Hey,
disagree with you round one there.
hold on,
Because
wait.
what you're
Wait.
saying is only for USADA, and USADA doesn't test boxing anymore, and
Okay,
they haven't
wait.
for the last 5 years.
Okay, but wait. And we'll also get to that right now. Let me get to it real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is exactly what happens in boxing. That is the rules. USADA and WADA are hired sources of boxing. Remember, they're an outside agency that you have to request. It's not something that the boxing world just puts onto you. Not every boxer is tested in boxing. No. Usually they test the championship fights and the guys in the top 10 type thing more than you up and coming. It's a lot easier for you to get away with that shit when you're coming up, because usually after your fights, no one tested you. Because if the promotional company doesn't put up testing, then there's no belt on the line. So the belt doesn't put up testing. The minute you start fighting for the IBF, WBA, WBC, there's mandatory testing. WADA, VADA, they're called in. That's how they're implemented into a boxing match. They're not typically like your boxing fucking doping. Now, and remember, the only reason why VADA got into the equation with Ryan in the first place, they were never involved in the boxing match. Just remember that when Ryan Garcia was going through that meltdown and the world was accusing him of being on hardcore drugs and psychedelics, Ryan Garcia got the bright idea himself to hire VADA. Had he never hired VADA, they would have never been in the equation, because according to the WBC, they had already had the New York Boxing Athletic Committee sending out their own doping. And Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney was tested by the New York Boxing Athletic Committee doping agency themselves, the people they hired. VADA got introduced to this only because of Ryan. So he basically shot himself in the foot, because the people that he hired said he was dirtied. That's what happened. Had he never hired VADA, Ryan Garcia never tested positive. Remember that.
No,
Because
that's not true.
well, no, it's not true. You're right. Because after the fight, they would have tested him again. They might have caught him.
No, because so the way I can explain this is WADA do not test anybody. WADA's just a code. WADA hire one national body to test in each country, and they set the banned list. Yeah. So WADA doesn't actually test anybody. It's just
Right.
that's a code, right? So USADA is the United States one, and USADA at the moment doesn't test anybody in boxing. I don't know why, but USADA is the national testing body. But VADA were involved in that fight because it was for a WBC belt, and WBC champions and opponents are all signed up to 24/7 testing for all WBC champions, and Devin Haney was the champion,
Mm-hmm.
and the belt was on the line. Well, it
Yeah,
wasn't
but all
because
24-hour testing wasn't implemented in the Ryan
That's be-
Garcia fight.
it is because the Haney was a champion, yeah, and Garcia missed weight. So, but all WBC champions are in testing for. It's called the WBC Clean Program. It's been in place for about 5-6 years,
Mm-hmm.
and they will. If you even go to the WBC website, they will actually
Yeah,
post when
that's that
guys pass.
program. That's that program that Bill Haney just try to pressure Brian Norman Jr. get on the 24-hour doping thing, right? Remember, now that shit's been allegedly 5 years in the making or whatever because of
But
Victor
he's a
Content.
WBO champ, isn't he?
Okay, because of the Victor Content in them. Right now, there are about 6-7 fighters in the world that are signed up to that. Like, right? It's not something that is been established as the must thing in boxing. It's something that's very young, and these are boxers that are speaking up to try to clean up the sport, like Mayweather. Mayweather was like, look, I'm not taking a fight unless you're doing blood and urine, and this is what you need to do. Okay, so there are a lot of things like that. And as far as your WBC world champion and VADA being involved in shit, right? Yes, but the WBC has the right, just like the New York Boxing Athletic Committee, to hire a doping agency. Now they've been, different agencies, but I challenge you, and I challenge anyone to go back to the Ryan Garcia situation and debacle, right? Remember, the New York Boxing Athletic Committee called Ryan Garcia into a meeting threatening to cancel the fight because of Ryan Garcia's meltdowns. Ryan Garcia went into that meeting with his lawyer and proved to them, look, no matter what I'm saying, no matter what I'm doing, I'm not harming myself or harming anyone else for mental health, am I? So don't we have the freedom of free speech? Yeah. So I can act any way, but what have I done? So I am mentally capable of competing. Don't try to say that Devin can get out of this fight because I'm coming in into post-fight conferences on a white horse being carried, talk about God, save the whales, save the children. You know what I'm saying? Rich people are evil. Okay. That's all shit just coming out of his mouth. So he proved to them he wasn't mentally crazy. Then the very next day, he gets on TV, TV, YouTube, or whatever, media, social media, and Ryan Garcia announces, you guys think I'm doing drugs? You guys think I'm crazy? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hire my own doping testing. And I'm going to put myself on 24-hour testing. And I'm going to prove to the world that I'm not on drugs. Who are you going to hire, Ryan? VADA.
So,
And he called them. And he called them because before that, who was the doping agency that tested him and tested Devin? I bet you that name does not say VADA. I 100%.
I don't know. It can only other be USADA, yeah.
Okay, right. But I bet you didn't say VADA. That's all I said. I know for a fact it did not say VADA on it. Because
The test that
remember,
failed was VADA, yeah.
no. Remember. What was it?
The test they failed was a VADA test.
No, of course. Yes. When Ryan hired them. And all of a sudden Ryan Garcia is on fucking TV the night before the fight or whatever, putting an IV in his hand. Bro, you should have been terminated right there. It is against the law to put any IV, and you're fucking showing it on. Man, that's why I laughed and I was like, wow, they like let a lot of things slide for this Ryan Garcia Devin Haney fight just to happen. You know, what was that fight? Did any of you guys see it? I think it was the Joel Diaz fight where the doctor is telling Joel Diaz outside of the ring, how many fingers do I have? He goes like this. Joel says 4. He goes like that 2. He said like this, 4. Every number he said was wrong, right?
Yeah.
And the doctor, and we blatantly heard it with the microphones. If you guys know what I'm talking about, type 1 in the chat for me, right? And the microphone, you were hearing he was wrong. And the referee went, and then the fucking doctor told him how many numbers he had. He said, say 2. He 2. All right, we can continue. He's good. Right? Was it the Joel Diaz? Do I got it right? I think it was.
The Jojo Diaz?
The Jojo Diaz. That's what I'm trying to say. Jojo Diaz. It was in that fight, I think it was. Remember, they brought him to the ropes, and he was like, how many fingers do I have? Yo, he was dead wrong. Like 3 consecutive. Yo, they should have stopped that fight right then and there. But they didn't. You know, sometimes everybody doesn't want to be the guy that stops that kind of fight. The referee might not make it out the building sometimes. I would hate to be the referee in the fight when he stopped that fight against Julio Cesar Chavez and Mildred Taylor. You know, with 4 seconds left. If he gets up, he wins the fight. 4 seconds left in the fight. He stopped the fight. Oh my God. Just let that man hang on against the ropes. He would have been a world champion, you know, for 4 seconds. So, you know, sometimes you're damn if you do, you're damn if you don't. You know, the doctor that stops the fight, then all of a sudden the family that's outside of the ring, yo, man, you didn't have to stop that fucking fight, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, but if you don't stop the fight and something happens to that guy, then who are you as a ring physician? You know what I'm saying? So it's a slippery slope sometimes, but yeah, you know, I understand it.
With you were saying that nobody's ever been banned by sending the supplement, and only Ryan Garcia has, but they never found it in Ryan Garcia's supplements.
No. Okay. Let me just finish the statement real quick. Okay.
On you go.
Okay. When they found Ryan Garcia, I guess allegedly with the PEs and the testing and everything, Ryan Garcia settled out of the scandal out of court, and he pleaded guilty to a 1-year ban for not turning in 2 substance. Whether or not the substance were dirty or not, that's not where they're banning you. They're banning you because you admitted you didn't tell us about these 2 things. And how he fucked that up was because the 2 products that he tried to say, no, I took this, and this is why I was dirty, because one of these products was dirty. They tested both products. Neither of them were dirty. But and then the rule committee said, you want to know something, Ryan? When you submitted your list of all the things you were taking, the 2 supplements that you said that you took that must have been why you got dirty, you never submitted those to us. But you blatantly said, these are 2 things I was taking during the fight camp. That's a violation in your rules by just admitting that you were taking those 2 supplements, whether they were dirty or not. They're not on the list. So
see, he done it the way that he was saying it was the way that he accepted this ban or such to settle was it was a contaminated a
Right.
contaminated supplement.
Right.
But the only contaminated tub that the testing agents found, and the New York State Athletic Commission found, was only Ryan Garcia's tub, no others.
Okay.
But what they actually do in that field is with that list. So if you fail in that list that you give them, they'll go to any store, a store anywhere, and buy it off the shelf and
Right.
test it.
Right.
But there is for supplements that get made, there is cross contamination, but some are only done in certain factories as such or labs. But that was a lab that does not mix. The product he said it came from, that lab does not mix with others, if you know what I mean.
Right. Right.
So
Right.
that
Now what you're saying is 100% true. And shout out to my man Claymore Rain. Thank you for checking in. Good brother right there. Check out his channel. He's always sending me good shout outs and always showing me respect. Shout out to you, Claymore. You're a real one. But what happened was here in the Ryan Garcia, right? See, Ryan Garcia, no doubt, someone tested him and he got tested positive. And we all knew, and they released it, that the A sample and the B sample came back positive, so forth, so forth. But you got to read between the lines. You got to understand that when Ryan Garcia's scandal broke, the guy that came out and said that Ryan Garcia was dirty said Ryan Garcia was popped for 2 banned substance. He said that in the beginning. And when he knew that the first one naturally grows in your body and that one was going to get dropped eventually, but he still put out 2. Then the Ostrine popped. So what Ryan Garcia and his lawyers did, before you took or fought the Ostrine, because Ryan Garcia according to him, he had no idea where it came from. He kept saying it had to come from this. It came from this. No, it came from Scooter when he put the IV in me. No, it came from this. He has no idea. So since he can't find it, his lawyer said, yo, Ryan, best case scenario, you're going to get found guilty no matter what, right? So why don't we plead guilty to the 2 banned, the products that you didn't submit in? So that's what they decided to do. So the courts didn't go any further. And I found it real peculiar that the New York Boxing Athletic Committee, the president, as soon as the Ryan Garcia debacle broke that week, she resigned from her office. The lady that's supposed to handle the Ryan Garcia whole testing debacle, she quit. She quit. Why would a woman at the top of the game be forced or quit when this not even a full week, she didn't want nothing to do with it? What's that say? I felt like there was something bigger at stake here. So if you find Ryan Garcia guilty for the Ostrine, he has the right to what we call an appeal. If
where's that though, eh?
Okay, check it out. If you appeal that, it goes to a bigger court. And by going to a bigger court, by going to a bigger court, what's going to end up happening is they're going to end up testing those vials again, and they're going to end up running the New York Boxing Athletic Committee through a ringer, and a lot of other things might come out, and a lot of people might lose their jobs.
Because that's not how it works though. So for Ryan Garcia, if anybody, so the results of the test are done. VADA only take the blood and the urine. They do not test it themselves. It's done by independent laboratory.
Right.
And they will send the results from there to the New York State Athletic Commission, VADA and WADA.
Right.
So they'll get the 3 results from there. But Ryan Garcia, once he goes into what they call, I'm trying to think, it begins with an A. I want to say
but Ryan's lawyers were Ryan Garcia's lawyers were smart. See, they pleaded guilty so that all this went under the bridge, because none of Ryan Garcia's plea deal had anything to do about testing positive. Because the minute you put in an appeal that appeals the doping test, that means that you're challenging them finding you guilty. So if he puts in an appeal today, if Ryan Garcia was to appeal it, the only thing he can appeal is their decision on him not turning in those 2 supplements. He doesn't
No.
have the right. No, brother, trust me. I know how laws work.
No,
I've
no,
been
no,
in
no.
plenty of court. Man, brother, I'm trying to tell you, they can't touch
But
that
these are
A
independent
sample or
courts.
the B.
They tested and failed.
No, it doesn't matter. You don't understand. He's
No,
already
dude.
Look, brother, hear me, please. Listen to what I'm telling you.
See that A
He-
and B sample? That's still kept for another 15 years. They'll still have that
okay.
refrigerated.
Brother, you're right. You are 100% correct. You
So,
are right. Okay.
but if
But
we
what I'm
take-
telling you is, it's not gonna matter. That thing can sit in an office, in a fucking thing for 15 years, and the truth can be in those vials. But it's not gonna matter because they exited them out. By him pleading guilty, that's what you do in a court of law. Like, let's say you get charged for murder, right? But they don't got a lot on you on the murder. So you plead guilty to manslaughter, or you plead guilty to a lesser crime. You rob a bank, and you plead guilty to parking the car wrong in front of because they don't got you for the bank robbery. That's just you pleading lesser to a charge. So once it's all over with and you pleaded guilty, that's a done deal. That means they
Okay.
can't bring you, brother. They can't bring me back for the murder if I got convicted for manslaughter. It's impossible.
But they're still the admission of guilt was still on a tainted supplement that he ingested. Yeah.
No, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why his team was smart. His lawyer weaseled his way right out of that. Listen,
Still a drug test fail. Yeah.
still a drug test, but in
It's the same
10
as Canelo. It's the same as Canelo. It's the same as Tyson Fury. It's like.
Yeah.
Like Tyson Fury will get the arm depressed or had the mental health, but then he was banned for 2 years.
Connor Ben, yeah,
It's
Elizabeth
similar.
Bungard,
So they're all
right, but
steroid cheats.
according to them, they beat it. Saul beat it. Jaime Munguia just beat his case. He got acquitted. Okay, but it is A and B sample came back both positive. A sample and B sample for Jaime Munguia. Guess what? He's acquitted. He's innocent now.
No, I wouldn't. Nah, because that never leaves you.
Okay. So, but by a court of public opinion, I never argued here that Ryan Garcia is not guilty by what we believe. I never said that here that I disagree with you that he was positive. No, by public opinion, by what we're going to remember, no, he's a drug cheat. That's not what I'm arguing with you. What I'm arguing with you is with the law, what he really got convicted for, what he can say 5 years from now. Ryan Garcia is going to get on a show and they're going to say, hey, Ryan Garcia, you got tested. Who the fuck told you that? Show me somewhere where I got proven guilty for testing. I know what they said. I know what the vial A, B said, whatever. But did I get convicted for it? No. Show me my criminal record. Show me my boxing record. Show me exactly what it said.
You could definitely feed them information
but
to the NYSAC though, yeah.
Yeah, but public appearance, like me and you, nah. We're always gonna view Saul Canelo Alvarez beat his drug test, but are you always gonna remember Saul as he did test positive and he did say it was tainted meat? Like he tried to tell you, a smart boxing fan, okay? He tried to tell you and the rest of the people watching that he's a multi-million-dollar athlete eating bodega meat. That's what he tried to tell you? That he has professional chefs and nutritionists that get his meat flown in to his house from the top quality steaks in the world. But he's over here in Mexico eating bodega meat on the
That's why
corner.
it's weak. That's why it's weak, though. That's why these guys shouldn't get away with it. And boxing fans,
And
it's
Conor
such a
Benn
good.
ate a bunch of eggs. And Conor
Oh, that's
Benn ate a
it's like
bunch of eggs.
ridiculous.
Come on,
It's like
come on.
nobody believes that, though. Eh?
And Nick and Bungard had sex with one guy, and he climaxed inside of her, and that's why she was dirty. Come on, come on.
But nobody will dispute that, though. That's we should. They should be held to account as a
But
drug test file. Same as Roy Jones, same as Shane Mosley,
yeah,
all the
yeah.
guys.
Shane Mosley started snitching, but still,
What-
he said this is bigger than Nino Brown. Listen, him.
Same Lucian Booty, anybody that was with Manuel Marquez, anybody that was done with Memo Heredia. Like, he was the brains behind the Balco. Like, well, his dad was a scientist.
Right.
And
I forget that.
he was the drug seller, Heredia, for
Right.
Victor Conte. But he still, like, he made a documentary saying, I can
Right.
still beat these tests. I can still beat them.
Right.
Well in the Garcia camp with Brandon Rios and all the kind of guys, Lucian Booty, and they all failed for Osterine. Imagine that. They all failed the same thing, Osterines as well,
Right.
all the years ago. But like people, boxing fans these days will, shall I say, smooth over it by saying things like, "Oh nah, it wasn't really a fail," and like, let's get real here, play pop dirty, and all of them that say they didn't, they just didn't believe in themselves. That's what I believe. Like Tyson Fury got his biggest fight ever and gets popped for steroids and cocaine and whatever else against Klitschko, and then goes missing for 2 years and says, we've just been cheated and I've been, everybody hates me and I've got mental health issues, but everybody then buys it instead of like holding them to account. Where at least Ryan Garcia got his win overturned. But I think Ryan Garcia beats Devin Haney if they fight again.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it was just a bigger, stronger fighter. I think that Devin Haney underestimated his speed. And you know,
also missed weight by a long way
they're
as well,
they're actually like 50-50. They beat each other 3-3 in the amateurs, and then Ryan Garcia beat him when it counted in the pros, but because of the scandal, it got taken
Remember-
away. So it's not really a win, but it doesn't take away what we saw now, does it? Right? And that's what we speak of.
Can
You
you
know,
remember how much Ryan Garcia missed weight by? Was it mild?
Huh?
Was it a lot? Can you
More
remember?
like-
Can you
Yep.
remember how much weight Ryan Garcia missed by when he
Uh,
fought Haney? Was it like
yeah,
was
3.5
it not
pounds?
like
The 3.5 pounds?
do you
He
think that
missed
made a
him by
big
3.5
difference?
pounds.
Do you think that makes a big difference? So
I don't know if it makes it. Well, it does make a big difference when it comes because when Keyshawn Davis fought Lemos came in almost 6 pounds overweight, and Keyshawn still knocked him out. You know what I mean? So
there's two different, loads of different situations with that. But do you
Well-
think that Haney bringing himself down, having to make the weight?
Okay,
do you
okay,
think
now-
it could have been
now-
more detrimental
Yes,
for Ryan
yes.
if
yeah,
he
well,
pushed it?
okay, the fact that you're weight killing yourself to drain yourself, and then this guy is not cutting weight at all, right? And he's just packing on weight. It's going to take you a little bit more for your body to recuperate, and especially if you were at a fighter that you were at your point in your career that you were going to try to move up anyway, because it was hard for you to make this weight at this stage right here at 140. So the only reason why you made it is for that you could fight this super fight and get this super payday. So you were making sacrifices, and by Ryan Garcia allowing Devin Haney to weight drain and him not weight cutting, it obviously benefited Ryan Garcia more. The night of the fight, 36 hours later or whatever time it was, he was definitely more rehydrated for the fight than Devin. Devin seemed to put on some weight, and everything. He looked better going into the fight, but he obviously wasn't going through the weight cut problem like Ryan did. Ryan was able to just put on weight after that and replenish after that, and he just looked a lot bigger than Devin, and it showed. Because we all know when you weight cut, what you're doing is you're taking all the water out of your body, you're taking the water out of your brain, your organs, your lungs, your kidneys, and it's coming out of the water. You're getting yourself down to like a skeleton type. And then what you do is you replenish, and your brain is the last organ to accept water. Your brain is going to tell it, give it to the kidney first, to the liver when you're dehydrated, give it to the other functioning organs, your heart and everything else, and then your brain takes it last. So one of the tricks for promotion or management, when you got a guy that you hear he's rumored of struggling to cut and make weight, you prolong the weight cut. Instead of being 9 a.m, you got it like at 2:00 in the afternoon, because now he has to cut at 2:00 in the afternoon. He has less time to replenish. He's gonna have to speed things up. He's gonna have to force it, and he could feel sluggish and sloppy. But if you weren't cheating and you weren't being a weight bully, and you were fighting roughly in your weight size, shit like this wouldn't happen. But then when you're coming in and you're fighting at 130 and you're 170 pounds, you know what I mean? And your head looks like it's this big on fight night, it's because, bro, you're really a bigger man. You're naturally a big man, unless you're Tank Davis, where you just got a big head, but you're short. You know what I mean? In his exception, but you could see Najee Lopez, right? And I can clearly see in him when I saw, like, you could see Calvin was in front of him last night, right? And Calvin's a thick dude. He's thick. He's heavy for that division, for that size, Calvin. And boy, you can look at Lopez and see in his face, his head cut, he's a big dude. You could see it in his shoulders and his size, that if you were just allow him to eat a couple cheeseburgers and a couple steaks and let him just, he'd be a big dude. He'd be a lot heavier than with the division he's fighting in. So I think he has the ability to go up 1 or 2 more divisions and be successful. But everybody does it in the game. Who's not weight cutting?
Totally. That's the
who's not doing
advantage. Yeah. So what I'd ask you is some of these, a lot of it's still mind games though, because like if you look at the Ben Eubank situation where the rehydration clause is pushed out a lot, but it doesn't really affect Chris Eubank though. Like Chris Eubank will weigh in, so Chris Eubank will put on between weigh in and getting into the ring about 10 to 13 pounds in every fight he's ever had. So when he fought at 168, he came in at 178. Only put 10 pounds on between weigh in and then getting into the ring when he fought George Groves. And George Groves was like 209 pounds or something.
Yo,
but Chris Eubank Jr.
MD,
like,
you gotta admit that wasn't healthy for fucking Conor Benn, man.
No, for Eubank, you're saying, nah, I disagree.
Yeah, for Eubank, yeah.
So when he weighed in the next day, like, he weighed in at 158.5 with clothes on. Like, even with the £10. Sorry, so fight was at 160, so 168.5 he weighed in it. So he only has to weigh in 170 the next morning. But he weighed in with his clothes and everything on and still was 1.5 pound under. Like, he doesn't put on a lot of weight between weigh in and into the fight.
Right.
Like, and it's not even into the fight, it's only the next morning, so he can still rehydrate more than that 10. That's just mind games. Like, he weighed in with a jacket and everything on the next day at 168, sorry. Like, that's crazy. And people were like, oh, it's dangerous for him and things like that. But every IBF title fight has that though, yeah?
Yeah. What up, Clay?
What up, Clay?
What's up, Low Nose Boxing?
Yo, what's going on, my Boricua brother? The voice of
Clay, you there? I can't hear you.
Clay's muted. I can't hear him.
Yep. Sometimes when you switch platforms, your mic is connected to one software, and you gotta.
Mic check.
There you go. Gotcha.
I'm in.
Yep.
I got it's a new platform. I never worked with the Restream, so
Yeah.
I'm getting it. My bad. Am I interrupting the dude, or is this a separate?
No. Go ahead.
No, you go.
What's up, my guy?
can
Low,
tell me,
man. What's good? Low knows boxing because
Good,
Low
man.
knows boxing.
I've been running into Clay all weekend, man. I jump on my boy round one, and I'll see my boy Clay. Hopefully,
Yeah.
we don't run into HLD, man. Let's keep him somewhere else, man.
Yeah, bro. If it's meant to be, clearly it's gonna be.
Talk to
Round
me.
one, man. Yo, we miss you on the platform, man. I haven't seen you crashing out in a minute, man. The crash out was legendary.
Yeah, listen, I just lock in on this training, and I'm exhausted when I get from the gym, and especially my family life, and I gotta mow my lawn. Ain't nobody gonna mow it for me. So
Not
you
yet,
know,
right? Round one, not yet.
so yeah, not yet, right? So so I'm locked in on this fight and stuff, and then juggling everything and putting on the show. I just been exhausted, because coming back, getting into shape, the one thing you learn when you get to the gym, how badly out of shape you really are.
Yeah.
And they kick your ass in those gyms, and they're kicking my ass in my gym. And then I'm not a young puppy, so you tend to get these aches and pains sometimes, and you just got to work through them. So
You gotta make sure that recovery too, right? Like we get older, we gotta make sure we getting that rest. We can't work out.
Yeah.
Like, you know how it is. We gotta give.
Yeah, that's why I haven't been getting on, and I haven't been going on the Boxing Voice or my channel as much, because I'm like crashing out, going to sleep 7:30, like whipped up. The day just got me, like bing, 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 like. And it was funny. Like the first 2 weeks, my daughter had like a pool outside, and this thing is like ice cold, right? And I'm working out, and I just take off my shirt, and I run into it. I jump right in it. And she's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm freezing. I'm just like, I got no. I don't got like this cryogenic, it's a freezing thing or anything. Right. Like this is my recovery.
You went MacGyver. You went MacGyver on her, bro. You ain't made it happen.
So I went in there, like freezing and shit. But it's just these are the things, Clay, like learning to listen to your body at my age.
I don't know how old you are. I'm pretty sure you're probably older than me, but I'm pretty much up there too. But I'm on a similar journey as far as I'm working out, I'm losing weight, and getting in good shape. But I'm learning that. I
inspired all these guys. Look at this shit.
Yeah, no, you know what I mean? Up them videos. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, listen,
trying to get one up on us, bro.
Listen, the whole clan has been working out. I've been watching y'all, every one of y'all. So, but I'm 51. I'm not shy about my age.
I'm 48. So
yeah, I'm right 51. There. And I started this mission and this journey because I really wanted to know if we were done at this age, if we were checked out, if it was all bullshit, that all the guys that tried before us, was it because they weren't training really hard, or was it because we were really done?
Right.
And I wanted to know, is it true? Is the last thing to go on a man his strength? And if it is, and then you get to that point where, like, I was in the gym and I knew I lost a step. I knew my jab wasn't as fast and stuff. And then but the next week I was a little bit faster. I had a better step. And then the next week, then I started learning. I started seeing, like, wait a minute, maybe I can move. Maybe I can do this. It's going to be at a certain level, but I'm going to be able to do it. And just to know that we can reinvent ourselves is the biggest message that I have to say. I admit this. I am the definition of wasted talent. I am. I truly am. And I'm okay with that. All right. I know that when I was younger, I was pretty skilled, but I used my talents in the wrong way, and the wrong people took notice of me. Okay. So I never fulfilled my dream or whatever of being a fighter. And I thought I was going to go to my grave without having one televised fight. I never was going to get that moment to say, look at me on TV. I did it. I had a bunch of amateur fights, but they were never live streamed, and so and a thing to test myself. So it all came kind of full circle, and everybody was like, Ellen, why are you doing this? My wife said I was going through a midlife crisis.
Probably are.
And I said, And I said to myself, let me tell you something, honey. Some people go through midlife crisis. They want to jump off a bridge, bungee jump out of a plane. I want to get into a fight. You know, it's to each his own. What floats your boat? I might not jump off a bridge, but I'll do this. And this is my way of understanding. You know, I tell her I'm only calm and everything because I'm always constantly angry and I'm always turning it down. You know what I mean? In my head, I can't turn this shit off. It doesn't work like that for me. You know, and that's all it is. It's just my passion for the sport. And I just didn't want to end it on the note that I ended it on. You know, I always talk about being a good fighter. I have a show. I talk about everything. And it doesn't mean for any man that has never fought or laced that they don't know what they're talking about, because you have a keen insight and a good eye that has nothing to do with the sport. But for me, I had to, this was a journey for me and stuff. And then the journey also came with getting in shape. So that was attached to it. It just came one after another, hand over fist. If I was going to get in shape, well, then working out became a thing of it. But and then in my competitive, not bad behavior, right? I'm starting to work out. I was doing everything right. I was putting it out every morning. And then the guy I was fighting popped up on my live stream and started watching me. So I said, no more live streams.
Right. You putting them in your camp now. You forgetting you got a match. You forgetting the rules here.
He's joining my live streams, telling me how I'm motivating him, and he's doing my routine.
And you're like,
I'm like, oh, wait a minute, no.
The first one, you like, that's what's up, man. You know, you had like a moment where it was like, at first you were like, oh man, I'm motivating, and you was like, wait, hold on a second, bro.
Hold on, wait. Yeah. I'm basically coaching you. Like, no. Like, nah.
I'm motivating you to whoop my ass.
Whoop my ass, right? I'm like, nah.
Bro, you go get yourself motivated, bro. You get off my damn line.
Yeah. So I started like not doing them and stuff, and I feel kind of bad for myself because like I'm like, damn man, I got other people that were watching me for those very reasons. But anyway, we're gonna get it popping and stuff.
It's part of the game, man. You get ready.
We're 40 something days away from my fight. After that, round one was full-fledged. We're back in action. I even still took time out to go out to New York, cover the Jake Paul Tank Davis fight. You know, the press conference and shit, and have them kick off. And you know, I took the time.
How did you feel being in the room and watching them do that press conference? And I mean, you had an opportunity, obviously, to ask a question. I'm not sure if you went there with the question already, or was that something that kind of developed as you were watching the press conference develop? That you know what I'm saying? That question you had, was it like, when I'm going to get up there, I'm going to ask this question, or as you were watching the press conference unroll, did you like, I want to kind of know this? Like, how did you feel about it?
That's awesome. That's an awesome question you just asked me, because it's going to force me to be truthful. I had 1,000 questions in my head while I was walking up to the podium, 1,000 questions. And then I was saying to myself, if I say like some soft ass shit, the TVV's community is gonna be like, man, you should have said this. They're always gonna say I should have said the next best thing, right? So as I'm sitting there, and there was like 3 people in front of me, and this fucking Puerto Rican KG whatever, he's the fucking slickest line cutter in the world. He cut in line outside, in front of the mic, everything, right? So now I know to watch him, because whatever he does, I'm doing next, right? Because he knows how to move in these places. Because he was fucking first and everything. So he's asking a question. This other kid's asking a question. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching Tank Davis. And I said to myself, an epiphany just hit me all in one. I said, if this is going to be the first time I meet Jake Paul and Tank Davis, it's going to be that press conference that they're doing what? Trying to promote their fight. There's the when and the where. I can ask him 100 questions, the tough questions I should be asking him, but I don't think this is the right place and time. I would like to get him into an interview. We can talk about some of these things, but right now you're doing what? Promoting a fight. So get on board, Edwin. Ask a good question, but make it an interesting question where I want to know about who's going to be who in the fight. So just before I was getting in line, no bullshit, Clay, I was so nervous, right? I was playing it cool. I was going to tell the guy in back of me to go in front of me.
Right.
Because I didn't know what to say. Thank God I didn't do that, because there were like 30 people in back of us that none of them got to ask their question. All of a sudden, the dude was like, nope, the first 5, 6 people, you guys ask question, that's it.
Right.
Bro, and the fact that I made the right move every step of the way was incredible. Like, I got a seat right in front of the mic. When he stood up, I was like right there.
Right.
So it was cool. So I get up, and then my question was, Tank Davis, do you believe out of all the fighters that claim they're going to be the fighter that can beat Jake Paul? Because what is it, Clay? Every time we thought someone was going to end this fiasco that is Jake Paul. No, this is going to be the guy that stops this.
Right.
No, this is going to be the guy that stops this. Now, Tank Davis, what does he do? He inherits this beef.
Right.
He has to become our savior to prove that boxing is not a fiasco and that you can't play boxing. You could play basketball, you could play baseball, but you can't play boxing. Ain't that right? Well, Jake Paul's making a mockery of it. And sort of, in a sort of, because he's fighting basketball players, ex-UFC play. He's not fighting until Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. With all that being said, it falls on Tank Davis. I asked him, why do you think you can be the guy to stop him? A lot of people say they're going to stop him. They don't end up stopping him.
Mm-hmm.
Same question for Jake Paul. It got them to interact. I thought it was a great question. I didn't think it was going to do as well as it did, but it did. It got them to engage into each other, and I was cool.
You're
with
okay.
it.
You felt like success. You're like, okay,
Yeah.
let me go sit my ass down. Quit while you're ahead. We're good.
Right. Absolutely. No. It's not even quit while you're ahead, because yo, Clay, between me and you, I was about to ask Tank Davis, yo, is your heart still in boxing? Because it doesn't look like you're all there, brother. That's what I really wanted to ask him. After that, but the lady Liz, she was only going to let me ask Tank one question. I couldn't even ask Jake Paul. I stood there and asked Jake Paul the second question. So the third one, she was like, no. You know what I mean? She sent me to my seat, because I was about to ask another question. You know me, I'm a bit of a talker.
Yeah. You like, as long as they're gonna let you have that mic,
I'll take every second you give me. You know. So
impressions of the energy of Tank Davis and Jake Paul as you were sitting there. What did you walk away with? You know, you walked out the arena. That it's all said and done. They do their little face off. They go. You know, you're leaving the arena now. You're heading back to your hotel or your car, whatever you're doing. What's going through your mind about what you just witnessed? What you just watched?
Well, before I left to the, I got into the car. We went right on the highway. We went straight home from there. We drove 3.5 hours, right?
Right.
But what happened was I walked outside and I saw the crowd, and the crowd was waiting for Jake Paul to come out to get into his car and leave, and Tank Davis to get in his vehicle and leave. So there was a guy. He was sitting on like a mailbox, and there was like a square of the crowd. And I couldn't help but notice, and I told the dude on the thing, I said, yo, look into the crowd, tell me what you see. And he was looking, he was like, I don't understand. I was like, bro, these are kids. These are like YouTube fan boys. Look, they're not not one of them kids in this crowd could tell you what a pullback is, or what a 2-4-5 is.
Right.
Sequence 1, 2, 4, 5. Like they couldn't tell you what that is.
Right.
None of them. Which means that this is Jake Paul's crowd. And the impression that I got, this is what he brings to the sport, Jake Paul. Ironically, a lot of people, they're in the sport and they're fucking they're world champions and shit. You say their names in different states and countries, they don't know who the fuck you are. Right. Bro, you say Jake Paul almost anywhere, yes, you're gonna know. You're gonna know. But say Oscar Collazo. Who the hell is Oscar Collazo? Well, he's a multiple, he has multiple titles. Right. He's a unified world champion.
Right.
I'm and Naoya Inoue, say it. I don't know who the hell Naoya Inoue is.
You probably better chance call him the Monster. If you call him the Monster, maybe they might.
Maybe. But Jake Paul's name,
right,
bro,
it's gonna ring those bells. It's gonna ring the bells for sure.
Yeah, and he pushes the needle. So that big following he had really helped him. Claymore, tell me, what do you think about this fight with Jake Paul and Tank Davis? Do you think it's a real fight, I mean, like I reported, I said until we see this fight for what it is, it's not a boxing match. It can't be considered a boxing match just because you said you wear the same equipment, but you're not playing by the same rules. So if you're not fighting by a professional standard boxing rules, then this is not a boxing match. What we have here is a fight. Do you think that this is a real fight?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, right? I can tell you in general, it's a circus show for me. And the reason I'm saying that is because, you know, Jake Paul, I respect him for what he brings to the table as far as to boxing, the eyes on boxing, right? The way he represents the women's side of boxing as well, the undercards and things of that nature. So I'm never that critical of Jake Paul whenever he's making a fight, whether it's Julio Cesar Chavez, whether it's Tyrone Woodley, whether it's Ben Askren, whether it's Anderson Silva, whether it's some dude from out of Georgia that I never heard of. I just kind of always, you know, accept the fact that, you know, this is his lane. This is a lane he's made money in. A lot of people come to watch him. He has a fan base, and he's feeding that fan base. I never take him seriously. I thought for a second there I entertained him when he faced off with Zurdo Ramirez. I'm like, oh, is he going to try to make something happen, at least with a top 10 cruiserweight?
Right.
Maybe he will this time. Maybe he's feeling confident enough, and I was excited to maybe he might do that. But I don't really care about what he does like that. I'm not that critical of Jake Paul as a lot of people are. I wouldn't mind seeing him get his ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't mind seeing that at all. But at the same time, not so critical because I kind of like respect in a weird way. Like I kind of respect what he's doing, like see what he's actually doing for himself. Right. But obviously there's disappointment there with Gervonta Tank Davis, clearly, right? Like there's clearly an understanding that he has work to do, that we feel like, at least as fans, that there's work for him to do. There's fights for him to make for boxing, things that would help push along the legacy of boxing and continue to move forward with the tradition of boxing as we know it as fans, as far as what he should be doing versus what he's choosing to do. I know for a fact this is a money grab for Gervonta Tank Davis. And once I hear stuff like that, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if he's not going to move in a scripted way with Jake Paul just to give the show. I don't know if he really is going to try to compete at a high level and put hands on Jake Paul and hurt Jake Paul. I don't know what agreement they have, because when you're dealing with Jake Paul, you are dealing with the theatrics of television, of YouTube, of all those different things, right? So I mean, I don't know. I try not to wrap my mind around it too tight to make too much sense of it, because I don't want to be disappointed. You know what I mean? I just kind of figure it is what it is. It'll play out. And I'm more so interested in the undercard. I'm more interested in Gary Antoine Rosa.
You're always interested in a freaking Jake Paul undercard, because that's what we come to watch the fight for.
If you're asking me my opinion on the boxing, it's like that's a part of the boxing where that's where I'm at with the boxing. As far as Jake Paul and Gervonta, you know, I kind of like look at it like, you know, we'll see. You know,
hey yo, Clay, right? I can't agree with you more, but I gotta publicly come out and say this about Jake Paul. For myself, man. I'm a man, and I can admit something. You know what I'm saying? I'm fucking jealous of this dude. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of Jake Paul because he got to pull off something I can only dream of. You mean to tell me you're not a boxer? You didn't even have an amateur career. You came from YouTube and Nickelodeon, and you legitimately had enough star status and enough money to back you to get my legend, Floyd Mayweather, to do an exhibition in a ring with you? Are you fucking kidding me? I would give anything to experience something like that, and to watch, have people actually come out and pay me do this. Like, look at all the legends that you mentioned Jake Paul just fight. Anders Silverson, you mean the UFC fucking champion, champion? You got to share the ring with him. Your brother pulls off sharing the ring with Floyd Mayweather, and you pull it off with Mike Tyson. Like you kids went and did some shit. I am so jealous. Listen, I have never met Floyd, let alone share a ring with him. Okay? And you pulled that off? Like, listen, my man, Jake Paul, I am fucking jealous of you. Now, the theatrics, everything else, I could say whatever the fuck I want.
Right,
brother.
Right, but you got to give him. That's what I meant by
hats off to you.
You got to have. It's like I said it in a weird way. I know people might feel some kind of way, but there's a respect for what that man has done. Like it's
did.
Yeah,
people have challenged Floyd to get in the ring. Nope, not giving you opportunity.
Yep.
Movie stars, actors, I wish, and I bet you they put on some gloves and played around in their living room.
Yeah.
I did this with Floyd. This dude got in the ring with him. Are you kidding me?
Viral moments, taking Floyd's hat off his head, pissing Floyd off like this.
Right, I'm Logan Paul. How the fuck did you do that?
He's defiant, and you know. And defined is my word for September, is my word that I've been using because of Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez, and just defiant, right? Just not subscribing to the limitations you're putting on him, right? You're telling him this is your lane, this is where you're supposed to be, this is the way things are supposed to be done, and he's consistently and constantly challenging those laws that you think are there, and let you know that not for me, not for me, bro. I actually do whatever the hell I want, and I'm going to at least go for it. If I fail, I fail. But your limitations that you obviously have on yourself, you are not going to project them on me, bro. Why can't I get in the ring and fight Tank? Why can't I go fight Mike Tyson? And why can't I beat Canelo Alvarez? What the hell are you talking about?
Mike Tyson is my legend. Like, he's on my wall, right? And I'm just like, you mean you got Mike to train, paid him 20 mil, and shared the ring on a world stage with Mike Tyson? I mean, that
120 million views.
Like,
all laws of like science and mathematics, and he just completely just brought a whole entire perspective on possibilities.
Clay, imagine how many young heavyweight fighters were coming up while Mike Tyson was on the way out, and they said, "Damn, I just missed him." I never got to share the ring with Mike. He was in a different era. I was coming up. He was on his way out. I just missed him. And Jake Paul comes out of left field and gets the fight you wish you could have.
And gets a win on his record. He has a record with a win
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson. You could, I mean, obviously we can get into the technicalities of his age and all those things, but at the end of the day, brother, it is what it is, man. Not to mention the payday, obviously, on top of it. So it just,
I don't care.
At some point, you do have to kind of like just salute him in a way, and because I have complaints about Jake Paul, obviously, like anybody else would. As far as, you know, maybe sometimes it might look like he's making a bit of a mockery, a little bit of the sport. But
I agree.
You can't help but, if you want to be honest, if you're going to be honest, as you said, be a man and just be honest and say,
being honest.
Damn it, bro. That dude's kind of like a genius, bro. He's kind of amazing, bro. He's kind of amazing to be able to do what he did, bro. And I don't know, like, maybe he is a little bit of jealousy. Maybe there's a little bit of jealousy in there. And
I can't believe
healthy jealousy.
Oh my God, bro. Like, I would so much. Come on, Clay, bro. Claymore. Are you serious, Claymore? Like, yo, Claymore and Rain right now. Tomorrow, you know, you and Mike can go in a 6-round exhibition.
Right.
You know what I mean? And to raise money for cancer or something.
Right.
Yo, sign me up.
Like, put a couple of M's in your account too. That is,
oh my God, a couple of M's too on top of that. And it's just like, just you know, for the love of the sport, I never got to a pinnacle like that. And for me, if I could do an exhibition with Felix Trinidad or Miguel Cotto,
and be honest, right? Like, you wouldn't give a damn.
No, I'm gonna get beat up.
The fans are gonna say, right?
It didn't matter. I got to do that.
Earn it. What has he done to earn it? This is a mockery to the
sport.
I was on YouTube. You're gonna
have you fought Felix Trinidad?
Right? You're gonna be like, I know, right?
Right. Like,
totally. I know. It's crazy. Yeah, man. See you guys Saturday.
Salute, yeah, you know.
Bro, I know, no professional career.
Nothing.
Yeah, crazy.
Hey, Francis Ngannou, this shit. Francis Ngannou, all the way my way up to fighting the top guy.
Who would have known, bro? When there's a will, there's a way, bro.
I mean, you know, talk about living out your dreams and shit.
Yeah.
And coming to a sport and really, you know, at first I took Jake Paul as a really like a con artist. I thought that he was slick. He was using Amanda Serrano for the Puerto Rican image.
Which
I
he,
thought he
which he
was
still may be doing a little bit, but I mean, I don't know.
another exploiting the Puerto Rican culture or whatever like that.
Right.
And but he kind of proved me wrong. You know, he goes out there, he lives out there, he got a gym out there. He stuck with Amanda every fight.
Right.
And he brought her up, and then he got Amanda with the women's and the Netflix deal. So, and that didn't have nothing to do with him. He put that all for Amanda and the girls.
Do you think it gets to a point round one where it's like you can try to sit there and read the mind of Jake Paul as far as his intentions, right? You can sit there and play that game of like, yeah, he's doing all this great stuff, but why is he doing it? Well, you might never be able to truly know why he's doing it because you're not close enough to him to have that type of intimate conversation.
Or is it us?
Intentions. But can we celebrate the reality of what's actually happening one way or the other, bad intentions, good intentions, or in between? Can we come to and understand and celebrate that, whether it was something diabolical that he's up to, whether there's a bigger picture there that we're not seeing? Amanda Serrano has benefited in these ways. Women's boxing has benefited in these ways.
Right.
And isn't that a good thing for them? What do you think they think about it? However you may think about Jake Paul's intentions, because I think that translates the same way even with the Turki Al-Sheikh conversation, right? Where it gets to a point to where people constantly want to bring up the reasons, the true reasons.
What's his end game?
What he's doing.
What's his end game type thing?
Yeah. He's sports washing.
Is he doing this? Is he
Okay. It's like, okay,
now,
nobody knows why he's doing it. We can all speculate, but can we, at this point, as boxing fans at least, and clearly the fighters who've been involved in doing business with him, can we come to an agreement that there's a benefit here that we can acknowledge? Is just,
well,
let's celebrate that for what it really is.
Let me ask you a question. Is it us as fans that America has lied to us so much and done so much fuckery to us that it has us on our CSI every time we see the next person? So I don't think we're giving the person a benefit of doubt than so much always questioning their intentions or if this is fake or true or what we're watching. So in a sense like that, when Turki Al-Sheikh comes, there always has to be an end game to them, right? And then when you see like, these kind of situations, Clay, I'm asking you, is it us that we are thinking too much conspiracy theory, where when a person just starts to do things either for business, it doesn't always necessarily have to translate to they're a mad scientist, and it always has to, how about a person's just doing a business deal? He saw a lucrative opportunity. What do you mean none of the girls are signed? No one signs women boxing? Let me buy women boxing. Bam! Rather than he bought women boxing to exploit these women or this nationality. Why are we as fans always trying to turn even the most,
because as a culture, we're cynical. And we've been trained to not believe things. We just are. You can't even knock somebody in this country for being cynical, because we live in, especially today into 2025, we're pretty much in a fallen state, right? As far as humanity is concerned in this country. But you can't fault somebody for being cautious and leery about, especially if it's too good. The better it is, the more leery, you know what I'm saying, you want to be.
No, Claymore. Nowadays we see some real shit just pop off, and right when you finish seeing it, you're gonna say that was staged, that was fake. That was this, that was that, because we can't watch anything no more in the world without saying it was staged, act, or someone making a new video and in slow motion it on super slow.
Right.
Like something that it took 1/10 of a second to happen.
Right.
And they're trying to break it down frame by frame. Like if they had the time to think about it. It's like America does this to you so that when you see real shit, it's easiest for us to write it off as that's not what you saw. Case in point.
For us to manipulate it.
Right. Okay. Case in point. Rodney King. It's not what you saw. 4 officers beating the hell out of somebody. That's not what you saw.
Right.
What you saw were 4 officers trying to arrest and assist a gentleman, acquit them.
That was resisting.
That was resisting.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he was on drugs, folks.
Yeah, he was on
that
he was
stuff.
drinking. He was driving his Hyundai Elantra 150 miles an hour. You don't know what
right. And he has that's not what you saw.
By getting him off
You
the road.
didn't see the 6-foot chain we had clocked around his neck. Where do they issue that out in the police force?
Right.
Where do they issue out? Like, but you don't matter what you saw.
Right. It's
because
not what
now
you saw.
everything you see is fake.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't really take that beating, and those officers ain't really guilty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's a major fact. That's a major fact, and it's the culture now. It's what we in now, and now you have AI.
And that was some real shit.
Different things. Right. Of course.
That was some real shit.
Worse now than it was then. It's even worse now because really, I mean, you see what AI is doing right now. We're watching AI do some crazy stuff. I saw Javante Tank Davis kissing Jake Paul the other day.
I did.
I was like,
yes, I did.
Outside of
that
knowing about artificial intelligence,
if they can do that with Jake Paul,
it looked
they
like
can do that. Oh my God, bro!
You had to like double back, even though you knew because you watched we all watched the press conference, but you had to play back. Like, hold the hell up! Wait. When did this happen?
No, I thought that was hilarious, but AI is a motherfucker. Yo, that shit is scary. Yo, how about them AI ones where you see him where Donald Trump is beating up the Russian president?
Yeah,
he starts smacking him at the car. Yo, I was crying. I was like, yo, they had Usyk one that he was saying that Daniel Dubois is his bitch and that he now has to serve him because he beat him in the ring. Yo, it was crazy.
Yeah,
some crazy AI shit.
It's a lot going on today, man. You know what I mean? And we all have to kind of, especially as content creators, on this YouTube space, you never know what's gonna pop up one day as far as you don't know where your face could end up being and what you could end up looking like you're saying or with somebody. It's just so much going on out here, man. It is what it is. But
my man
let
was
me ask you a question.
Yeah,
right now, because yesterday I saw something interesting online, man. There was a content creator, True Sports Media, not my guy, Coach Malachi, but the other guy, the
kid with the glasses,
right? So
I know him. I know him.
Yeah, he comes on last night on a bit of a live, and he's speaking towards boxing right now, and he says boxing is about as dead, is more dead than it's been in the longest time. He said there's absolutely nothing going on right now for the fourth quarter of the year, and he was saying that, and I was saying to myself, I don't know what I feel opposite of that. I'm sorry, I just feel like we're going into a great month. We're going into a lot of super welterweight, junior middleweight fights. We just came off of a historical fight between Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez, literally ending the year December 27th with a Monster Inoue card. Where are you at? I mean, maybe I'm just maybe I'm overstimulated. Maybe that definitely could be part of it. But how do you feel about boxing right now? How do you feel?
How do I feel about boxing? I'm gonna tell you right now. I feel like we're spoiled fans, and we can never be satisfied. I think that true school sports kid, he has too much boxing. He's watched too much that he's spoiled. And if Saul Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford, Naoya Inoue, and the rest of the fighters that have already fought this year has not excited you, and then the ending the year, we're going to have again another Naoya Inoue fight with other potential fighters and up and coming fighters. We got the David the Monster Benavidez card with Anthony Yard. We got Abdullah Mason on that card. We got
Devin Brian Norman Jr.
Devin Haney, Brian Norman Jr. Fucking fight I'm waiting for.
Rodriguez.
That's actually the fight I'm waiting for. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
It blew me away.
He's just a spoiled fan. And it's like, I want more, and you don't stop to appreciate or to see the people coming up anymore. He's a well-educated kid. the True Cool Sports. He knows a lot of fighters, but if you notice, he covers a lot of the lower weight divisions.
Yes,
He
he's
likes.
literally in the camp right now, I believe, with Angelo Leo. I think
He loves Angelo Leo. He loves Angelo Leo, and he's constantly in Japan.
Right.
So he's not. You know, he knows a lot of the boxers.
No, that's why I'm bringing it up, because I've seen him
Don't get me
before.
wrong.
I've always seen him as an articulate, intelligent person.
No,
so when he said that, he literally made me revisit my thoughts and say, "Is it me? Am I overstimulated? Am I just
no.
Or,
Claymore, don't allow someone to turn off your fire. He might be going through a space in boxing where he's upset with the sport. Remember, they got him halfway banned out of Japan for asking one question. He admitted that to me. I met him over in the fight when I believe we were what fight? I was in the, what fight was I at when I met True School Sports and I took all the pictures with Angelo Leo and everybody? I was at the Naoya Inoue fight. Yeah, okay.
Naoya Inoue fight in
Vegas?
Vegas?
I was at the Naoya Inoue fight in Las Vegas. He was there.
Right.
So I met him in the hallway. He's shorter than I thought. I'm a lot taller than him. True School Sports. So I sat there and I talked to him. I was like, yo, my man, I listened to you a lot. He told me he went out to Japan. He was in the hallway. He had credentials for Naoya Inoue. In Japan, you can't say certain things. And they tell you in the press conference, don't ask him this. You can say this. So when he was in the hallway, he was asked to say nothing. They told him, if Naoya Inoue walks by here, don't open your mouth. And when he came out, the true American in him came out. He said, what's up, Naoya Inoue? When you're moving up to 126. And they kicked him out the fucking building for that. And they trying to ban him out of Japan for some bullshit, because when they tell you, he said, I didn't say anything wrong. Japan said, we didn't ask you if you said anything wrong. We wanted to know if you could take an order.
Right.
We asked you to say not say anything. That meant say nothing.
Right. That was the test.
It didn't say choose to say something of your convenience. No, you don't know how to follow rules. We told you say nothing.
You know, you have some content creators, Edwin, that speak on not being able to make it. Like, you look at Showbiz, for example, right? Showbiz is somebody who people could say whatever they want to say about him. He's as a content creator on YouTube, we're in a fraternity. We have a fraternity, right? And understanding whether people want to act like whatever, I don't really care, right? I'm gonna be honest with you and tell you that as YouTube content creators in America, in the boxing space, we are the information source. We are the media for boxing in America for a long time. Now you see Max Kellerman returning, and you see they're giving him these shows, but even Ariel Helwani is part of our community, believe it or not, right?
Yeah.
Like, these guys are people who are self-made in the space, and Showbiz happens to be a representation of us. And when I see Showbiz working with the Zone or working over there in Riyadh or doing something, I look at it like you can look at your own future potentially.
No, he inspires me.
100%.
He inspires me too.
What has he done? What has he done that separated him and moved him past his peers? Knowing that if you really paid attention to Showbiz 2 years ago, this guy was like less than 100,000 subscribers. Like, this guy really just caught fire and moved past a lot of dudes in the game right now who have been sitting over 200,000 subscribers for years. And what has he shown? He's shown that he can be a team player. Whether you agree with him, disagree with him, that's all somebody's personal own perspective of how they see him. And this is just bringing it full circle back to what happened in that scenario that you just painted in that hallway, which is, if you're going to act like somebody who's going to go rogue whenever they feel like it and can't
be a team player
for a second, then what are you going to do when the bigger thing is on the line? You're going to screw us. You're going to screw us. You're going to say it's in the spirit of journalism and all that. We don't got time for that nonsense, bro. You continue to work your ass off outside the building, scrounging and chasing down people to get in their cars to get interviews. We're not allowing you in the building with us. How about that?
Right. And the thing is, see, the individual is always selfish. He's only thinking about him. He's only thinking about his 13-hour plane ride, his 2 hour from the hotel to the building, and the fact that he's always wanted to meet and say something to Naoya Inoue.
Right.
So that moment was built up for him, right? And it was taken away by some guy in a hallway that said, you can't say anything right now.
Right.
See, but when he told me the story, what he failed to mention was they said you can't say nothing in this hallway, but had you passed that test, would they have brought him to you later? You see? So if you didn't pass the first part of the test, you would have never known what doors that would have opened for you. So because you never made it that far. Okay. And in life, sometimes, unfortunately, some opportunities only come once, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the individual is always
dice.
going to think, the individual is always going to think in himself. He's going to be like, man, I waited in line 6 hours, 4 hours. I rode this flight here. I wanted to ask a question. And when it was shot down, the ego inside of someone that always tests is like the law, like I'm always fighting what they say that wasn't one of these times. You had to learn to identify.
I mean, you also throw the dice because if they didn't throw him out the building, if Inoue would have responded, right? Let's say it would have worked the other way, then that'd have been a viral moment. That'd have been a bit of content that nobody else had the balls to move forward. And once again, just speaking to what we said earlier when we were talking about being defiant and and not allowing people to project their limitations on you. So you got to throw the dice sometimes. You got to go for it, right? It happens.
Right. Okay. Mark in the building. Thank you. Mark was in there when True School Score was explaining the video and the situation. Mark, I took a picture with Mark. So Mark said it. He was also told, you're right, not to videotape Naoya Inoue walking, and he recorded him. You know what I mean? Like that. And then he posted the video. So like he got in like a lot of hot water with Japan and stuff. And that's his breadwinner. All those lower weight divisions. And if you get kicked out of Japan, I think you're going to be a bit butthurt, a bit bummed out. And if they take away your biggest part of your media, I think your impression of boxing would be kind of down now, wouldn't it?
It could be definitely. That definitely adds some perspective and context to what I saw last night. Because what I saw last night, to me, and I know that he also had a bit of a bad experience, him and Shahan Detel at the Los Angeles Riyadh season when Terrence Crawford fined Madrimov. I know they also had a bad experience there. I guess their media credentials weren't honored or something, or they weren't allowed into to where the other journalists. It seems like Riyadh has been a little bit more tight with their media. And they, they the way they're allowing people to access fighters or whatever have you. So
stop talking about Turkey like that.
Listen,
and maybe you'll get back.
Like I know for me, it's like, bro, like I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like these people come here, he's spending his money. He hasn't signed. He's not part of your little journalist guild code of conduct and ethics and all. Nah, bro, you either serve a purpose here that works, that benefits me, or you don't, brother.
Hold on. I know you. From what I've known you, I've talked to you for a while. You are one of the biggest Turkey guys, and and supporting what he's doing for boxing because you believe in the sport. You don't care about the name. Your passion is to keep the sport alive at all costs. Right. And I know where you stand. Okay.
Yes.
Now, I wonder if you figured this out and if you can advocate this and get this out to more people about Turkey, that when I see his fight, I truly have never witnessed this in my life. I have never witnessed a fight night where a man controls everything. He controls both fighters, all the cards. He's paying all the money. Meaning
he sits right there in the front from
every single time.
To the last fight, he's sitting front row.
Check it out. Every single time, this is what I mean. I don't want you guys to overlook this.
Okay.
Every single time I see a boxing match, what do we see? Bob Arum versus PBC. Bob Arum versus Oscar. Golden Boy versus Matchroom. Matchroom versus Queensberry or whatever. Right. Okay. Now, when I say that, I say this. That in the boxing match, there are two promotions. One of them probably has a judge and the other one got the referee and this guy. And you can think all these scenarios because this guy wants to pay this guy to take a dive because he's going to blow it to get money and everything because the mob's involved it and everybody's placing bets. Here's where Turkey is a conundrum because when you think about Turkey's situation, he's not going against Bob Arum, Oscar, no one. He's going against himself And when he's putting down bets, he has all the money in the world. He doesn't need to gamble. He doesn't need a website to throw a fight so that Las Vegas can cover a spread. This is the most honest, purest boxing match I've ever witnessed, where that you can actually allow both fighters for nature to take its course. Why? If Terence Crawford wins, he wins. If Saul wins, he wins. He has a contract with Saul Canelo Alvarez. He's ended his career with Turkey. That's his fighter. But wait a minute, he's holding Terence Crawford's hand. That's his fighter. That's right. They're both his fighter. And as a matter of fact, everyone on the card and everyone in that thing was his fighter. He sat in the front row because he was the only man he was betting against was himself. That is the first fight I ever witnessed that I said that whole card had no corruption. You didn't have to hire the referee. You didn't have to hire judges. You didn't have to do anything. What are you doing? Would you be cheating yourself? You mean to tell me that the fix is in on yourself and you're putting the fix in on yourself because you own both fighters? Right. Whatever fighter wins, you win.
Period. It's about the event. That's where he wins. He's worried about the event, the delivery of boxing.
No,
also he doesn't come from the same culture as over here, right? So for him, the passion he has for the sport, this is the first time I've ever seen, in my personal opinion, in real time at least. I don't know about the old promoters back in the day, but this guy has for me, I'm sold on the idea that Turki Al-Sheikh likes boxing. People can say it's a front, it's a facade. I believe the man appreciates a good fight, and I believe he pushes for that to happen. He wants to see a good fight. And he happens to have access.
I'm going to go a step further than you. I'm going to go a step further. Okay. Let's look at his job title, where he comes from.
Right.
Where he comes from at home. What is his job title back at home? The CEO of entertainment.
Right.
He is a head and control of the entertainment of that entire thing. Right. So they took him and sent him off into the world.
Right.
What is his job title? Entertainment. Right. Whether it's NASCAR running, UFC, which he also promotes, boxing, he is doing his job.
Car racing, golf,
darts. I don't care.
Right.
He is doing his job. He is the head of entertainment. He is bringing you what? Entertainment value, something to watch. And he's doing away with pay-per-view. With your subscription to Netflix,
come on, man,
you will watch the fight
and the zone. He's doing, as a boxing fan, which is where I always speak from. This is the seat that I speak from. I don't try to be a boxing promoter. I'm not trying to be a boxer. I'm speaking from the fan of boxing. Good job, brother. Good job, and salute to you. And you continue doing what you're doing. And I don't understand how boxing fans can speak from any other space, Edwin. I don't know how we speak from, but how much is Al making? I don't give a shit. Yeah, but PBC is gonna lose. I don't care. PBC should just work harder, bro. It's called the free market, brother. You know what? Where has some good food? You want me to tell you, if you want some good food right now, you know what I'm gonna send you? I'm gonna send you to New York or Houston, or you know why? Because it's a free market. And if your pizza sucks, I don't gotta come here. There's another spot. And guess what you're doing? Trying to make your pizza better because of the guy with the pizza shop around the corner. The free market has always served the customer best.
Right. You're not the only game in town.
Right. And
because there's another person putting on a better show and another performance, you're going to shit on him and question and start to make up these wild accusations.
Right.
What's his whole game plan? And Saudi, they're going to try to, I don't know, by taking over boxing, they're gonna all enslave us.
Edwin, you know what they're trying to tell you? Eat the shitty pizza. Even though that guy's pizza is the best pizza on the block, you don't know what that guy's intentions are for opening up a pizza shop here. So I'm gonna eat this nasty cardboard crust pizza for some loyalty to some guy who's still trying to take my money, with a guy who's not only making better pizza, he's selling it at at a cheaper price.
Cheap
And the
price.
environment is a way better environment, nicer furniture, better televisions. I'm watching.
And this
sports
guy's
now.
trying to tell you, you don't know where he gets his ingredients.
Yeah.
So don't trust it. Like, what the fuck? Hey, come
Bro,
on.
step your damn pizza game up and get out my face.
Yeah.
You don't work on that damn tomato sauce that you've been working, that you've been using for the past couple of years. We've been complaining about that damn tomato sauce the past 5 damn years, bro. If you don't fix that shit and get out my face.
And PBC gonna still have the nerve to look us in the face and say 89.99
for fucking
for the
Roach
fight.
versus Isak.
No.
Get out of our face, bro. If they don't get out of our face.
For the first time, them 5 stick boys is outside.
Listen.
They outside. They outside.
Edwin, right? There's only so much you can take, brother.
I mean,
there's only so much.
There's only so much I could.
Yeah,
I
you can be as loyal as you can be. I'm gonna pay for it. I want to be a true boxing fan, but damn it, there comes a point where the rubber meets the road, bro. And we just gotta call a duck, bro. We gotta say, listen, man, this is unacceptable. You're not trying. You're not trying to meet us halfway. You're not trying to empathize with our position. You just don't care. You don't care. $89.99 to watch a pro box fighter in Lamont Roach. Salute to Lamont Roach and everything he's doing right now. Right. And Isak Pitbull Cruz, bro, to headline a pay-per-view card for $90, bro. Why, bro? Why is that? Why should we pay for that?
And if that's the main event, what the fuck is the undercard?
You telling me it's gonna be worse fights? And I think that's gonna be a good fight, by the way. I'm excited to see that fight.
It's a rock and sock fight because you're dealing with a guy that doesn't throw a jab and a bunch of hook fucking power shots, and a guy like Lamont Roach that can move, that can work. Another. Yeah. Let's see if because and then the storyline, of course, they're gonna dress it up like Isak Pitbull Cruz went the distance with Tank Davis, and Lamont Roach went the distance with Tank Davis.
To the draw. Let's beat him.
Yeah, let's see which one of these can come out at you know what I mean? But
it's
no matter how you can dress it up,
those stories
it's still
are
not worth $90.
Yeah, when it's free, those stories are awesome. We're like,
it's just not worth $90.
I got a burger theory, Edwin, and I say, I love a good burger like the next man. I love a good burger, bro. You know what I'm saying? A good cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? Deluxe with all the, with the brioche bun. I'm here for it, baby. I'm here for it, right? But you make that burger $250, bro.
Nah.
Let me tell you something, bro.
Nah.
When I eat that burger, I'm going to taste every flaw in that burger, bro. That burger's getting the ultimate scrutiny, bro. You heard? You are scrutinizing that burger. That burger better change my life, bro. Because if it tastes anything like a burger, it's gonna
$250. Did that come with some sucky or something like that? Yeah. Like, what the fuck? Yo, man. These people
change my life.
No. Definitely. Look, I've been a victim in my younger age of if it doesn't cost a lot, it must not be worth it.
Right.
And I thought that quality came by the dollar amount you would pay until rich people went and got stupid.
Right.
And they try to play like us because we were dumb. Like, for instance, that one time that baby got played by a watchmaker, I forget what it was, and he posted it on like Instagram, like, yo, check out this watch I paid $400,000 for. And the dudes they roasted him. The internet's undefeated. They said, yo, that shit's fake. Whoever you bought that watch, yo, sure enough, he took the watch back and it ended up being fake.
Mm-hmm.
And he paid $400,000 for that watch that wasn't worth $25. Now, the jeweler that sold it to him, the kid's son, he took it as a challenge, like a joke. Like, these rich people come in here and they don't even know quality. And he looked at him, baby, and it was like, look at this stupid. And he did it just to like show you guys would, if you tell me anything, you'll spend money on all this. You know what I'm saying? Because you think that if you spend more money on something, you're getting quality. And sometimes is not the case. In some cases, yeah. But it's how to respect the consumer.
Yeah.
And I don't think $80 or $90 is respecting us, because I think the PBC's mindset is the mindset of a businessman.
It's a closeout sale every time. Just like Dana said, it's a closeout sale, bro.
If you raise
hold on one second, Edwin. Just Mac Majestic. I don't know. You're right. I don't know if it's a pay-per-view. That's another thing. Is it a pay-per-view? I didn't get a confirmation. I don't know. I guess that's what's spinning around of the space is that it
that's
is a
all I
pay-per-view.
hear. That's all I hear, that it
I
is
don't know.
going to be
If
one.
it's not a pay-per-view, then okay, it is what it
Then
is.
okay. Right. But the PBC is saying their business matters. You know how all businessmen think, that if you raise the price on this, why lower it? When you said what they do is they say, a freight container coming over the Pacific Island sank, and there's limited amounts of these. Now we only got 100,000 of these. So if you want one, it's triple in sale. Okay. What happens is when the tank comes in next week, the tank it don't go back.
Yeah.
It never goes back to its original price.
Right.
Because once you already got them paying for this, you do not go back.
Right.
And if business model 101, if you raise the price, if you lower it, what it shows to the people, that's no longer valuable.
Right.
So what it actually gives the message, you think you're doing something by cutting 50% off this. Now you cut 50% off it. I think that's old news. You're just trying to get it off to me for 50%.
Right.
When that's what you should have been selling it as. So the market says, do not lower your price. But that's old way of thinking. That's an old way of thinking. I think the world is evolved, and just like technology speeds up, word of mouth speaks up fast. And I think with all these streaming places where you could pirate this shit, you need to be more alert to the consumer. Because I'll tell you right now, rather than pirating the Fire Stick and dealing with buffering and then fucking shooting down my fight in the 10th round, if you made the fight $25, for $25, I'll pay, not deal with that.
Right.
How about that? Right?
Yeah. Yes. That's a fact. Even
know
though
what I'm
I still feel some kind of way, but I'd pay. I'd
Yes.
rather pay than deal with
$25
Yeah.
then deal with the buffering or them turning it off, but not $80, not $90, neither. Okay. And maybe if I already had a Netflix
Not
account,
70 either, not $69.99, not $59.99. Like make it realistic.
Right. And you guys know what this is gonna eventually happen, right? The end game to putting it on Netflix, unfortunately, in a year and a half times time, what's gonna happen is you're gonna have a Netflix account, but if you want to watch the fight, you're gonna have to pay a certain thing.
Like
You know how
upgrade, like
Americans
membership.
get. Yeah. Oh, no. It's gonna be like, okay, you could have like a Netflix account, and it'll give you what Netflix originally gave you, all the accesses to the shows, movies, things like that, right? Okay. But to sporting events, they'll be like, okay, you have a Netflix account, and if you want to see Jake Paul, it's $25 extra to see it on the side type shit. Like they initially have it. That's what it ends up happening all the time. They've gone back, giving it to you free on this thing, and then all of a sudden, the zone you got to pay for. The zone was free.
I agree with you. I think there's I think capitalism is capitalism, and I think where they can, they will. To make money, that will happen.
Eventually, they'll
What
they'll get you all in the room,
right? They'll build it first. They'll do what in business they may be looking at as, let's build value here. Let's build value so that when we give them put a price on it, we give them an option to walk away from the product or admit that they love the product and pay the extra money to see it.
It's kind of like having that new supermarket open a few towns over from your town, and you find that one supermarket that they just opened up and everything's mad low. The bread's cheaper, the eggs are cheaper, and it's worth the drive. So you do this for like 2 months, and all of a sudden on your 3rd month you go there, you notice all the prices on everything are slightly elevated.
Yeah.
And it's not worth the ride anymore.
Right.
Now you could just go over here and deal with this shit, right? It used to be when it first busted out, but they got you all the drive out there.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then
it's part of the game, right? When at the end of the day, And you know,
Definitely.
and another thing I've always realized, and I try to explain to people as boxing fans, is listen, don't ask me to guarantee you that Turkey's going to stay the way he's staying or continue to deliver. Enjoy it for what it is while it is what it is, because there's no guarantees. We're all at the bottom of the hill. We're all catching the shit. You know what I'm saying? We're all here as fans or as customers trying to get the best deals out there. And these guys are trying to figure out ways to make more money. So in 2-3 years, if I find out that things are changing, is it going to shock me? No, bro. When the PBC first came out, everybody thought it was the best thing since sliced bread, right? The fighters were getting the big paydays. We were getting these fights and and then what? Ultimately, they ended up being what they are right now. The reality of the situation, though, is building up the sport. If you want the sport to get built up, they're going in the right direction. Bringing in Dana White, bringing in TKO. Am I happy about the Muhammad Ali Act? I don't know, not necessarily. I don't know what it's going to turn out to being. If it messes up, that'll be something that they have to address and get fixed when it happens. But I'll tell you this.
Back up, Claymore. Did they abolish it?
No, they didn't do it, but I guess they're working towards doing it. I guess that's the whole problem, that they're trying to abolish it. That's what they're working towards. So I don't know what the end result is. And I don't know if they're trying to abolish it or if they're trying to amend it, if they're trying to add extra things to it to give them flexibility or freedom to do certain things that they can't do. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, to tell you the truth, the reason why Dana White wants it abolished because it will make him give him like a monopoly.
Right.
In the TKO. And it kind of like puts them under a wager. Okay, look, check it out, right? Statistically, a lot of people think that all these boxers all make millions of dollars, and that can't be further than the truth. There's a handful of boxers that only make $1 million plus, right? And it's very low. Okay. So what Turkey is saying in the TKO league, automatically, if you fight this level of fight, you get 100,000, etc. And as you go up, and then title fights are this much, and so forth and so forth. Okay. So for every fighter that does not, on average, make $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, you are guaranteed. Yeah, you are guaranteed to get that there. Now that's good for every fighter, and that's good because it works off across the board. But all fighters are not equal. You don't have Ryan Garcia's attracting status and its it factor. So the Ryan Garcia of that division that would be making way more money than your little $100,000, he's only going to get $100,000 because now you sign your right and your marketing ability over to them, and the Muhammad Ali Act doesn't work for you. So now all that money and revenue and all the T-shirts and everything that goes to them.
Right.
You see, so you, in your next fight, to
me, it's like a combine. It's a stage in your career. It's not the end all be all, right? So what do I mean by that? That means that you may fight underneath this TKO banner for, let's say, a year or two, right? You building up your brand.
Like Pro Box.
Right. At some point, that contract's coming to an end. If you're stupid enough to sign a lifetime contract, then that's up to you, right? But if you're doing a 3-fight deal, 4-fight deal, 5-fight deal, and you're building yourself up, and let's say about a 4th fight, you know, you're shown to be popular enough to where you should be getting millions. Well, you're not going to get millions because that's not what the contract is.
Yeah,
but it should translate into the rest of your career. You should be able to move because what people aren't acknowledging is that Ring Magazine and Ring, as far as where Shakur T.O.'s getting ready to fight, where Shakur fought William Zepeda, where Anthony Yardy and David Benavidez are fighting, those guys are getting paid a lot of money, and that's not TKO. I saw an interview with Dana White where he said, we're going to develop fighters. We're going to put them in a tournament-style situation. They're going to fight up into the tournament, and the guys who stand out will get a chance to move on to Ring. It's like a recruiting. What's happening, in my opinion, is Turkey's building up a system to build up his own fighters, so he's no longer having to depend on Golden Boy superstars. And you know what I'm saying? He's trying to make his own superstars to be like, all right, well, your superstar come and fight my superstar. I'm paying the biggest bag of money. They're going to come over here. He's trying to build that up in boxing because what he's trying to eliminate is constantly going back and forth with these promoters, with the Eddie Hearns, with the Frank Warrens, with the Oscar De La Hoyas, with the Al Haymans. He doesn't like dealing with David Benavidez getting flown out to Saudi Arabia, spending a bunch of money, treating him like a king just for him to fly out in the middle of the night, not say nothing to me and be like, I don't want to fight over there no more. I'm going to take this this championship in the mail because Mauricio Suleiman is undermining me in some kind of way to work with Samson Leakowitz and remove my undisputed champion and Dimitri Bivol and make him a unified champion. He doesn't like dealing with the politics of the sport. So he's trying to circumvent the politics, and he knows he has to start ground up. So he brings in Dana White, who's going to make this TKO situation where they're going to be taking young fighters who don't get that kind of money from the Oscar De La Hoyas, and they don't get that stage to perform on. He's going to give them the biggest stage, the biggest production. He's going to give them UFC facilities, nutritionists, medical training at the highest level. He's going to develop super fighters, right? And then when they get big enough to where they've outgrown the TKO model, they're going to come on over to the ring. Right. And you're going to have all these ring ambassadors, and they're going to be fighting against the Monster Inoue's and the Shakur Stevensons and the Teofimo Lopez's and the whoever else is the Shushu Carringtons, the Keyshawn Davises, the Abdullah Masons. He's going to fight those guys for real money at that point.
Right. Well, Clay, because I know the history of UFC and I know Dana White's story like almost the back of my hand. Matter of fact, he comes from the same place I come from, Massachusetts. Doesn't mean we know each other, but you know. And then he's
familiar with the culture, right?
He got pushed out of the city by Whitey Bulger,
right?
You know, the famous Whitey Bulger, right? So anyway, he goes out to the university, and I said all that to say this: that what I see with the TKO lead, I see the same pattern and the same recipe and formula he used in the UFC to make it the brand that it is today. Stay with me on this. Check this out. When he walked into the UFC was the Ultimate Fighting Series, and he got it in with those two brothers. When they brought it, the UFC was sinking, right? Okay. Around the UFC, there were plenty of fighting promotions. K1, there was the EWE, whatever it was, right? That where like that Yuri Faber, White Faber, whatever came from, that little white dude, the
Uriah Faber,
Uriah Faber, the California kid, right? So they had that organization, they had like Bellator, shit like that. Okay, so what Dana White did, he took the UFC and he got his first contract deal on Spike. Spike went and hosted an event live or whatever, and the UFC took off. The rest was history. But the formula that he used was he took the UFC and he fought all the Bellator guys. Then he beat them. He shamed their fighters as saying that our fighters were better. Then he physically bought Bellator.
Right. I remember
then
that.
He bought the ECW. Then
WEC,
he bought. So Dana White actually controlled and bought all the entities around them.
Right.
Sat them on the shelf and promoted the UFC.
Facts.
All he had to do was do less Bellator shows, took all their fighters, the great ones, switched them over to the UFC.
Which, by the way, they all were trying to come to the UFC because UFC at that point was the NFL, the NBA.
That's the bigger light.
Yeah, they were the big stage that everybody wanted
to
be
on. Then you come to find out at the end of the day, they were all owned and bought out by the same guy.
Yeah, but there's a difference, Edwin. The difference is that he's not coming. See, that's something that he did because he actually laid a foundation to be he was the creme de la crop. He was the creme de la creme. Like he was the end all be all. He's coming into a game now that's already been established. He's in conjunction with what Turkey Alex Sheik's vision is. So if boxing is dumb enough to allow for these guys to move in a certain way, I'm sure they will. But I have a feeling that they're not going to get past that model.
But the reason why I say that, Clay, right, is because Turkey saw the formula and the way he did it. He could have went and got Oscar to run this. He could have got Bob Aaron's people.
No, he doesn't want them because they're corrupt.
He went and got Dana White that knows how to build something.
Yup.
He knew how to take the formula. Now, he said, you already got something here. And Dana said, but now you got TKO. The TKO is the UFC now for him.
Right.
What he's going to do is he's going to buy out ProBox. He's going to buy out He's going to do, watch Claymore. Watch it. Watch it unfold. Dana White is going to come in and he's going to make these. Now, when we were talking about the price value of all the fighters being traded equal, if you make it to this fight, you get $200,000 fight, this straight. But like you said, it's got to be used as a pro box type thing. But since they're gonna actually try to launch the TKO belt, they don't have a pro box belt.
Right.
They're gonna try to make you feel like a real champion. Until the day a TKO champion is walking down the hallway and runs into the IBF champion, you know what I mean? We gonna find out, you know, whose belt is fake. Like that
in the
TKO
ring.
belt.
But as a fan, I'm excited for that scenario that you're talking about right there.
Right.
That right there gives me just you saying what you just said. I got goosebumps in my arms. I have goosebumps in my arm, bro. Like that's what's up.
That's what's up.
That's what's up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because because ultimately that's what it's gonna come down to.
It's gonna come down to
best. Who's really the best? Who's really the champion? Who's really that guy? And that's where this fight's gonna be won, Edwin. Yep. It's gonna be won on that stage. The
same shit he did with UFC and Bellator.
The same shit he did with that. When Dana White has the best fighter in the world underneath TKO, that's when people should start getting nervous. You know what I'm saying? When he has that fighter, when his fighter that he's been working on, that he's developed, fights the best fighter, the unified champion or whatever, and pops
the Alphabet Boys
bubble, and pop that dude's bubble, that's when a shift is gonna happen.
That's what happened in the UFC. As soon as they beat the Bellator guys and the WECW dudes, they beat them. And Uriah Faber fell, and all their top guys fell to the UFC. It took off. And what makes the champions, these belts, the Alphabet belts, the Alphabet Boys, what makes them so prestigious are the men and women that held them.
Right.
The champions. How strong of a champion are you? And if Dana White, like you said, can have the most powerful champion and he defeats the top champions in that division, the Alphabet Boys, that's going to take that TKO belt
straight through the roof. It's going to make it the belt. And then you have Turkey, who has control of the Ring Magazine belt. So now you bring that over and you start giving Ring Magazine lineal championships to TKO champions who have beaten unified champions. Yeah, that TKO belt will go straight through the roof. Either way, we'll be watching boxing evolve. I always try to tell people, don't never get it twisted. Bob Arum ain't your friend. Al Heyman ain't your friend.
No.
Eddie Hearn ain't your friend. Oscar De La Hoya ain't your friend. And guys, newsflash, Dana ain't your friend. No. Turkey probably ain't your friend either. Hey, but wake up though, because none of them are our friends. But if they can give us the best fights, if we're watching the best that we know as boxing analysts,
are you entertained?
Yes. Are you entertained?
Are you entertained?
That's the question that needs to be answered for.
Are you entertained? Let's go.
At all times. That's a question you should always ask yourself, nothing else. Because don't think for one moment here that money is going in your pocket, that their prestige and their success is going in your pocket, bro. They're buying yachts, they're buying foreign cars that cost $1.5 million, and they're doing whatever they've been doing, and they're going to continue to do it. Don't get it twisted. I need to know if you're entertained. And if you're not happy with the current state where boxing has been for the past couple of years, and you're looking forward and you see that Canelo Alvarez, Terrence Crawford fight, and you go, damn. If you saw that Dimitri Bivol, Artur Beterbiev fight, you went, damn. If you saw Alexander Usyk become undisputed twice, well, not twice because they never stripped him of the belt, right? They never stripped him of the belt. But still, if you are liking that, then be okay with what's going on in boxing right now and allow Oscar to worry about his bottom line and how he's going to continue to control the game and control the where the needle goes in boxing, because it's not our problem.
Right. And look, as far as that goes, if you're entertained and you like where you are in the sport of boxing and stuff, that's what you got to ask yourself as a consumer, right? And as far as the fights, I just want to ask you now, Clay, since we've been talking on the show and you came by and you kind of came to the show with a heavy heart and someone had you thinking about boxing. How do you view boxing now? You know what I'm saying? In the sense that this kid said, boxing is in a dead space. And, and blah blah blah, right?
I'm subscribed to Max Kellerman's view of where boxing is going. I think we're heading into a golden era. We're heading into some great boxing, bro, because we have somebody with money who's very hungry to bring something to the sport that the sport hasn't seen before. Is coming with a free market competitive spirit. There's only one way for him to get the hearts of boxing fans in real life, which is giving us and delivering us the product. And I see somebody with money who seems to be very interested in delivering us the product. And as a boxing fan at 48 years old, I'm going to tell you that back in the day when I was watching boxing with the Roy Jones and all, I didn't appreciate boxing like I should have. It was all good. It was free on TV. We had USA boxing. I didn't appreciate it until they took it away from me, until they made me pay for every damn fight through a damn pay-per-view model. Until everything became that way, I didn't know what I had. So I'm excited to be an adult, to be 48 years old, and to be in an appreciative space of mind to enjoy and embrace the idea of these new champions. I'm loving what Xander's doing. I want to see him move forward. I want to see Shushu become a champion and do great things. I want to see Abdullah Mason chase down Shakur Stevenson and for some big unifications. I want to see young fighters who have been inspired what Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez did to go and chase their own legacy. Legacy. I'm appreciating the fact that is starting to become a big, you're hearing it in these young fighters conversation a lot more. Legacy. It's coming back. They're talking legacy. Prize fighting is awesome. They're going to be there making their money. But how do I feel about it? I'm excited, man. I'm excited to be part of what we're doing right here, Edwin. Part of a space that's going to be helping to build boxing, talk about what's going on, and I get to appreciate it in a whole different way, bro. From international world championship boxing, bro, to watch champions be developed in Eastern Europe and Japan and in the UK and in everywhere, right? In South America. I'm super excited. I think boxing is going to be blowing up, bro, and it's the best place to be right now.
Right. And like you said about that belt right behind you, that Ringside Magazine belt. Turkey bought. I knew that was a smart investment when he made that investment, because I knew that it wasn't going to take much, if not a long time at all, to sell that as a belt. And you could basically say it's a 5-belt era right now.
Right.
A little bit more.
A little bit, man. And kind of
kind of. The IBO is making its way,
I mean,
but the European belt, it's got some more work to put in. It's got to,
for sure.
It's got to kill the right people, and then you got to know where the bodies are at. You know what I mean? You got to put in your work. So like this is a blood sport. I'm trying to tell you, but that ringside belt was a smart move because you got legacy there. You got history with the belt. It was the people's champion. It's viewed as the number one fighting the number two, the best fighting the best. It's the only way you can get the belt. The reason doesn't make it an official belt, it's because it's what it is. It's the number one, number two fighting to prove the best fighting the best. It's a trophy is saying that you're the best. Not all guys, not the number 10 and number 9 guy can't compete for it.
Right.
So it's not a belt that's evenly won. You have to be in a certain bracket to even compete for it.
Right.
It's kind of like the I'm the toughest belt, but it's not fair competition. So that's why it's not an official belt. The IBF, WBA, it's rightfully so in a division. The champion can fight from the 10th to the 15th on a voluntary. He can give anybody a shot. You can work your way to the mandatory. There's no ranking system for a ring belt. It's either you're the number one or number two.
Right.
So it's not competitively won. So, but when he bought it, it wasn't going to take long, I said, for myself to just tweak the belt a little in its rule structure, tweak it, the ring, make it acceptable, give it a division. I mean, a ranking system, and make it competitive and make it winnable and losable. Like, if I beat you, it needs to pass on all the time. Right. It's not in certain situations. If let's say the undisputed champion wins, he has the ring, he loses the ring, but the other guy does not inherit it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So he's got to work his way to get that.
Right.
So, and then you got to be honored by the ring. You see? So that's why there's not a ringside magazine in every division, type shit. So,
right.
I mean, they got the ability to win it, but it's a complicated issue, but good move for Turkey. I always thought that there was a dollar amount on every organization. When you look up the WBC, it says its net worth on the bottom. It says how much the whole company is worth.
Okay.
I think that, I don't know, why didn't Turkey come in the game and buy all the belts? At the bottom of their thing, it says, our company's worth so many millions of dollars. Turkey should have just said, I'm going to buy the IBF, the WBA, the WBC, and the WBO, or buy all the stocks in them, control what the belts say. You control the belt, you control the game. You control
I kind of thought he might try that. I'm not gonna lie. I thought he was gonna try to do
something like that. They blocked him out, maybe.
Yeah, but I think that's why he moved the way he did, man. I think he got stopped.
He got stopped. Yeah, I think so too,
that's what it feels like. It feels like that's what happened. But I mean, it is what it is, man. Boxing. Shout out to True School. Horrible that you feel that way, but man, I couldn't disagree with you more.
No, not horrible. I don't take it as horrible, but more I feel his pain. Having you been there,
well, that's what I mean. I don't know what he's been through that has him feeling that way. You know what I mean? So it's like
I'm pretty sure you've been there. I've been there where boxing sucks now. Right now, it's fucking fuck boxing. Like, but because it pisses you off from some of the things that they do. So maybe he's in a bad space.
Right.
Maybe he might be falling out of boxing right now. Maybe his favorite guy ain't. I don't know. I don't know what it could be, but there's been a couple months and times where I was a little frustrated with boxing, I have to admit. There wasn't much to talk about. And it's just up to us. Maybe he just talks about everything so much that he's like, man, I ain't got nothing to talk about. Whatever.
He's overexposed and overstimulated, and he has nothing, to break. As far as information is concerned, but man, boxing is in a great space, man.
But my man, my man's always doing his thing. Shout out to the young man.
I was shocked. That's why I like him. You know what I'm saying? But when I seen him speak, that's why I gave so much credence to what he said, and it made me be like, I had to revisit my own thoughts. I'm like, I work with dude, like I don't work with him, like, but I mean, like when I think he's pretty credible. You know what I mean? Like you said, he has his niche that he does in boxing as far as those lower weight classes and things of that nature. But for the most part, him and Sean Tittel, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I was like, when he was saying that, I'm like, really? I'm like,
I heard that name Sean Tittel so much this week. Everybody's saying like how he got kicked out of here, like he got banned out of this one.
He get banned out of nothing.
I've heard like his name like kicked around so much. I don't know what. I think he's good.
He shook it up when he went at Dana. That's all it is.
That's what it was?
Yeah, he shook it up. He went at Dana and asked him about the Muhammad Ali act and confronted him at that Terrence Crawford, Canelo Alvarez press conference.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Right, okay.
So people are like, oh, he shook it up. And he did shake it up. And I think it was a good thing too. Dana should understand that real boxing fans look at boxing like our teenage daughter, bro. And you're coming to take our daughter out, and you're trying to keep her out pretty late, brother. And I need to know who you are, what your intentions are. I need phone numbers. Do I know your parents? What are you doing?
Yeah. We don't know you.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? This is it.
Yeah.
I'd die for this one. Come track you down and kill you in front
now
of
I remember now.
You know
Sean did the right thing. Okay, I get it.
He moved the needle a little bit. You know what I mean? He pushed it a little bit, and it was good. It was healthy. It put Dana White on his P's and Q's, and that's what's up. Come into our sport on your P's and Q's. That's all we're saying. Come in the sport with respect. Come in and respect what the history and what we're building here and what we love. And then I have a feeling we're going to be okay when it's all said and done, though. I have a feeling when it's all said and done, we're going to be okay. No. Oh, okay.
I got you. Back on. You're back on. I got you.
Are
you there?
What happened here? Yeah, I'm right here. Are you there? You're frozen.
No.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can you hear me? Mic check.
All right.
Mic check.
Yeah, I get mic check. Maybe that's a sign, because I've been on for like, I don't know.
That's what the thing up here. It says like
5 hours, and like
it's what it's saying. It's been like 5.5 hours. Pretty much about time. I'm about to go upstairs anyway and go kick it with the wife. But
listen, I gotta get something
it's about
to
that
eat
time,
myself.
Man.
But go ahead.
It was a good build though, man. Always like building with you, round one. And don't let nobody move your one way or the other, bro. I appreciate what you do. Listen,
Right.
everybody's not for everybody, bro. It is what it is, bro. We can't please all the people, bro.
Right.
But you
Right.
love this sport
Right.
like I love this sport, bro. And that's one thing I know and I stand behind and I co-sign that.
Absolutely.
Anytime I see you, I'm gonna call you out and say what's up and salute what you're doing because that we're
Thanks,
not
man.
all on the same page when it comes to that point with as content creators. So we gotta
Right.
support each other, bro. Salute to you, man. Everything you're doing.
Right. Right. Absolutely. Yo, Claymore, it's always a pleasure. Thank you for stopping by, everybody. Claymore, let them know where they can
Claymore
find
Rain.
you at. In your
You just
YouTube
look up
spaces.
Claymore Rain, like Claymore Rain on YouTube. The way it's spelled, CLAYMORE Rain.
Okay.
And subscribe, man.
All right.
You know, we're always talking about something over there. Let me know.
Absolutely. Good brother, good brother. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for everybody that tune in here at Round One Sports TV. Don't forget to give this video a like. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel and become a Round One Sports Talk member.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Clay, for stopping by. It has been a pleasure. I am off. I'm out to the next one. After this one, here at Round One Sports Talk, you guys been the best.